เดี๋ยวนะปกติก็จะนั่งรถตู้มาไม่ใช่เหรอวะ
But coming in, things were a little bit more disjointed, and obviously there were some very last-minute changes here for the side of T1. I think that Vitality could be considered a little bit more of a super team these days. I think T1 hasn't quite lived up to the moniker as strong.
I haven't considered either of these teams super teams, but I'm also a curmudgeon.
You're insane.
Yeah, they're a superb team, Yinsu.
Oh,
they're so superb.
Yeah,
but Vitality is insane. Like the off season they already had a good core. We saw that on display. And to VMEA, we saw them have kind of a tough time at Champions, but show some potential there. And then they pick up Les, one of the best Sentinel Viper players in the world, import him over to EMEA, and then you pick up Durka, who is a top 2 player in the world minimum. If he wins this event, I think he overtakes Ospa, says the coach.
Almost like you're saying they built a team of super players to make themselves into a super team.
4 out of 5 of their players are not the undisputed best in role when you look at them on paper. So I don't think that's my definition of a super team.
All right, well, I'm going to go out there and call them a super team. I don't remember the last time that a team has managed to assemble, all of these superstars from across the pond as well. And one of the reasons, actually, when we spoke to the players as to why they decided to join this Vitality project was a very simple answer. And that
นี่หลอกเด็กแน่นอนวิทย์
we spoke to their coach
โดนแน่น่าจะโดน T1 ครับผมให้ T1 เลยวันเนี้ย T1 กับ G2 ครับ
Let's not forget he had a lot of options. He could have gone anywhere, any other team he wanted to, and he specifically wanted to come here to play Mimi with Safe.
Yeah, what this guy is
Sound resumed.
วันนี้ T1 กับ G2 ครับ
เฮ้ย
Vitality หลอกเด็กแน่นอน
วันนี้ Vitality 2-0 ครับผมที่ดู 2-0 ครับตอนไปกับเมื่อวานวันนี้ไม่มี OT สักแมป
ขนาดนั้นเลยอ่ะ
ใช่โอ้โห
being the guy who glues the team together, but also just calling a macro idea, letting the team work out the rest, and giving the freedom to these superstars to be the best they can be.
It's just been incredible because not only is it just the trust that, okay, this guy is going to be a great foundational core that I want to play with, but also the trust to just say, yeah, I will come over and play with you as the IGL, which is not something that you have a ton of experience on compared to a lot of the IGLs in the world. And he's just been so incredibly good at it. He knows how to utilize and move his pieces.
ไม่ฝรั่งเขาเข้าฟิตเนสเป็นเรื่องปกติ
He knows how to position things to be able to get the win at the end of the day.
And you can't help but smile seeing they finally lift a trophy with this team because he has been one of the top prospects of the EMEA region for a very long time. He's made it to 5 global events, but he's only ever won 3 matches at global events, which is
T1 win
considering the hype around this player. But finally, he's assembled the team with actual superstars and has put together a system that is clearly working. He's won the EMEA trophy, but it's not just that he wants. He's talking about winning trophies internationally, going on the road to Paris.
Yeah, and I also just want to mention real quick, because when you ask them who they think is the superstar, who they think is the best player, Durka recently actually said it was Kix. He said Kix is going to be the best player in the world.
He was so good.
In just
เลิกจะโชว์ท่าไม้ตาย
So I'm sticking with this super team narrative. However, they will be going up against teams.
ไม่น่ากล้าใช้ว่ะทัวร์นี้
And before we get everything started, we can confirm Carpe is on the stage. Carpe will be playing, and Achilleos, give some of the global fans some context as to why this is an important thing to let them know.
Oh, I mean, because I think a lot of people who might, not pay attention to Pacific as much as they should, or haven't been able to watch, some of the latter matches, might have been expecting to see Sylvan here on the stage. But T1 have, made a difficult decision kind of in the last minutes of kickoff going into the playoffs, saying like, okay, we're going to run with Carpe. We feel like the team communication is going to be a little bit stronger here. He knows how to play out some really clutch moments and has been under an immense amount of pressure, whereas Sylvan is a little bit more inexperienced in that regard. So they've decided to lean on Carpe's veterancy and his history in playing FPS. And, it didn't get them the trophy at kickoff. It got him a second-place finish, but it also did get them here to Masters Bangkok. And Carpe, in his own right, while picking up widely a new role where he had previously only played Brimstone a bit when it comes down to smokes, not really leaning into Omen and Astra so much, has very quickly caught up and has looked like a very solid, controller player for this team.
Yeah, people aren't calling T1 a super team because of Carpe's time with Philly, but he's been surprisingly good in subbing.
แต่ครั้งๆนี่หลังๆนี่สัมภาษณ์ดีนะ
over Sylvan. I think he's been a consistently
วางตัวดี
solid
อ่ะ
player, has had really good utility usage, wins a few clutches when they need to.
Get him a sheriff.
We don't know why behind the scenes they ended up making this decision, and we'll never know the diverging timeline where they did play with Sylvan, but they succeeded, they qualified here, and Carpe has a chance to show that he's still got it in 2025.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find some of those answers, right? And maybe we can send Mika. We can send Mika and try and get those answers.
PI on the case.
Yeah, for us. But for now, we also have to, of course, mention the reunion of Buzz and Stags. And Paperthin actually had the pleasure of catching up with them for
พี่ครับคนที่ตัดสกินเฮดผมสั้นแล้วเล่นดูเอล
What's up,
ผมทุกคนเหรอ
everybody? It's Paperthin here, and today
พี่บอกไม่นะ
I'm joined by
น้องลอง
two
ตัด
players who all
ลอง
know
ตัดแล้วมาคุยกับพี่ใหม่
It's Stacks, it's Buzz, and our wonderful translator, Jen Lee. So, I think this is a really cool story for you guys coming into this event. This is your first time coming into a Masters with a different squad. So really what I want to know is, you know, you guys have been to so
ไม่ลอง
events. What's the feeling like for you representing this T1 team here in 2025?
T1이라는 이름 밑에서 이제 세계대회를 나갔다는 게 일단 저는 조금 영광스러운 자리인 것 같고, 그리고 이제 T1에 걸맞는 이제 성적을 내려고 이제 엄청 열심히 하고 있는 거 같은 느낌이 제 스스로 들어서 좀 만족하고 있는 것 같아요.
ไลน์แมน VIP แพ็กเกจ
consider it as a huge honor to be able to
Certificate
be
9
here
บาท
under the T1 banner, and I feel like I'm trying my best to live up to the expectations, but also the legacy that the org itself has.
For sure. Buzz, what about you?
น้องแบงค์เลยครับ
일단은 팀원으로서 처음 국제대회를 왔는데 사실 좀
มันบอกขากลับเดี๋ยวแวะทำเลสิกไปเลย หรือไม่ก็ไปทำมาแล้ว
이제
ตอนมา
T1이라는 팀에서 더 열심히 하고 더
ถอดแว่นแหละ
좋은 성적 내려고 온 거기 때문에 그래서 더 잘해야 된다는 생각이 제일 큰 것 같아요.
Well, honestly, it feels kind of weird still. It feels strange to represent T1 and be here as T1 player, but it just makes me more motivated to prove myself and show the world what we can do as T1.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm kind of curious then to kind of know for each of you individually, what have the roles for you kind of been like? How have you adjusted? So I'll start with Stacks. You're back to IGLing again for T1. You know, you took a little bit of a break there. What have you learned from, you know, during that time where you weren't IGLing, now taking over the reins on a brand new team with new players? What's kind of different for Stacks this year?
일단 IGL을 계속 했었어가지고 잠깐 쉴 때도 제가 IGL을 안 하고 있을 때 조금 답답한 경향이 좀 많았었는데 제가 그냥 다시 잡고 이제 제가 하고 싶은 플레이를 T1에서 많이 할 수 있게 됐고, 그리고 이제 조금 시간이 많이 지나고 경험이 많다 보니까 이제 제가 원하는 대로 또 잘 굴러가는 것 같고 그냥 좋은 것 같아요 저는.
Well, I have been IGLing for a bit, and even when I wasn't IGLing, I always had this thought that, oh, maybe we can do things differently and maybe I could do it better. And because now I'm able to kind of navigate the team to playing in a way that I want them to, and I have plenty of experience to back it up. So it definitely feels great, and yeah, I think we're on the right path.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've got a ton of experience being an IGL, no doubt. All right, then I want to ask about another player with a lot of experience in the Duelist role with Buzz. You know, you've been one of the most consistent players we've ever had at the global events for Valorant. But now you're playing
มันจะแข่งแล้วนี่ว่า
so known for being the guy who's going to do the dirty work. You're going to dive in and you're going to take the aggression. You know, you're going to open up space for your team. Do you still feel like you're the same Buzz now on T1, or is there a new Buzz here that we're seeing in 2025?
좀 똑같으면서 많이 달라진 것 같아요. 왜냐면 일단 제가 하고 있는 역할은 DRX 때랑 크게 다른 게 없다고 생각은 드는데, 그렇지만 T1에 와서는 뭔가 요루나 네온 같은 그런 듀얼리스트에서 조금 다른 캐릭터들을 많이 기용하게 되면서 조금 똑같지만 조금 다른 느낌을 많이 받는 것 같아요.
I would say a little bit different, a little bit same, because my role and what I need to do as the duelist did not change. But joining T1, I'm playing more of the Yoru and the Neon, so those unfamiliar duelists that I kind of haven't touched in a while. Yeah, definitely, it's something that I feel comfortable with, but also is something new for me.
Absolutely. Okay. My final question, guys. What is it going to take for this T1 team to win Masters Bangkok? What's the path for T1 to get there this year?
그냥 잘하면 이기죠.
Play our best game. That's it.
That's it?
It's that
That
simple.
easy?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, that is going to be it with Stacks and Buzz. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Jen, for the translation. And can't wait to see what these guys can do on the big stage again.
Oh yeah, Paper. Then I am excited to see this as well. But Kilios, how much do you think that these two players have changed and matured and evolved since being on DRX together compared to now?
I mean, I think, quite a bit. As far as like in-game is concerned, maybe not as much. I mean, I think that they've just kind of stayed on the same path, so it hasn't been anything super huge with the jump over to T1. But I like, Buzz's playstyle. It's pretty much remained the same. The guy can go and he can be a demon, he can frag out of control, but he also still continues to play very selflessly to just prop up and set the rest of the team up when they go for a side exec.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for this team, right, you come out with some of the best individual players in Korea. That DRX duo you're talking about, Meteor coming off of his really incredible year with Gen G, and they play in a way that really leverages how strong their individuals are. They are the most unique team in this event in the amount of double duelist comps, the amount of kind of wacky, really hyper-aggressive ideas that they lean into, but they are a team that can take heads because of that. For me, they're the squad that is probably going to have the highest variance of anyone at this event. If the players are struggling, it can easily fall apart. But when they're hitting, when they're at their best, they give so much room for these individuals to shine, and that can, I think, catch teams off guard.
And I think that's what Stacks, his response to Paper Thin's last question is pretty true. Like, if they just come in, they are able to play their best game, they absolutely can tear people apart. They can win this series here versus Vitality, because the amount of talent across these 5 players is nutty, and we've seen that on display in the past. It's a question of, can they hit that stride? Can they maintain that consistency?
And of course, if you, for some reason, didn't watch Pacific, in which case, what were you doing? And you're looking at this graphic thinking, what is Meteor doing on T1? I mean, I can tell you guys what he's been doing, which is, Achilles, you've been watching all of APAC. He's been frying.
He has been, especially when he picks up the ISO. The ISO was something that kind of caught us off guard because they're running.
เฮ้ยวันนี้ออตัมยิ้มแย้มสบาย
Out with his ISO, and he has such incredible impact just by going out and just shooting people in the face. Like, that's basically all he needs to do to be able to find impact, and he's so damn good at it when he's on that ISO in particular. Kill contracts, he only lost a handful across the entire run of kickoff. He had a huge win record on that.
And you look at these comps, and it is easy to just lean into the they're gonna shoot you, they're gonna run at you kind of ideas. But I do feel like they have a lot of really well thought out stuff with these. You can see Lotus that is in that one as well. I love their Lotus comp where they're using the ISO shield to fight into a rubble every time. I think even their offbeat compositions are all really well thought through, and all of the players kind of understand the macro idea, why it works. And yes, there's going to be some mud, there's going to be some chaos with this team, but at the end of the day, they're starting from a good base.
Yeah, and as you guys saw at the bottom of that graphic, of course, it was Vitality's Haven comp. Looks very familiar. We've heard Durka talk a little bit about why Vitality are running that comp, and he was very candid. He said, I feel like with the group of players I have now on Vitality, we can make the Fnatic Haven even better. Although we've had
เปิดลำโพงดูไม่สะท้อนใช่ไหมตอนเนี้ยไม่สะท้อนบอกด้วยนะขี้เกียจใส่หูฟังแล้วแม่งจะได้ดูมันๆเลย
We get the Meteor ISO versus the safe ISO as well. And in fact, Meteor himself actually told us what he thought would happen if he ever went up against safe on the ISO. We're going to get the quote in just a minute. But it's, like you guys said, it's very, very interesting that they run these comms. They run the ISO. Not that many teams do it. And not that many teams look good while doing it. And both of
อันนี้
these
สะท้อนแล้วแต่แป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวตั้งค่าก่อน Hello?
Correct record there with like 16 and 7 or something when it comes down to those ultimates. So if it comes into play today, I really
เสียงผมเปลี่ยนไปไหม
to that one-on-one. But Meteor, he's coming into this.
เปลี่ยนไปปะ
He's a championship winning team. He lifted a trophy last year. He should have the all the confidence in the world.
It is funny looking at that because it also draws a similarity.
ปกติอ่ะใช่อ่ะอันนี้เปิดน้อยเกรดแบบ10ขั้น10เลยนะ
For a reason. They play similar styles. They both give a lot of credence to the individuality, the skill of their players, and I think it can come out either way. So you have to have that confidence.
ถ้าเป็นโงกุลก็คือซูเปอร์ไซย่าขั้น10
The other duelist battle as well, of course, between Buzz and Durka. They actually caught up with Mika Fabs a little
อุ้ย
bit
โคตรเจ๋งผมเพิ่งรู้ว่า
This is a
Monitor
matchup
มันทำอย่างนี้ได้
that many have been waiting
เหรอ
for. I have Buzz and Durka with me. Now, of course, you guys have faced off against each other in
ลองฟังเสียงตัวเอง
years
นะ
past, but Durka, it seems as though you come out on top a lot. You probably get more kills than Buzz, not counting last year. But is that going to be the same story today?
Yeah, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
รอ
Buzz, do you have a comeback to that? Are you going to get more kills? Is it going to be Durka?
It's gonna be me because we're playing in Bangkok. It's it's one of our home
มัน
ground.
ตัดไอ้
Oh, yes. Pacific represent for sure. Now, Buzz, how are you going to tell Durka from the clone Durka?
Maybe a real one is shine and fake one is doesn't shine.
Is that true?
I mean, it shines if you shoot it.
Well, thank you very much. Have a good game, gentlemen.
Oh gosh, I love these two. Of course, they played against each other so many times.
Yeah,
You
don't put
know,
down.
heartbreak when they played against each other as well. And what's interesting is before this tournament, they both went to 9 global events on one team, and now they come at the 10th time, Mimi, on a different team, and both still looking very, very good.
When you talk
ฮัลโหล
about goats
อันนี้คือเสียงผมเปลี่ยนไปไหม
players of
ไม่
all
ไม่
time, I think you need to have
อยาก
people
พี่
who
พูด
have
อีสาน
proven they can do this with multiple squads.
ว่าว
You
อี
look
สาน
at a
ไม่
guy
เป็น
like
เลย
Osboss, who did it with Loud, now he's done it with Leviathan. And for both Buzz and Durka,
ไม่ยัง
this
สะ
is
ท้อน
their
เลยเขา
chance
เปิด
to
กล้า
show just how good
สิบ
they are outside of the structure that they have been known for years and years. And
อันเนี้ย
even
อันเนี้ย
during
คือเปิด
season
10 เลย
go by, both of them have been exceeding expectations already set.
No, for sure. I mean, Buzz has just been on an absolute heater. He's been getting a little bit more out of his comfort zone, not just leaning on things like the Jet Rays like we've seen in the past. He's been picking up the Neon, the Yoru more often, and I think that has been great to see. And I think that he's slotted in really well, especially in their double duelist comps, to be able to play, off and bounce off of Meteor.
Yeah, and of course, you guys saw that. It's 3-1 to Durka right now. But that one time he did lose, it was to knock them out of champions Istanbul. I know you remember that very fondly.
In the crowd.
Seth back then. But of course, on different teams, this vitality, we talk about them being the super team and also the first seed so far in this tournament are playing very, very well. Mimi, how much pressure is on the shoulders of players like Buzz sitting on the other side, knowing that they weren't even the first Korean players to lift a global trophy? That went to Gen G last year.
But they have one of those members with them now, right? The Meteor is joined up with those former DRX boys. If anything, I don't think it adds pressure, more so that it puts a chip on their shoulder to prove why they're the best players from the Pacific region, why they finally won that Pacific trophy and are going to look to do it again here at a global.
I think both teams honestly have something hanging over their heads. For T1, it's not coming in as that first seed after having such a fantastic offseason, after putting together this huge roster. For Fidelity, it's being able to win some damn matches, let alone the trophy. They haven't had that international success, and I think that's also something that might be weighing on these guys. I mean, granted, the players that have joined, they have plenty of international success, but still, for safe, as the IGL, is he going to be able to get that out of his head? We'll have to see.
Yeah, and for Trex as well, I feel like Trex is one of those, probably one of the best players to never win anything, especially in EMEA. Finally wins a trophy regionally. Mimi, I have faith in him this time around.
Yeah, both him and Safe have been like the perennial. They're going to be next up, I promise. They're going to show it at a global event, and finally they have a team to actually complete that goal.
Well, me and Mimi, we went with Durka. Durka versus Buzz, head-to-head. You went with Buzz, so I want to see what you guys voted for, because it's time for the result out of our MasterCard fan poll. Which duelist do you think will have the highest ACS in this matchup? 71% of you went for Durkin time. I don't blame you.
Fraudulent.
I don't blame you.
Why is it fraudulent?
Fraudulent. Stop the count. This is a fake poll.
No, we stopped the count already, and it's 71%.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, Durka, I mean, I can't even disrespect him. Like, the guy is insane. He always has been. He is always somebody that you have to be worried about if you're on the opposing side of the stage. For me, Buzz, though, when he gets to these internationals, sometimes he just absolutely takes over. I feel like he's going to have that drive. I know that Buzz has been pissed that they didn't come into this as the #1 seed, and I think we're going to see angry Buzz on stage today.
Also, I want to shout out Bren and Lauren for joining my tirade of thinking Tracy's more going to be G2.
I actually think this is like the proper percentage. 70% G2, 30% Tracy.
T1 กับ
We did good. We did real good.
ระยะได้ T1 กับไอ้นี่ว่ะ
It's a repeat of yesterday. We all clowned on the 3 Pacific talent for
T2
DRX. We were fools. Same again. Is there something to the bias?
I did a last-minute swap on this one. That's just a feeling in my gut. I think that T1
Wait, you went with Vitality first?
Initially, but then I woke up today and I was just like, I feel like T1 is going to be able to have this. I think that angry buzz is going to come out.
Yeah, well, I woke up today and said it's Durkin time, so you know that's what's gonna happen. But today we have 4 more teams making their 2025 global debut. Vitality versus T1, G2 versus Trace. Day 2 of Masters Bangkok starts right here, right now.
G2 อาจจะโดน TE ก็ได้นะ
หมาอยากไปงานแล้วอ่ะ
โอ้โห
เดี๋ยวพี่เอ๋ไม่ได้อยู่ที่งานหรอ
ไม่ได้อยู่ดิ
โอเปเซอร์ไม่อยู่แล้วนิดนึงนะ
ตัวหนาว
Quality isn't a great duelist.
ผมดูบ้านม่วงแล้วนะ
Definitely being
ผม
selfless
ไป
and doing
บ
a
อกหลั
good
งบ้านเขา
job.
มาแล้วว่าแบบ
Not
เพิ่ม
worrying
บิลเลตมาหน่อย
about how they're gonna die or how they're gonna get killed. Just fully relying on their teammates to make sure they're set up and just trusting us. With
เมื่อกี้
Jogmo,
ทำให้ไมค์ร้อนลำโพงเบ
he's on
สิ
a
ก
single
นะครับ
out in his head.
เปิดเสียงเบาลง
ฮัลโหล
我觉得
Hello
想跟他们队的那个
哟
加个盟，
没读班
因为他当年
ม่วงเลยน้อง
夺冠那场比赛我是看了的，然后他的打法还有他的瑞子玩的都非常好。
ที่ที่สองคือ
我觉得 G2
ใส่หูฟัง
非常的
แหม
强
ดีที่สุด
悍，
ละ
我们不会像上一次那样紧张，然后更有心赢下这一场。
Our
วัน
confidence
นี้ T1 ครับ T1 กับ G2
ไวท์เทเลตี้ครับ G2
โอ้ทีวันจีทูครับผมวันนี้
Vitality G2
โอ้โห
โอ้โหทีอีมาแน่ทีอีมาแน่
Vitality 2 G2 2-0
เฮ้ย
我们一样会证明的。
ทีวัน20
T1 20
ไวท์เทเล
จี
ตี้
ทู
G2 20
โอ้โหเหมือนจะไม่ได้
โมยมั่วจัดเลยวันเนี้ย
แต่ละคนคือเลือกเอาเลยนะ
뭐 세계에서 날고 긴다는
พี่พูดได้คำเดียววันเนี้ย
건데
หวยล็อก
저희도
หวยล็อก
โอ้โหหวยล็อก
아마도 이 경기에서 이 첫 바이탈리티랑 T1 경기에서 이긴 팀이 가장 높은 곳까지 가지 않을까 싶습니다.
I'm happy for Stags because he qualified with a new team. It's kind of like same situation as me. We're feeling confident, and I
แต่มัน
know that.
ตัดผม2 คนเลยว่ะน่าจะมีบัฟ
Feeling confident.
มันเป็นไปได้ไงที่ 4 คนไม่ตรงกัน คน
선수들도 많이 있어서 제 스스로도 좋은 경기가 될 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 어차피 이미 많은 경기를 치러왔고 바이탈리티도 그래서 저희도 이제 준비를 잘하고
นี่บอกเตรียมตัวมาดี โดนแน่
Both of us have really good map pools, and we're just gonna see on map 3 how it's gonna play out.
เห็นหน้าเลนจะสั่นกลัวว่ะ
제가 생각하는 예상 결과는 저희가 2대 1로 바이탈리티 이길 것 같습니다.
มันยังบอก2-1เลยอ่ะ
พี่ดิกตัวเองนะ
Now we are taking on.
T1 2-1 G2 2-1 ยาวๆวันนี้ BTS ปิดแน่นอน
ปะปะปะ
ปละเฮลิขสิทธิ์ลืมไปเลยเอ้ยแต่ตุดเปิดตัวมันไม่โดนไม่เหรอวะ
Legends onto this
เป็นชอบไปโดนเพลง Time Out
Masters winner, locking winner, you name it, we have got it. This is the 2 super teams of 2020. เดอเก้ไม่เขามาผิดเกมมั้งรู้ เห็นป้าย
วัดกันเลยวันนี้พี่เลสกับพี่เมโช
กำลังใจบวก1ครับก่อนขึ้นเวทีปกติไม่มีนะนี่แฟลกเจอร์
แบล็กเจอร์บายสปิตต่อ
อุ้ยเข้าแมปทีวันหมดเลยดิ
เฮ้ย
เจอกันครับทีวัน20
T1 ครับทีมที่1ในกล่องดวงใจ มาแน่สำหรับทีมที่หนึ่ง
โอ้ลิงไซด์ของจริง FC
ที่หนึ่งในกล่องดวงใจรอบชิงทีวันดีไอรอบชิงอะไรแปซิฟิกอะ
เฮ้ยพร้อมชนพร้อมเฉย
วันโนมัน
have seen Izu picking up the vice from time to time.
เฮ้ยไม่มีโยรู้อ่ะอ๋อไม่ใช่นี่หว่านึกว่าเพลแฟกเจอร์
game, it looks like we
บัตรหน้าตึงมาอีกแล้ววะแต่วันนี้เม้ม บัตรบอกผมไม่ได้ตึงมันดึงไม่ได้ดึงด้วยแม่งตึงเองตอนเจอตัวจริงหน้าก็อย่างเงี้ยหน้าแม่งเหมือนโกรธตลอดเวลา
ears when it comes to timeouts and whatnot, but we start with Fracture
and a north side crunch by the look of things too. Trex under pressure early, forced to evacuate, and going to be communicating that to the rest of the team. They can go for a little reaction, and it's actually Carpe, the guy that you were just talking about. That might put up a slim amount of resistance on him. He's got into a high position.
Help and supplement slows down the approach. He is on the site. Solo for now.
He's done a great job of shutting down Durka there. That duel was vitally important, and there's another fight.
Vitality, honestly. Cut noise over the smoke to dissipate, and the bodies are toppling. Players just walking straight into them.
And look at that.
Them out of the picture.
Look at this discipline. It's so nice to fall back in the 4v2. Cause more chaos.
เลสมันไวเปอร์อะส่วนมากอะ
They even think they've rotated.
It keeps them guessing, doesn't it? Look.
It's great calling. And I think that's one of the things that's been so impressive looking at this Vitality roster, because it was a massive question for us. Safe, new to the IGL role. Potential for Stacks to make the difference there with the calling, but he's going to have to come out with the pistol shots. And it's just enough for Stacks and Meteor.
ดูจากเป้าเมเทโอและ2-0
Already just seeing evidence, I think, just of that disciplinarity. This is a team that have been dead set, I think, and they know what they want. They've been, I mean, saying themselves they've got their eyes on the prize, which is Paris, champs as their end goal, and any trophies they pick up along the way, it's just an extra bonus.
Yeah, I was amazed when they actually won in EMEA kickoff, bearing in mind that, you know, Durka said
ถ้ามาจากออฟเซิร์ฟนี่คือชัดกว่าภาพไลฟ์อีกกับงง
But for them to purely be focused on accumulating trophies, looking towards the end of the year, being the best version of this team that they can possibly be, they were probably the least focused of all of the rosters on the here and now. Maybe them and EDG over in China.
Long-term growth mindset.
So here you see them prioritizing alt-orb acquisition as well.
A lot of them on the map.
Yitsu takes contact against Trex. Trex has got to play these kind of situations fairly carefully, but he's also only got a ghost, so he's allowed to go a little aggro on this round. See if he can get some information.
Holding it down, he's just spotting out a body or two, and this is going to be fake noise pressure, essentially. See the drone.
And Safe does a lot of this. You'll see this on map 1 and map 2 when he's playing the Tejo.
Just to make the potential site hit a little bit safer, although Vitality not committing over towards B.
And just as Vitality start walking Dish, T1 starts spreading back out to B.
So much uncertainty in this round. Time might start to get a little bit short, but that's Salvos. Drop down, Izu, yeah. It's out of the pan and into the fire, and a bullet to the back of the brain while you're at it. Turka, short work.
ยังโดนยิงหลงยิงหลังอยู่เลยนะตอนนี้
Can't really do too much.
ไม่โดนด้วยเดี๋ยวประเด็น
This is
เฮ้ย
just
ไล่ดอนผมมาเนี่ย
clean as anything from Vitality.
เล่นบิมสโตน
Talk about coming out swinging.
เนี่ยเลส
They're looking pretty
เลสแม่งเป็นคนตลก
We're
จัด
seeing
อะ
some
ทำไม
early
พี่
pieces of aggression.
Ow.
So early
Ow.
rounds, they go forwards, they take some kind of space, and then we've
ไม่
seen
มันตลก
round
จริง
1 and 2,
กำลังร
they
ออยู่
slow things down and they wait
มันตลกจริง
for
มัน
the
ตล
action
ก
from T1.
มันเกรียนอะ
This, I think, is
พี่
showcasing
เคยเจอ
the
เขา
experience
ตัว
of
จริ
the
งใช่ไหม
squad.
อะไร
I
นะ
don't think it's
พี่
right
เคยเจอ
to
เขา
think
ตัวจริง
about
ใช่
this
ไหม
team as being heavily microed by Safe as the IGL.
คุยแรก
He's in charge,
พี่ได้ใกล้
he's
ชิ
the
ดไอดอล
leader,
ผมเลยเหรอ
but there is such a
Oh.
wealth of
เอา
experience
ง่ายๆคือ
and vocal players on the team as well. For him to
เขามี
rely
มุกไหมตลก
Star players like that.
ไม่น่า
Oh.
เป็น
เขาไม่น่านะพี่
Talking about Buzz versus
มันดูไม่ค่อยพูดแต่มันดูแบบ
Yeah,
เหมือน
that's
มายิงอย่างเดียว
incredible.
เวลามาแข่ง
They've
พี่
been
แต่มัน
to
แบบ
global events.
มันคุยเล่นกันฮาจัดอะ
9 times before representing Fnatic and DRX. And
ตอนแรกผ
now
ม
they're
พี่
here
เล่น
for
ผม
the
ก็เลยพี่
10th
ผม
time. Jerseys representing
คือทุก
Vitality
คนรอ
and
ฟัง
T1.
อยู่
It's an
กำลังรอ
amazing
กลางเลย
historic
อ่ะ
rivalry
แล้ว
that
ถาม
we're
ว่า
now
ยังไง
seeing
พี่
new
พี่กล้า
colours.
บอกอ้าว
Here's this push out through tree. This is something that T1
คา
love
ดหวังนิ
doing
ดนึงเมื่อกี้
as a reaction of A pressure.
They're going to be meeting
นึกว่าชงใช่ไหม
players though as well. Straight across the ropes, that is reinforcements arriving, but Buzz has already taken off the head of Trex. The squeeze is occurring right from behind the Stimmy to try and push this forward. Vitality.
มาแล้วครับ
If they can stem the bleed in and stack some Buzz alongside of
Nade,
Salvos
พื่อน Nade.
around. This is an awkward and tricky
เห็นแล้วปะล่ะ
spot for Vitality to be in, and how are they going to be surviving it? They're not.
โอ้โหวิ่งมาให้เล่นแบบ
อุ้ย
ว่า
เสียงดังเสียงดัง
Pincer maneuvers by T1. Wins it out with 2 of the players surviving. That's Buzz and Stacks.
Really important there that Trex ended up going down too. T1 took fights. That little push, the duo push out through tree is something that a lot of the Pacific teams have been doing. Based on a reaction, you hear noise elsewhere on the map and you just double up and walk out. It's unexpected. Normally you expect the B players to be hard anchoring, and then this time Trex falls defending halls and it becomes a full crunch. A beautiful round, right when they needed it.
Yeah. Early pressure into A main.
Looked like Vitality wanted to go quickly, but they were cancelled out there. Itsu using the salvos, maintaining some halls control. And Meteor may end up getting tested here for the first time in his anchor position on B. He used to play Cypher on this map, and he used to be immaculate at working around the cages. I don't know how he's going to be able to stay safe in these spots. I assume Carpe is going to be throwing smokes for him to play around.
Doesn't really have the luxury of those cages, as you
เดี๋ยว
mentioned.
ไม่ดีโอปกติมันใช้ปืนนี้หรอ
Carpe,
ไม่ใช่เหรอ
controller.
ดูไม่ทันนะ
Talking
พี่
about Josh as
กินแล้
well.
ว
By the
Kin
way,
dab
take a
อะ
look at the north side here. Itsu has walked fully
อัน
out of
ใหญ่ๆ
the
อะ
and might actually find them
ใช่ไหม
all in tunnel.
He's
เล่
gonna
น
be
ใช้
getting
ฟอ
a
ร์ซาเคน
clash
กับแชมเปี้ยน
soon
นะ
enough.
ที่ยิงเยอะ
If he's not too careful, this peak needs to be
โอ้โห
disciplined and diligent. But speaking of
Numbing.
disciplined, diligent, noise and chaos is
Ow.
created. Perfect timing for the
Numbing
peak
nga.
of Izu.
เฮือ
Safe to be approved. Players
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
side Vitality.
เอาเหลือ2 คนเฉย
ไม่เอาสักหนึ่งเลยเหรอ
35 players left to stand. Less and Kids can't really
ใคร
do
ไม่
much
ล็อก
in
ให้
this
เดิร์ก
spot.
เลยเหรอ
เอเชียเกมหมดครับ
Rolling down to a save.
เดิร์ก
And
พี
that's
ไม่
now
ได้ออก
2
พี
rounds
ไม่
in
ยิ
a
ง
row
ง่าย
that
ๆเลยอ่ะ
T1 have found a mid-round timing to push out. In round 3, they pushed out Tree. This round, Isu realizes there's no pressure over towards Dish, takes tons of space, control, information, and then a good teamwork play, just to ping-pong off each other over at Arcade.
Cast your minds back as well. Vitality, it's a team that we haven't seen bleed too much, but the closest they came to it was the grand finals of EMEA kickoff. That Team Liquid playstyle, a lot of contacting, trying to find the gaps in the play.
อุ้ย
No guns surviving.
That is
Don't take
rough
any.
for Vitality. If
Oh,
they kept a
good
couple
day.
weapons,
เอาแล้วไง
maybe this round
Good
could have
day.
been dangerous still, but there's barely going to be any stings.
มันยังไม่มีใครออกมาเลยเมื่อกี้
It's just such nice teamwork from Meteor and
ไม่
Isu.
ได้ออกพีคเลยได้
Isu's
จบแล้ว
communicating
หนู
that
เล่น
he's
บ้าง
got
เลย
the hunt on them, he's got the timing, and Meteor's like, all right, hold on, let me play you in. And And that's a frame perfect kill at the end there onto less. Safe.
เขาบอกว่าถ้าเลือกวิทแล้วจะถึกขึ้นไหมถ้าอัพสติงก็จะตีแรงขึ้น
The weaker by themselves. Molly going to be landing onto the staircase of tower. Going to be applying
บาดแนวสเตตัส
now. We ask question, how was Meteor going to be surviving against most of this? And how did he survive against that? Showstopper into the back wall. Plus does well enough, at least a trade and a steel garden. Lay it down on top. Put a pause into the play, but still garden. They're only working with pistols anyway. Still Meteor steps forward.
ที่โอ้เล่นกับสโม
Plays
กเก่
the
ง
angle. Back to the site
เปิด
now.
ประจำเลยมึง
Watchful eye on
Faker.
the two players left to stand against it. Safe gets that trade off, but he's pretty much isolated. Not able to get a rifle in that spot.
Isu's pushed out Arcade again, or pushed out Dish rather, and about to arrive at Arcade. He'll meet Trex underneath. I mean, this is a terrible fight to take with the Stinger.
Yeah.
มันโดนคุมแมปเลยนะ
Highly
Vitality
favored.
อ่ะ
Away and finally. Bullet landed to the brain.
ก็เห็นเขาบอกว่าเจนจีจะเอาลาเกียกลับมาแต่ลาเกียไม่เล่นแล้ว
Really an impossibility for Safe at this point.
เขามาแทนใครอ่ะ
Into tower.
ก็ที่มีข่าวฟ็อกซี่อะ
Tiny gap that Carpe's got to play in. But there's no shot for Safe.
ว่าต้องเอาโยแมนออกแล้วกัน
ซ้อมทีมไม่เพื่อนมันซ้อมทีมอยู่แล้วก็
But even so, there's so many ultimates
Proxy
around this
กด
map.
แรง
At
กั
this
บอัน
point,
นี้
I
อยู่
think
RB
actually it's just an opportunity for the rest of the team to be thinking about what's been going wrong in these
เข้า
last
ปั้น
three
เลย
rounds.
เออมันจะเอาออก
There
ทำไม
you go.
Okay.
Does manage to
เฮ้ย
get the
หู
kill.
ยิง
อุ้ยอย่าประมาทได้หมอนี่
Time soon though.
No. No, the round is
อ๋อเจน
definitely
จีออก
still
ส
an
อง
impossibility.
โยแหม่งก็ไม่ได้
Doesn't
ซ้อ
matter
ม
how
ล่า
well
สุด
he
อะ
plays this
อ้าว
situation. 3-2. And considering how very, very clean the first couple of rounds were,
แป๊บนึงนะ
Secret
เริ่มซ้อมไหนนะ
กล้าไปแบบว่าพูดเกาหลีรู้เลยตอนสั่ง
Is what Vitality need to focus on. They need to be able to control the timings so that when Isu pushes out Dish, or if Meteor and Carpe push out Tree, they get
ไม่ได้
caught. If Vitality end up losing this round, I think we're going to see a tactical timeout coming out.
เอาวะถูกใจกดไลค์ไปหนึ่งที
Major
สำหรับบัต
ultimates at work here.
Yeah, they really are.
Smoke's down.
You fault line nice and early here. Dirk wants to take some space off the back of it. See if he can pave the way.
อย่าบอกนะว่าเอเชียคลองหมดวะพี่
Torb given up.
รอบชิงทีวันเดียเอ็กไง
ไม่รอบชิง
The break on the flash there as well. They knew where Meteor had been putting it. And here's that double
อีทู
push again.
อยากนั่งตุกๆเลย
Meteor, Carpe.
สรุป G2 โดน TE นี่คือไปแล้วนะ
Action to using Arcade.
พังอ่ะผมบอกไม่เหลือแล้วนะ
Pushed back and posture though by that flash.
And leaving
ทีนี่พี่ไก่เขาเดือดด้วย
into tower, which is a really unusual defensive setup.
T1 are just rumbling across the map here. They're trying to follow these sound cues.
Isu's been so isolated, but it's such a weird position to have a defensive tail in. I wonder if Vitality even think about this.
And Carpe's already found an
โอ้
opening.
เด้อ
Smokes.
มองรัวๆเลยวะ
Some bit of safety, but with the salvos, yeah, pushed out into the open. So pick your poison situation for Izu.
Ui.
Kicks up onto the side, whips it around. Carpe attempt to try and push them back. Once more, that aftershock is just a bit delayed. The wraparound by Buzz needs to find value. Sees it. Back to the side, shoulder beacon out, and there's the one. Nade rebounds. He's hoping to isolate a fight. Now he's got the ult into his hands at that rocket. Let's see what he can get done.
Oh,
With
let me
it.
do it again.
Showstopper. Just a bit of tickle damage, and Les was tucked to the corner himself. Snappy. Meteor. Doing quite a bit there. Time is still going to be ticking, and the aftershock was had to be expended nice and early here. And getting a move on. Up onto the site. Damage has been done to Trex here, but a Rolling Thunder is that immediate insurance policy. Buying that time, a window of opportunity, and Trex right from behind. 3-3.
And a good one to get on the board for Vitality. Like I said, they needed that. Their economy was going to get broken if they lost it. They were looking like they're losing control of the game at that point too. What went on up here?
Just forced into it.
Yeah, just forced slightly into that little sight line there. It was a really strange position to be holding, honestly, from Itsu. But he'd done a good job in previous
มัน
rounds.
ดอมโมเมนต์ดีกว่าเมื่อกี้ยิงเขาเหลือ
Push
10
out on defense. Oh, a bit of frustration there from
เป็นทอม
Stacks too.
เป็นทอมไก่
Looks like a beast split, yeah, from Vitality.
แล้วก็โดนก็ยิงสเปรย์ตายห่าไป
It's going to be slowing down this approach. The reaction from
Here's the
Izu,
push.
There's no way you're taking this peak alone. Jump spot. Oh my
อุ๊ย
god.
เอ้า
Just spotting the player, but you don't want to go for this, do you?
They could actually accelerate there. If the Vitality players were quick enough, they could have trapped him with less or Safe's ult.
Well, fight occurring. Down into tunnel, I believe. Quick trade though, evens it out. 4 versus 4, up towards drop now, and Izu is in a bit of trouble. It's a good stun.
โอ้โหโคตรพัง โอ้โห ไอ้สตันแม่งยังโหด
Sure work of his opponents, and that's a spike drop down in his lap. Less be forced to salvage the situation. Rapid on it. Only a second, Buzz reveals the position.
จริง
2 straight bullets, and right into the open arms are safe. So 1-2 combo, but a lot to overcome still if you are Vitality. Ults, thinking about it.
Carpe has to just play his life here. Wait, what are they going for?
They're committing it,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
โอ้โหไล่สุด
Clear out this space on top of it, but right from behind, Carpe ends up losing the fight. Armageddon now, offloaded. This is looking manic. Even a moment at their feet, but already the players are up and ahead of all of this here. The Armageddon is going to be pushing them forwards, and a volley as
โอ้
well.
มันจ่ายกันขนาดนั้นหรอ
Tiniest of windows.
มันจะไปเอาบอมด้วยนะ แล้วแบบ
On just 30 health.
กระโดดขึ้นมาตายหมดนะนะอย่างนั้นต้องโดดแล้วโคตรเสียเปรียบอ่ะ
Even possible. They'd have to jump
แล้วโดด
โดดไงอ่ะ
unholy
Shot.
shot.
Combo, but again,
ไม่ทันดิ
the spike.
เอาโดนตันอีก
This is
ตันอีก
dropped
โอ้
off
โห
into their faces.
ไป
Only 4 seconds left. They need this kill. An easy
เฮ้ย
goal.
เดี๋ยว
Give
ส
the
ลิง
man
สลิงไปแล้ว
Get the hell out of this one. And he wins the round out.
จ่ายสุด
Yeah, we're going to see a round like that again, I'm telling you.
That is a ludicrous round. That one is absolutely bonkers, but it is so fitting that it's Isu who
Oh,
stays
bomb
alive in the
รื่อง
red
ใหญ่
ball
จัด
clutch because he has all of the credit for setting that situation up in the first place. These fights, skirmishes over towards tunnel, almost inconsequential when you see what he's able to do there, utilizing the stun and the kill on the kicks as well, denying the trade that was going to come through.
ใช่เหรอพี่
At
แต่
the moment, by the way, it bears
มันไม่เคย
mentioning
เจอ
that
ของใหม่
Durka
ไง
is having a very rough game on
ถ้า
the
เจอในโซน
entrance.
มันเอาอยู่
Almost
นะ
every single time that Durka is trying to get his way into a site or into an area, he's getting hit by something, whether it be a stun like in that
Vitality ที่เรา
round,
ดู
just getting killed by a player in an unexpected location,
คนละ
and
ฟี
it's
ลเลยอะ
currently 3 and 6.
ตอนมันแข่งแต่อีมีเหมือนแกล้งเด็กอ่ะ
แต่มันโดนไป 2-0 กันนะ มันอาจจะกลับมาก็ได้นะ เหมือนเครื่องยังไม่ติด
โค้ชไวตาลิตี้เหมือนแบบนักกล้ามเลยอะเหมือน
มันเทรนเนอร์
WWE อะเหมือนเทรนเนอร์เหมือนพวกเล่น MMA อ่ะ
แล้วดูหุ่นแต่ละคนดิมันใส่เป็นเทรนเนอร์ไปด้วย
Somebody to throw a wrench into the plans.
เฮ้ยบีดนี่เป็นไพเราะจริง
Aggressive, off rip. And the fan
ๆ เดินยังไม่ตื่นเลยพี่มงรัวๆเลย
Vitality are trying to craft
Last
the
minute.
right setup to get themselves back on the board. It's worth hit with a haymaker.
That was going to be used to try and take that side control. Now we know no pushback from T1. It's going to be that
B-side with it.
setup, including the flash onto the side of
B-side.
through main. And deep push through the north side as well, so that couldn't squeeze on any potential player. Meteor feeling pressure. That flash is good with the connection at least, but trying to isolate this fight down towards Sand and main. This is brave from him, but he's received the backup. Team's alongside him, and while this is going on, all that noise pressure, Trex might be just working his way into the B side. They're going to be committing the plant though, so not going to go for this one, at least with their own. T1 want to try and flood into this. Tucked into the side, is there any defense in?
เดี๋ยวเอาทำไมไม่ดูอ่ะ
เฮ้ยมาแล้วต้องพักหน่อย
I said he had to come alive, but they breach onto him.
ไม่ได้ เฮ้ย
เอส
เฉยเลย
เอ้ยต้องพักหน่อย
It's an ace from Durka, man. His whole team smoked off. He didn't give a
ที่โดน
damn.
ทุกอย่างในบอล
กำลังงงอยู่ว่า
How have they
คนแรก
breach onto him
มันไม่
as
เลน
he's
มันโหดครับ
planting
เลน
and
ประสบ
allowed him
การณ์
to
เยอะ
ace?
คม
Buzz
Opa.
is frolicking through the meadows there.
มันกดวางไปแล้วตอนแรกอ่ะ
They heard the
เพื่อนไม่
plant
บอก
noise
It's absurd.
and breach onto the site. Are you not gonna look?
ตื่นเลยวะ
We are having some insane rounds here. I'll tell you what, Vitality needed that one, didn't they? That's got them straight back into things. T1 are now on an eco round.
Durka's earned the ult up. Hello. Gonna get that flash and players into his face. What a skirmish. A classic right click. Tremendous value to be had. Buzz is right there with him though. Rifle into the hand. Tries to whip it out, but it's traded in time. 3 versus 3.
อุ้ยมันโคตรกูดีโคตรเลย
Weaker by a T1, so maybe not quite the exchange that Vitality were looking for, but cut noise. Now is the time for a bit of discipline from Vitality.
The question is, Do you defend these guns, or do you try to find the gap and get a plant down?
Vitality want a bit more map control. It's a deep flash to try and take control of sand. Not willing to give up main control, as you mentioned.
Carpe uses his final smoke. That's going to allow this crossfire to still exist. Getting up really close with the classics.
Line kicks forwards, Meteor and Stacks together, trying to combine their might. One to the side, just one left to survive. Meteor, not long for the world there.
ไอ้ที่ยิงเสร็จแล้ววิ่งเข้าสโมกใช่ไหมปั่นป่วนเลยนะ
Set up to try to defend it. Almost a thrifty, but Kicks comes through. Perhaps we'll get.
นั่นแหละเข้าหัวด้วย
But I doubt it. Rifles back online for round 10. Remember, what's worked for T1 so far is having Vitality pressure one side of the map and then getting a good push out in a different location. And when the sides swap, that's exactly what Vitality themselves are going to do on defense. My eyes are on Itsu again, because look, he's droning out through Dish. He's going to see that all of this is safe.
Watched by Lesson, broken. Oh, not quite broken, just expires. Lesson out, taking the ropes to the south side. They're pinging it out. They're aware of the fact that Itsu has just been exploiting the Dish push.
Yeah, and the question is he going to go for it? How long do you wait to see if he goes for that push and try to bait it out? Applying a little bit of pressure now over towards the south side as well, as Safe took the ropes. Now Les goes back with the spike over to the north side as well.
A hell of a time.
Kicks has made sure that this is safe.
Carpe going exploring, but he might be walking right into the crossfire, but stays his hand. You're going to need steady aim for what's coming up here. Steel Garden overlaid on top. A lot of util now, putting the pressure down over towards Arcade. There's that molly at the feet alongside the smoke, so Carpe was ready for it, at least to a degree, but how long are you going to be able to at least survive? Not that long, they're still up and towards Heaven, and this angle, Meteor, rifle in hand! Oh my god! Beautiful work from him.
Here's Itsu.
On high, easy from...
Hey!
Get there, Les. Peekaboo. Stacks his time to shine. Him alongside Buzz.
เชี่ยนี่มันหนังอร่อย
Made this very awkward indeed. Les. Just one man, 28 health. Very difficult spot.
He's worried about Buzz coming from the street. Buzz has gone through tunnel to Arcade. Great flank.
Not a discipline on show.
ตรงจะโดนนะ
The spam aftershock, and now there's no time to work with. Buzz knows it. Time to hide.
เลนแม่งโหดว่ะ
โหดจัด
Decent try by Les.
เกือบคัดเลย
Turn around for him.
หมุนกดรี
พอร์ตโก
หมุน
ไม่
อีกรอบ
มาด้วย
กดอีก
Yeah. They
โอเค
also bite.
รีเฟรชแม่งแล้วหมุนอีก
มันน่าจะค้างไอ้นี่วะน่าจะเน็ตแล้วนะเรียกถ่ายเหมือนช่องเขาหมุนอยู่อะ
Can catch them. At the moment, though, T1 are finding perfect timings.
Vitality just struggling to get past this smoke, but maybe brute forces
Oi.
to fall. But oh
โอ้โห
my!
เฮ้ยหมุนอีก
ยุ่งแล้วไปยูทูบกันเลยตอนนี้เนี่ยโอ้ย
หมุนไอ้เชี่ยเปิดมาทีเหลือคนเดียว
ผมน่ะ
ไปยูทูบกัน
To the side.
คาเป้ไปฟรีครับ
แม่งหมุนพวงมาอีกทีเอ้าไอ้เปิด YouTube แล้วเปิดช่อง Cigarette ได้ป่ะ
He was working as a strategic coach for the team
Oh,
at the beginning of
เขาดูอะไร
kickoff. But when you watch what he's doing, I mean, look at this. The judge damage and then the swap over to the classic as well. It's so cerebral. Like, he's actually just playing these situations so superbly.
VALORANT ประกาศ
And a great read.
ปล่อยตัวแบนและกูเนอร์
Through earlier. Vitality changed things up. They have an orbital strike to work
ไม่ได้
with.
นำเลย
They're
วะ
looking to take all.
Trying to take control of this one.
ล็อกอีกแล้วยังไม่ทันอ่าน
To the corner, and Buzz has just absolutely destroyed and dominated that position.
แต่ด่านนี้ต้องด่านบุกป่ะ
To sneak himself in, but that nade somehow gets the kill. It's going to be Buzz with the ult tap, and my god, man! He just worked him into neutral.
I have the spike.
Trex forced to cower into the corner. It's a 1v5. Maybe you can hope and pray that they line up for you, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely, and it's not happening. 7-5 here for T1. They've turned up here to Bangkok.
After Vitality got group.
เกาหลีชิงกันเองจริงเหรอวะเนี่ย
นับเวียนระหว่างฮาล์ฟไทม์ทารอนประกาศปล่อยตัว2ผู้เล่นต่างชาติแล้วตามคาดครับ59 58 57 56 55
ใช่เหรอพี่ทำไมผม51วะ
ได้เหรอ
เดี๋ยวผมนับให้49 48 47อันนี้ผม F5 แล้วนะ45 44
เร่งสปีด
43 42 41 40 39 38 7 36 35 34 33 32
โอเค
30คุณกิตอะเป๊ะเลยอ้าว
อันนี้หลับ ด่านบุกแบบบุกจริงๆครับ ถ้าไม่นับบีทแมปบ้าอะไรลูกแก้ว4 ลูกไซวิทแม่งโคตรเยอะ ไม่เขาเอาแบรนด์กูเวอร์เนอร์ออกแล้วก็เอาเจแจ๊ดกับไอ้ฟอร์ดเข้า
เวลายังไม่มาตอนนี้
That he was looking for.
เท่าไหร่พี่39
Buzz is going to be
ถูก37
เฮ้ย
36
ทำไมแม่น
ทำ
จั
ไม
ง
เราทำได้อะ
anticipating some serious action on the attack.
Les is lucky to be alive. Zipping across the ropes here, trying to contain various levels of it. T1's default looks like they've got the walls just in
บอกว่า
case.
ที่ทารอนเอาเพลเยอร์2 คนออกแล้วเนตตี้เข้าลงเล่น
So they're aware of that being a
What the hell
gap with a way to
ไม่น่าใช่นะ
And T1 on their
ไม่ใช่
attack
เหรอ
sides, at least in Pacific Kickoff,
ภาพมันหลุดมาหมดแล้ว
playing really defaulty kind of styles. Not too many of these instant off the barrier splits and execs. Fighting holes here though.
And it's a fight
Oi.
that goes away.
เดินมาฟูดวงอีกแล้ว
Cut to the corner to salvage
Sweet.
someone in the direction, and he's got
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
อุ้ย
Picks
สวัส
arriving
ดีครับผ
onto
ม
the scene just in time.
Is there any awareness that Isu is taking position towards Dish?
ไอ้เต้รู้ยังพี่บ้านไปแล้วด้วย
Left with the job at 25 HP of covering the B site on his own.
ไปกับกวน
Thankfully, there's nobody from T1 prodding
ที่
him.
ไทยล้วนเหรอเนี่ย
You've got the
ไทยล้วนครับ
in place.
ว้าวก็คือพี่เอ๋ยกับก้านั่นเองที่จะมา
ได้
เข้า
เดี๋ยวจะเริ่มซ้อม
ไม่พี่เอาจริงๆนะ มีอยู่ในนี้แหละคนนึงอะตัว KN อะไรสักอย่างเนี่ย
เฮ้ย
ว่างงาน
เอ้ยใช่เหรอ โอ้โหทำเป็นเงียบไปเนี่ย
Level of it, but Stacks is way ahead of the curve, and
เฮ้ย
still
แตก
almost single-handedly
Tag.
there. Looks like the trade wasn't even ready in time. It
ตัว
doesn't
คัดครับ
matter.
ตัวคัด
Barrels over these players.
โอ้
Leaves
แต่
it
เลือ
to
ดน้อยไปหน่อย
Less, as we said. Poor Less, 25 HP.
น่าจะไม่ใช่วันนี้ที่จะ
Beginning of
คัด
this round. Got it all to do. Now
พี่เอ๋ยให้กำลังใจหน่อย
พี่แจ็คโชว์
โอ้โห
แจ็คโตจริง
กำลังจะออกเสียงที่ก็ตายแล้วเนี่ยดูเลือดดิ
Pistol.
เดี๋ยวดู
Looking all T1.
โอ้ดูรอตันรอคอนแทค
ตันด้วยดิ
เออ
มันฟอร์ทีมจัดไอ้
Players
หมอนี่
contact looks like
เล่นไม่สนคิว
Isu sees signs of
เล่
life.
นไม่สนคิว
Give it out from on high.
เฮ้ยเทสปอย
เสียง
ถึ
ใน
ง
โอ้ยโกนมาก่อน
เสียงจากไมค์ผมเข้าพี่บ้านอยู่ใกล้
เอาเหรอ
จะเวทีอยู่ข้างหลังมั่นสกรีนพี่เลยนะ
อันนี้ดูในม่วงหรือแดงเดินมาเจอกันไหมพี่
ดูไอ้แดง
เดินออกมาเจอเลย
Nice map for this EMEA super team. I mean, I say EMEA. They're not. They're a global super team, essentially, right? With less coming over. But it's one where they can spread out. In theory, it lets them rely on that quality of their roster.
อย่างนั้นก็โดนเหรอ
The jewels around the map. But we've seen T1 running things.
Momentum is there. They're feeling fired up. Deep Molly, nade up and over. Run alongside it. Trex realizes that he has to give up control of the site here. There's no holding against most of this
โอ้
one.
ซื้อ
So
แฟนทอม
open
มา
access and it will be
เยี่ยมวิดีโอแบบ
no likelihood, an open plant.
ใช้แค่
That's
โค้ด
actually
ก็
a
พอ
really
พวก
nice
วาริลิตี้
nade
อ่ะ
from Buzz. It pops super high in the air
โอ้โห
and it breaks that
เอ
normal
อ
high-low setup that you would get from the guy behind the box and the person in tower. So combining that with the Tejo drone, a beautiful idea.
ทำไมแผนโควต้าเนี่ย
โซสตรองจังวะ
Done their homework.
จริง
My God
Very drilled.
มันนี่ไง VCT Pacific Korea
Essentially impeccable. Fault line. Anything to try and supplement this push as well with the classics in hand. And
Spray control.
Buzz will make sure to shut it down before it even gets started.
โหดทุกทีม
He's been on fire today, hasn't he? He
Yes.
always comes out with big performances, I feel, at these international events. I think Zen could,
อ่า
Zen could also
ไม่มี
be
ที่
set
ยืน
for
แล้วครับ
Durka,
เดิร์ก
but he's in a very sad position.
Accidentally right click.
You still
มันซื้อเลยเหรอเดี๋ยวแบบเผื่อมีคนเดินมาไม่เช็ค
They knew he was there, flushed him out, and they're going to be looking to hunt down these players as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully not giving up too much into the process, and indeed,
Oh.
they won't. A lot of guns surviving here for T1.
ขาเป๋
Yeah, those 3 rifles, 2 bulldogs and a phantom that they managed to keep in.
ฝาก
It's
น้ำมัน
ไป
ห
แล้
นะ
ว
ครับพี่
pretty lovely here.
ยังไม่มีเวลาเลย
See if they have some kind of set play.
ยังเป็นสไปร์อยู่เลย
They managed to win a bonus. They've essentially just taken the map already.
ได้เลยถ้า
It
มี
would
เว
be
ลา
such
ฝาก
a
น้ำหนักครับ
monumental comeback that Vitality would have to pull off. So this is a great chance for T1 to stamp their authority over the
สิบ
series.
เก้า
early.
แปด
Look at that.
เจ็ด
Across the board. It's a
หก
เกต
dangerous
แลกกัน
fight
อยู่หรือ
for
เปล่า
5
Vitality
ยุโรป
against their
สี่
bonus.
สามสอง
ต่อเนื่อง
หนึ่ง
So going for a 4-1. This is what we've seen
สาม
from
เก้า
T1 a
สาม
lot
แป
on
ด
this
สาม
map.
เจ็ด
And they normally start off
สามห้า
a little prod
ครับ
and
สี่
then slow the pace down. But this one may, I suppose, end up going into B.
น่าจะเจ็ดแหลกตั้งแต่เซนติเนลเมื่อวาน
You have to bait out the vice wall, and it's
ต้อ
a
งรอ
dangerous
กาทิต
wall to bait.
เกตแลกกันอยู่ตอนนี้
Using the salvos there to try to break some of the thorns.
Just in case they were
Oh,
placed.
oh,
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 my goodness,
oh.
what the hell happened there?
That's a bizarre one. I mean,
Yeah.
no
แล้วไม่
stun
มี
came
สโมก
out,
แล้ว
so
หนึ่
I'm
ง
not really sure how Carpe got caught by that.
They're dropping anyway. Meteor looking to contain. Hold some ground out towards Arcade.
And T1 decided to go back into halls.
No drone though for this reclear.
This is where Durka got timinged before, though, right? He took a step forwards. Was kind of not caught on the angle. They're in fact pinging the exact off angle he's playing on.
Oh yeah, and the fault line is
เดิน
perfect.
เก้ปกติมันจะเล่นไอ้นี่ไม่เหรอไอ้เวนดอล
Kicks trying to help them out.
กิดป๊อปของมันอ่ะมันเปลี่ยนไปเล่นแฟนทอมแล้ว
Players, there's 45 seconds left in the round for T1 to work with.
Penny Kong,
Penny
Penny
Kong
Kong.
once again.
And no information for Vitality towards Dish. Last time Trex just hopped
แต่
up
สู้
here
แฟนทอม
and
เกาหลี
fed
ไม่ได้หรอก
kill very
Phantom
easily
Ghibli.
for the lap of Isu.
Here's the util again. Goal of it trying to flush them out, but it's
Big.
to the ground. Aftershock alongside it. A lot of tools you're going to be using to try and block them out of position. Kicks with a
เฮ้ย
reposition.
เฮ้ย
เอาไม่
Trying
ได้
to
ครับ
dominate, control, hard anchor spots. Being held down. Vitality have got the read that this is going to be potentially and probably most likely landing over towards A now. Showing signs of life. Meteor with a drop down. It's perfect timing at that, but time
แล้วคอร์ส
is
ไฟกัน
running
อยู่
short. It's
คอ
only
ร์สกัน
9
สนุก
seconds.
เลยไม่มีสโมกอ่ะ
อุ้ย
Decided to squeeze from every single direction.
เข้าไม่ได้จริง
It's all navigated.
ไม่มีสโมกสนุกเลยอะ
That's an immaculate defensive round there from Vitality. Just a masterclass in terms of how to set up crossfires on the site. As soon as the stun came through, and that early player was pressured, Durka swings on site. And then when Durka's under a little bit of pressure, Les swings out from his position in link.
โดนยิงสโล
Oh, he got bullet tagged. He got slightly bullet tagged by a little bit of spam there, and that's what caught Carpe at the beginning. It's rough, because obviously, for example, Les's position would be smoked off had Carpe
พี่เอไปงานวัน
survived.
ไหนครับ
ไป27
So showcasing the
กับ
crossfires that the Smokes player couldn't
เฮ้ย
cut.
อันนี้คือเขาให้บอกได้แล้วเหรอ
For
พี่
push out
อ๋อ
Dish.
พี่เป็นเดิน
This
เล่
is
น
what they were doing
อะไรนะ
tons.
ไปอยู่แล้วไปดู
To be able to win
ไปดู
in EMEA
ได้
and lift the trophy just after the super team had been
เขา
formed.
บอก
They were
เขาบอก
pushing
ผมว่า
out.
แบบ
Contact Dish
Constantly.
players
เฮ้ย
on
เขาบอก
site.
อะไรอ่ะ
Exactly.
I haven't said that.
เขาบอกผมว่าแบบ
They're going back over to clear halls.
ก็บอกผมว่าแบบ
Maybe expecting T1 to go into a B exec that didn't
Ui.
happen.
ลุ้น
รอลุ้นอยู่เนี่ย
เขาบอกผมว่าแบบ
แล้วพี่เออย่างโลกมาก
Potentially as the barriers go down at the beginning of almost every round, just to try and plug up that potential gap.
You don't really want to push Dish until Trex's wall is tripped, in my opinion, because it could be a fake until then.
A handshake at a util, so I thought Vitality were going to go separate ways, but they want to go for exploration. Contacted up.
I think they've got a great read now that it's looking to end towards B. Durka's got great info in halls.
เมื่อวานคู่แรกมัน
Does
โคตรมัน
Carpe
เลย
save this ultimate
มันจัด
for some kind of post plant?
ทีมลิควิด
Contact here. Might pull a couple of players back to try and help him out. At least from Vitality's side. That's the goal of things, but with Izu dropping now and there's a wall into the face as well. Wait a minute! But can't land that shot. Right into the face of kicks
มัน
there.
อุ้ยเอ้า
Just to wrangle that
เฮ้ย
rifle
ผม
cap
บ้าจัด
into the corner. What the hell happened there? With rid of that,
แล้วไม่โดน
not
เฉย
too sure. Doesn't matter anyway.
ยังไง
Cleaned up at the end of the day.
ตอนนี้เริ่มปรับเวลาได้แล้ว
T1 are living or dying based on whether or not they can push Durka away from holes. And it feels like he's starting to get into the rhythm of things, actually. I was pretty critical
เวลามันปรับกันเรียลไทม์อย่างนี้ได้เลย
despite the fact that he had 9 kills at the end. But here on defense, you know, we've played 4 rounds, he has 4 kills, he's been able to hold down holes most of the time really effectively. You see here that he's able to deal with Isu, and he's constantly re-pushing into that area with safe and regaining that information. And the info is just as important as the kills in that spot.
Oh my god, I got jump scared.
Yeah, and Buzz probably should have got the kill.
Weaker weaponry now for T1. They've been knocked down. Peg or two.
ยังไงเลส
So deep. Yeah, this guy is just taking liberties.
โอ้
He's
โดนว่ะ
in through the smoke. Arms out with a util.
Nice.
Guess what? He's not ready with a rifle in hand.
Jump scared
Oh,
again.
man, take it.
Trek's got to try and back himself away, but he's stunned up as well.
Oh.
Oh my god
อยู่ยังไงอะ
What a
โหด
combination.
จัด
Oh, what a strike just
กู
fries
ตาย
him.
ก็ได้
And now open side control. T1 with this plan. Need to hold this one down for the smokestone. They realize it. Up for the north side.
Look at this nice flash from Meteor.
Buzz taking this fight.
Oh, he played in front of the flash.
Ah, and
ได้
Durka
เจ็บ
wins
ได้
it.
เจ็บ
Cleans up one of the angles.
จะวีชิ้น
Okay, Util's into the hands. These timings are being found, and it's all T1. Less weakened, steps forwards, tries to take the challenge, leaves it down to safe, but
จบ
not
เล
long
ย
for the ward again. So T1 straight back at you.
โดนอีโค
And that's a sick read of a gap in the B defense for Vitality. That is Meteor showcasing why he's one of the best Sentinel Lurk players and has been, and got all of that experience from his time in Gen G when they were the best team of last year. He just managed to walk
ตอนนี้
through arcade.
พารอนน่าจะเป็นนี่เลย
Nobody
ครึ่งหนึ่งได้
caught
เป็น
even
เอ็ก
a
ก๊อต
glimpse
ละ
of him,
แก๊งเอ็ก
and he's
ก๊อต
on top of kicks. Rats in the walls, I think you said before.
I mean, that was Team Liquid yesterday.
เอ็กก๊อต4 คนเลยนี่หว่า
To try to deal with this, a fight over towards
Wait,
arcade.
I'm
Here he is with the showstopper.
Explosive! And it's an opening. Finally, Turk is going to be happy with that. But again, Meteor trying to find those gaps and the timings, the weakness in the defense. Vitality's not giving it up, though.
กล้าก
Eager
ระ
to
โด
take
ด
the
เลี้ย
fight
แบบ
and eager
ข้าง
to
ๆซ้าย
draw
ขวาเมื่อ
blood.
กี้เป็นไหมอะ
Putting a stop to this. Any funny business? Out
โอ้
towards
เบ
the
ล
B
เตอ
side.
ร์
Stacks is left isolated as the smoke to cross back.
So quick, the reaction from Vitality.
กล้ากระโด
They
ด
lose
กระโดด
one
เลี้ยซ้ายขวา
round
เป็นไหม
to that gap over towards B. They're like, okay, we're going to fill it
โดด
instantly
ซ้าย
with
ข
a
วาไม่
stack,
ผมโดดเป็นนาที
with an
เดียว
off, with a showstopper. Slightly overcompensating, perhaps, but it worked
โดดสูงอย่างเดี
perfectly.
ยวนะ
They limited T1 to only one
ที่โดด
round
ที่สูง
from
ที่สุด
that weakness, from that mistake. And they've also damaged the eco pretty heavily. We just caught a glimpse of it there, but Meteor and Buzz have barely got any money to work with. Durka having to fire that off just before it got cancelled by the Tejo.
What?
And then there's an off shot. Look at this buy.
It's all over the place. I
Look
was just
at this
staring at it, man.
buy.
Spectre, Sheriff, up and over the top with a nade rebounding. Here's the salvos alongside it. Durka going to be tickled by a lot of this, suppressed in the process, and a flash into your face as well. Showstopper now, offloaded by Buzz. Clears the way.
เสียงยิงกันเต็มเลย
Vitality scramble. Drone of their own as well. That's just an attempt to suppress
น่าจะ
it.
ยิงขวานะ
Buzz isn't able to step forward.
ลุง
ตอนแรก
ซิ่ง
คิดอยู่ว่ามันลิง
Boundary
ขวา
into
แน่
their
เลย
spawn, and Vitality set
มันลิง
themselves up
มันลิง
further
ขวา
now. They want to go
มันลิง
เล็งหรือยิงพี่มันลิง
มันลิงมันลิง
มันลิงไง
Versus E2. It's going to be
ลิ้นหัน
เล็ง
ไป
แล้ว
ก่อน
ยิงพร้อมกัน
Esu's
มันก็เลยเป็น
actually
ลิง
turned
ใช่ไหม
his back to it.
ใช่
Carpe,
Ling
trying
ding
to
ding le.
pick up the slack into that direction.
อุ้ยเนียน
This is crazy.
Clearance into the corner.
Nian.
Carpe's only got a sheriff to work with. They don't even realize that they've crossed these
Ow.
timings up. Still, it's a rolling thunder cuts it up. Trex finally wins it. Return of the fire happens again, but target control still maintained. T1 have got it for now. Can they hold on? Abundance of util,
Oh.
cacophony at that. Aftershock into the corner. Less.
ครึ่งแล้ว
Time to
ครึ่งแล้ว
half.
ครึ่ง
And
แล้ว
maybe that potential win con. Is it what Vitality
Ui.
needed?
Ui.
Rifle in hand. Safe wins it out. And a 1v2. Time ticking. Kicks. He's been bought that win
ไม่มี
con.
พลาด
It was paid for with blood. But it gets the job done for them, and so
ใกล้เข้ามา
Vitality
เรื่อยๆครับ
trying to scramble it back to an equalized game that we see here on Fracture.
That was a serious risk from T1. They decided we have the ultimates to be able to get in. It doesn't matter that we have weaker weaponry. We'll be able to win the post plant here. And because of Vitality being able to respond with their own, like, for example, the orbital strike, you get to see it there. The value that Les got from those players in tower, unexpected. And all of those weird wraparound timings through tunnel. Vitality come out on top. They're still in this game.
Money flowing for Vitality, as you said, still in this game.
And Trex has adjusted his wall. He's trying to make sure that Meteor can't lurk through Arcade. So even though they've got that triple stack over towards A and are leaving B a little weaker, the gap has been shut down.
Kicks. Shores to shut down the drone, so T1 now opting into a bit of contact plays, but flash repeat, Durka, rare whiffage. Missed that shot, still posted up though.
Not really fair for Buzz, is it? He's only got a Marshall.
Jump spot off Nate Diver, push them back in a way. There's a minute left into this round to work with. T1.
They've been doing a ton of these kind of rounds where they try to go 4 holes and 1 lurk through dish. And it has worked about 50-50.
Natural through, trying to swing and take the fight straight to them. The doors were open wide. And his kills flooded on either way, but still the weaponry is not ideal. Clicks, what the hell is he playing at?
ปืนชี้มันหายไปไหน
เอาแล้ว
อ๋อยิงก็มี
Weapons that only have 2 or 1 shot in them. It's a good job he didn't take a fight over there.
Little bit insane that's occurring here, and that operator was handed over to Buzz. 13 health. Flash forwards, dodges it with the timing. Missed the shot though, and that was a critical one. Good fight to win out for safety here. What's occurring there? Texas just bunny hopping into the site.
I do really like that. It's a great little team combo play to take the first contact with the jump, but Safe was already taking the fight. Safe was already taking the duel. Trex was jumping around. We are getting some chaotic moments in this game. And I think that's pretty important to think about, because Vitality, we have discussed them as being a super team. They obviously have players with huge amounts of experience, but they also have players that haven't been able to perform when they've got to big events sometimes. And I will be on this Vitality squad to look at how clean they look.
I mean, listen, the spirits seem high though.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like a fun game to play. They're
เพิ่มกำลังใจให้ทีวันก่อนตอนนี้พอตั้มต้องเอากำลังใจให้เพื่อนก่อน
Eco.
โอ้ฝืนจัดฝืนจัด
เอ้ย
ฝืน
ลืม
จัด
เปิดเสียง
To the side edge to avoid that stun,
เอา
but
จนได้
still, Carpe, yeah, unable to avoid that bullet. Less right behind him. Over the shoulder fire. It's lead raining down, and a 2-player advantage now for Vitality. They're not stopping this ball from rolling.
T1 realized that there was a stack over towards B. They're trying to react A, but it's a long way around. Trex has already got backup. Safe. Here to support.
Garden. He's pushed forwards. He's scared, I think, of being jumped on.
Yeah, it's a nice play, actually, because it just neutralizes what could have been a 3v2 attack. And now he's got extra reinforcements. Here comes Durka. And instead of being the weak side of the map, this is now the strong side. And T1, they've lost all information towards Tree, Arcade. They don't know if there's people about to crunch them.
Yeah, they're just scrambling at this point.
It's tough to play these kind of spots, but you have to take a risk, and I think the risk is going to be, don't worry about the flank too much, just see if we can run some kind of slow siege in the next 30 seconds.
From the looks of it, maybe.
30 seconds left.
Play positions, yeah.
It does feel like that at this point, doesn't it? Especially with Stacks having the spike all the way back here in spawn. It's, gutting, but probably, yeah, probably the right play. You look, they've got 3 rifles. There's very little point, I think, trying to do extra damage to Vitality's economy at this stage because we're getting to the...
It's booming.
Yeah, the tail... Well, we're also just getting to the tail end of the map.
I have missed Fracture, though.
It's a great map.
A lot of coin flip fights at the beginning.
Well, yeah, and I suppose you could call this one of them. But at the same time, when you have a coin flip fight, we normally mean it's anybody's to take. I think that certainly could have been T1's to take. And credit to Durka for having the composition in that situation to, even while stunned, still go for the op repick. He wasn't pushed away.
นี่ถ้าเราไปงานเราจะไปหาแนทแล้วไปหาตามหลังเวทีใช่ไหมน่าจะเลิกอยู่แถวนั้น
4-1 default where they go over towards B, try to draw a player A.
จะไปหาแนทต่อ
We've been seeing so often.
อยู่หลังงานอ่ะ
Vitality never really punished the north side player. They know that Meteor is lurking up here.
They've seen this war go down twice. Now looking to contact past this point.
It's tough though, because if you bait it out, you've just lost the timing. So what do? Triple push past it? That seems very committed.
Durka's just going to commit it.
He's got the blast packs to escape, so it's not the worst decision in the world.
Meteor. Okay. Gonna be regretting that one. Needed the info though, just to ensure that they weren't pushing up, but yeah, it's a bullet to the chest.
They also just haven't been doing that. It's really unexpected from Vitality, because that's the first time I remember them trying to push north side on a mid-round timing to punish Meteor.
Vitality are in full control, honestly. They have been this entire second half. Passing to the base. Armageddon, but there's that gap. Tiniest of margins. The Durka to just play around. He's a menace with his operator. He has been. The entirety of his half, but he's had it safe.
Safe.
Shuts him down.
อยู่เกมก็เปลี่ยน
Carpe, yeah.
Has he got a free one?
He's being hunted. He's being hunted.
Tragedy.
12 now for Vitality.
And what a resurgence in this half from Durka. I mean, he's just been on fire. 12 kills, currently sat at 21. Picking up kills, being the tip of the spear in so many spots, holding down holes with team support. He's been exactly what his team needs.
ไม่มีอ่ะเนี่ย
It's an event where honestly looking to cement himself at that GOAT status as well. Obviously up for debate to a certain degree, and it's not even the sole goal of Vitality.
สรุปพี่เอฟโดนว่าพี่เพลงเมื่อวาน
โดนหมดเลย
จริงเหรอ
พวกเพลงทำเอาอะ
ทำเอาอ่ะนะ
ใช่ทำเอาโดน
ดูช่องไทยหรือว่าช่องฝรั่ง
ช่องฝรั่ง
ถ้าดูช่องไทยจะโดนปะเขาบอกไม่โดน
ไม่โดน
จากอะไรวะ
มันก็ต้องโดน
Jorgamo and the rest of EDG are
ไม่มีอันติไหนแม่งไล่คนออกไซด์ได้ดีเท่าอันติโยรู้
guarded. Isolated from the rest of his team, but this time on the south side of the
มีประสิทธิภาพ
map. T1 going to run something quick.
ดูดิลองนึกภาพอันติคิวจอยอย่างเงี้ยแม่งก็จะต้องมีแบบว่าพวกแบบยืนอยู่เพื่อเอาเนียนเราเจออันติโยรู้นี่คือแม่งไปหมดอะได้อินโฟแบบ 100% ด้วยถ้าคนใช้แม่งไม่เมานะ
Away from orbital strike. If they give him the plant, that's a powerful post plant tool.
Smokes to cut them up. This point getting a bit of a read as well. There's been no re-clearance out towards A main. Vitality have full control of this one, so Les should be aware, but now he needs to step up to that challenge, and it was Trex the one who was really tested into this spot as well. Dominated. Went out that shot and just back himself away.
เก่งจังวะ
ยิงเลนไม่โดนเลยเมื่อกี้
Compromise out towards Jenny and Ralph on the
เฮ้ย
side. What a shot
เอ
from
อเก้
Durka. It's a showstopper.
กระบอกนี้มันเอาให้หลายวิน
Something
จัด
around the rifles. He's got one more satchel to play with, and this is
Malap,
it. They're going to be
Pun.
applying that pressure, turning up the heat. And
Yan
T1
tiit
are in trouble.
Isu, I think,
ระ
has
เบิด
got
เคลียร์หลัง
the
กล่อง
playmaker
เอาหนึ่ง
for
จุด
T1 right now. He's
โอ้
in tunnel.
It's perfect. Flushing them out wide.
Lưng.
There's less
Lên
to
lót.
steals that kill.
Lên
Down
hay
and
nạt chặt.
around. It's just
Ồ.
Isu. And Durka's already on the
Vàng.
defuse.
3 วิมี
Half-forward not planted for him.
แต่ก็ไม่ทัน
He's
อยู่
shot,
ดี
but he can't get there in time.
เรียบร้อย
Vitality.
โอ้แถม
Dominated
4
second
ครับ
half.
จี
To sail it away.
โอ้
พูดเดิร์กชัวร์จัดวันนี้
พอได้จับออฟนี่คือตื่นเลย พอได้เอ็ดเนี่ยตื่นยาวเลยงงทำไมทีวันน่าจะทำมาหรือเปล่าเฮ้ยแต่มันในวิทยาเมื่อกี้มันบอกไว้แล้วมันจะชนะ2-1ทีวันอะนิวเอเจนต์โชว์แมทคือตัวอะไรอะเทโจ เทโจมันเก่าแล้วดิเอเจนต์ตัวใหม่นี่ให้เดาคิดว่าจะเป็นโลเลย
ดูเอลิทพี่
คิดเหมือนกันเลย นี่กล้าเทรนเนอร์
เอนเนอร์จัด
ลุกมึงอย่างเทรนเนอร์เลย วันนี้ผมก็แค่พาลูกยิมมา เทรนบนเวทีอะครับผมก็ชนะได้ไงไม่รู้อะผมก็งงเหมือนกันครับจริงๆผมมาแบงคอกเนี่ยคือมาออกกำลังกายกันทั้งทีมครับไม่ได้มาแข่งเกมหรืออะไรอันนี้แข่งก็แค่แบบก็แค่งานแบบว่าอดิเรกครับแต่ชนะ
I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Achilles and Mimi. Oh, you gotta feel a little bit bad.
โจมันตัวล่าสุดแหละมันก็ไม่เก่าหรอกแต่มันก็ตัวใหม่มันใกล้จะออกอะเอ้ยเพิ่มค่าความถึกชื่อทีมมันก็เข้าด้วยนะมีโค้ดเป็นเทรนเนอร์ลูกทีมแบบกล้ามๆหน่อยแล้วก็ชื่อวิทย์คนไทยคุณ
But that second half was all about vitality. I wanted to look at one of the rounds that they brought out in this one.
รู้สึกว่าเพลงนี้มันโดนวะ
Hold on to A main control the entire time. This round started off as it almost they activate that trap play. Whoever it is, people are calling them a super team.
Me, yeah.
เอาจริงเดินก็เหมาะเป็นยิมเทรนเนอร์ ออตัมหน้าเหมือนใครวะผมนึกไม่ออกคนรู้จักผมสักคนเนี่ยสิ่งที่ลูกทีมของผมต้องการก็คือกำลังใจเพราะฉะนั้นผมไม่มีแผนอะไรนอกจากการให้กำลังใจต่อให้พวกเขาจะราวนำผมก็ให้กำลังใจไม่เหมือนเหมือนแค่ทรงผมอยู่ในวงการแอลหน้าคล้ายๆคนหนึ่งผมจำไม่ได้ใคร
They have a plan going.
HSK มี2 คนวะล่ะ
in some map, but for the rest of the tournament while they are here, if they're not going to be able to get pistols, they're just
Yes ด่านนี้เขาไม่เล่นเก็กโกะกันแล้วเหรอ
bit of a double. He's one of the few that still runs it here on this map, at least.
โจโหดกว่า
ทำไมเห็นคอมเหมือนจะ2-0เงี้ย
จริงครับ
แต่ไม่แน่ด่านที่วันนี้
That fade race.
พี่เดอร์เก้เอาให้จัด
ตื่นแล้วเดี๋ยววิทย์ไม่แกะแล้วไม่กิน
as well. I mean, on a
คอมเกโก้ด่านนี้ทีมแรกคือใครครับในแปซิฟิกคนที่หยิบเกโก้ไปเล่นด่านนี้คนแรกคือใครครับ
and so they want to come out strong, I think. They want to prove that perhaps it wasn't quite a mistake.
Well, that's going to require them to turn up here. Buzz did not have a bad game whatsoever, but I think Stax is going to have to outcall Vitality to come out with the win. It's an interesting smoke that was wall, sorry, from Les immediately. It's great on eco rounds. Allows you to do a waterfall out of hookah, but it also allows you to go from B long into elbow. So this is going to put pressure onto Isu and Carpe to hold this one. You see here the crossfire just doesn't exist. And Vitality on their attack sides do tend to do a lot of this. So they'll take B long early, leave someone there, deposit somebody. In this case, it's Safe. And Safe will look for info, and then he can go through the teleport and he can drone his team in through showers. They do a ton of this kind of stuff. Now they're actually going to go for the drone on B, make it feel like this is a B fake as they walk up short.
Knife only tags one though, so
there.
Jig is up. But still, Meteor only just getting reinforcements and he's unaware of the lurk up. Les has already posted up onto that position. Buzz is rapid onto the scene again. Sheriff in hand with Vitality.
2-0 ว่ะ
Clean them up
มาจัด
the feed.
เหมือนที่ผมพูดเลย Vitality 2-0
Hands down for them. Full control.
เฮ้ยแปลก
That's a massive loss there. Not being able to keep track of that short lurk. Durka goes for the swing, super confident as ever.
Gonna time it up with a util. Pays for it with his life, but you can't imagine there's too much more truffle.
That's absurd. That really is.
Okay.
So normally in these kind of rounds, you'd be expecting there to be
เมื่อกี้จะสอกได้แม่งสอกไปแล้ว
wall at short. Or something that's going to be able to give them information. Usually it's going to be the wall. This time it's a flash. And that means that if you dodge the flash, and Meteor didn't find the right timing to use it there, whole of Vitality is on top of them before they have any idea. I mean, they were pushed up to default before they even realized that they were on the A side.
เหมือนนักรักบี้อ่ะใช่ปะ
Great pistol round, a really phenomenal one from Vitality.
แล้วพี่บิมสตอร์หรอ
Recognizing a weakness of T1.
โคตร Vitality อ่ะ
And I do think that the T1 defense on this map is pretty lacking. So I think it's going to require something special from these T1 players to be able to win here. And I think one of the big reasons is they don't run the Viper. So you just don't have good smokes across the map. Carpe just gets stressed out in these situations. You have to maybe help with a smoke over towards A short sometimes, and then you have to smoke off long, smoke off hookah. Well, that's it, done.
Playing off sound cues most of the time. Running wherever the action is to try
พยายาม
and
เล่นโป๊ก
help
เกอร์
out the defense. Vitality's game plan against his eco as well.
ปืนแบบเดี๋ยววินหน้าซื้อปืนครบ
Make
อะ
sure
ดู
they
ดิ
can control the orbs. As I say that though, footsteps are heard by Buzz, so he realizes that there's potential for the timing here.
He's quite a great
ทักทายทักทาย
Well, they're just looking to slow him down, aren't they? Because
น่า
Buzz
จะยิง
is
อีก
the
สักนัด
playmaker in this round.
พี่กี่วีแล้วอะ
Dyson with death at this point.
4-5 4-4 4-3 4-2
Be paying the price.
40
There are 3
9
phantoms in this round, by the way, just to point that one out.
7
Stacks does get just the
5
one.
ตรงนะครับตรงนะครับผม
Pretty essential for Vitality to keep these guns to the next coverage. Okay, it wasn't quite there, but Kicks just gets off the plant anyway and open from behind.
This isn't even a phantom.
Okay.
โอ้โห
It's not the gun
ถือว่าใช้ได้อยู่บัต
Buzz was looking for.
ห้ามเสียแล้วนะ
These players are weak. Economic damage is
ถ้า
quite
เสียนี่จบ
important.
แพ้วิน
ยัง
He's not getting anything now.
ซื้อมา3อยู่ในโควต้า
อันนี้ยังไง
Buzz can do damage. Be lovely to build up towards one step closer into the ult. Force forwards into a tight corner and Trex watchful eye onto that avenue. So Vitality's economy.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, it is.
They've got 3 phantoms. They were allowed 2 deaths because 2 people came into this round with ghosts. I mean, it's perfection again, but this is exactly what we saw from Vitality on Fracture. They looked immaculate in the pistol round and the follow-up. And then they kind of lost it a little.
Yeah.
There was a serious run there where T1 came back into things. So, listen, don't write off the Korean team just yet. We've got the classic Vice setup.
Bonus
towards
now.
short, wall, flash, thorns.
สกอร์เซฟนี่แบบเหมือนเพิ่งรีคอนเนค
Not
เข้ามา
something that they usually do. They certainly don't do it with more than 2 players. They're trying to apply as much pressure as possible because if you give this area of the map for free, it's so difficult to play the defense macro.
เฮ้ย what
ฮัลโหล
ใครปั่นหูอะ
กำแพงถล่มหรือเปล่า
เฮ้ยที่งานเขาโอเคหรือเปล่าที่งานเขาปลอดภัยหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
เฮ้ยไปแล้วหนึ่ง
เฮ้ย
อะไรอะ
หู
เราต้องพากย์เสียงปืนแล้ว
เปิด
พัก
สุดฟึ๊บ
อ๋อเขาบอกโดนตีเฟส
โอ้โหโดนทั้งฮอเนี่ย
ฟิววุ้ง
หูอยู่ยังไง
ตายดีกว่าโอ้โห
มีรูอยู่
อุ้ยรอด12
โอ้โบนัสลาวเรียบร้อย2-0ปืนสะบัด
ใครปิดสิ
บอกเลย
แล้ววินหน้าเดอเก้มีอันติ
แล้วถ้าปีอื่นจะมีเสียงว่าตอนนั้น
ไม่น่าวะพี่
ปีไทยมีเสียงอยู่แหละ
เหมือนเรากำลังปิดเสียงดูอะเขาเป็นห่วงเรากลัวเราติดเหลือง
พี่โยกมาไทยก่อน
ไทยมีเสียงเหรอพี่
มีอยู่
เพื่อนขอลิงก์หน่อยครับ
ครับโอ้วินแบบว่าสตรีกยาวๆแน่นอนครับเปิดหัวมาครับทีมวาเลตี้
Excited about, I
Yeah,
suppose.
yeah, I suppose
แล้ว
like
ก็
your
ไม่มีพลาด
identity.
ครับ3 ตัวไปแล้วครับทีมวาเลตี้ครับตอนนี้ในแผน
This
ที่
is
บ่าย
a rough one, especially behind
มา
this
แล้ว
map. I mean, it's So damn important. You're on the defense side. You got to slow the momentum of the attack side team down. Make sure they don't build up too many of these big critical ultimates. Yeah, they fail.
ปกติเสียงเกมมันก็ไม่ได้ยินอยู่แล้ว
ดาวลงนะ
นั่นแหละ
รู้สึกโมเมนตัมครับท่านผู้ชม
เฮ้ยมาแล้ว
สำคัญคือที่วันแล้ว
Hero rifle here, and one of the big things that actually got T1 to win on this map late on in Pacific Kickoff was that they made the adjustment to have Buzz push out showers a ton.
23
And that
22
really
ป่ะ
helps because it
ใช่
gives
ครับ
them information to
22
stack B. And the B defense is generally quite weak because they don't run the Viper. Here's an angle.
Had to be taken.
Not quite finding it.
Tough one. Steadily backing away.
Three players defending over towards B. And here's a little bit of pressure coming through over towards Itsu. Buzz looking to try to make the hero rifle play. I mean, he is walking forwards on short right now, and that is where the Vitality block is going to end. Well, still finds the kill. He's got one and he's got out.
Yeah.
เป็นเรื่องละ
He's surviving.
มันยิงเช็คตัวเทรดด้วย
This could get really dangerous here. There's 35 seconds left.
Time is of the essence. Less forwards as well. Another fight. Oh my god, he held his ground. No itchy trigger.
He's pulling the defenders. He's actually doing such a good job here, Les.
Beautiful job at that. So maybe made it more winnable. Still Izu, he's got the one.
Need to be
Izu's gonna be
solved.
extended. That's a seize that does connect. Kicks is forced to drop the spike off to the
They're going back through the teleporter. They're going back to
TP, bro. You've only got 11 seconds
Wait,
left.
what are they doing?
There's a call to be made. Players are already open, man.
I mean, that is a ridiculous round. I don't think they were expecting Les to literally win the 1v3, I think it was, over towards the A site. He cleared out the A site completely on his own. And T1, the rest of the players, the rest of the players on Vitality, sorry, are thinking, well, do we stay on B? Do we try with 15 seconds left to go through the teleporter? I think someone made the call to take the telly and then got counter-called in that spot. What a 3K from Les.
ขนาดไม่มีเสียงในการเล่นแล้วน่ะ
เล่นปิดเสียงเล่น
Durka has gone for an attack side up here for round 5, and they're looking to try to take the fight. They have looked at this economy so heavily.
Buzz and Durka are going to be taking that head-to-head.
That is such a sick ante from Vitality. They knew for a fact that Buzz was going to be there with the op. That's something that he's been doing a ton in T1's games on Bind, and it was the major win condition for them being able to get that win on Bind towards the end of Pacific Kickoff. He was taking the angle over towards Showers and then pushing out, giving his team full information to be able to stack on B, making up for the weaknesses in the composition. Vitality are they're just completely in control at this point. T1 need some change, some shift, some flair. They need a hero.
Yeah, right now looking lost.
ตรงทีวันมันไม่เหมือนเดียเอ็กเมื่อวานเลย
Seem a bit doomer from us here.
อันนี้เกาหลี
Honestly, so much of Bind just comes down to stopping the snowball potential in Izu. Now going to be challenged, tested into this spot as a rapid approach by Les. Trade insight here from Trex. Stimmied up Viper, right into your face. Izu still going to try and isolate some of these fights potentially. That's Durka, alt, offloaded, showstopper, round to the side. There's the kill, Izu. It's got a lot to do. Damage was done. Softened up Durka.
อิสุมันนั่งเนียนอยู่ในสมองผม
Stacks from behind. The best chance that T1 have had in a long bloody time. And Trex left alone here with only seconds to spare.
มาแล้วอ่ะอิสุ
He will topple.
ดีแม็ก
I said they needed a hero, and Isu, he was that. And he was completely alone. T1 utterly beefed the macro there. There was 3 players over towards the A site trying to defend a non-existent hit. Like I said, it's a great idea from Durka, but here you're seeing the replay through the eyes of Itsu. He gets one in hookah. He manages to get out. He buys enough time for reinforcements to come through, and he manages to pick up 2 more kills. Crucially important to get T1 on the board. Buzz again picks up the same op. Going over to Showers, same angle.
Stamina bleeding. T1 have managed it for now. Like I said, same angle. Not be getting too much action for now.
ไม่กระสุนมันดูไม่เป็นมิดเลยปืน
Based off B pressure.
ไปคนละทางกันเลย
At the moment, he seems pretty content to just sit here. But the T1 A defense relies so much on him staying in control in Showers. is Les going to try to swing this?
อ้าว
Okay.
เดี๋ยวเป็นคนไปเช็คเนี่ย
มันใช้พาวเลอร์เช็คไง
Made out as well. Durka backing away. He's kind of done the damage here because he's going to be pulling
Here's the
players
push.
away.
Here's the push.
Here's the push. And in through the wall as well. An attempt to punish by Les. Swinging out wide. Doesn't get a damage over the mask. Oh, he's locked into the corner. Stunned up. Satchels though back to safety. And now there's the response. Vitality. It would be rapid here. Through the main choke and still finds their shot. Buzz. Where are you nailing that one from? He's one away from Showstopper. It's Vitality. They're poking. They're prodding. Bullets are flying. Tapping away with the plan, just trying to bait out the util bars. At least through the smoke, that's just raw spam as well, following those sound cues out, but Meteor's still alive and kicking. A bit of damage through the box, not enough to get the second kill he needed. Match TP, it's an evacuation. Time to run the hell out of there.
Trex, they've given him the spike so that he can get the orbital strike off the end of this. Didn't have the molly, so Meteor's going to be able to cross, get into sight on a quicker timing.
Damage done.
ฟินดีว่ะ
มีโพสต์แพนนี่อีกเคโจอีกโอ้ครบเลย
my god
As you said, orbital strike has been
ดูตำแหน่ง
And the salvos too.
Salvos, and Save is already rotating all the way around.
It should be a checkmate for Meteor. He's going to have to pull out something
ได้
unbelievable to win this.
โอ้โหมีเซโจอีกว่ะ
Can't give up onto this fight nice and early, but it's an off angle at that still.
There
goes the orbital strike. Good precision. Salvo's forced out.
He's
going to start to tick here.
มันจะหลอก
Make a play, try and get that win con.
He threw the salvos from hookah, so that's where he thinks he is.
Now he's wrapped all the way around, but he's finally shown presence. But this time, the circle is shrinking. Save delivers. Bullet to the dome. Meteor is no more.
Masterful from Safe, man. Throwing out the salvos, using the fact that you can see them flying through the air to bait his position. And Durka managed to get that opening kill. He was going for more info in hookah. And that shows you, I think, just how much they're missing on the B side of the map. The default is working so nicely. And one got 3 from that spot, by the way. Pushing over towards Lamps. He was the hero early on. Tactical timeout here, though, coming through from T1. Yeah, and composure. That's the word that we were talking about so much with Vitality in map 1, actually, when they were able to get the cover.
แล้วเมื่อกี้โจทย์กันด้วยนะ ตัวคัสตัว2ตัวสุดท้ายเซฟคิมแทโอ
ไม่ถูกกันเหรอ
Wasn't really giving them Let's see if he can make the adjustment necessary for them to win in round 8. This one's just going to be a wild push-up short.
Potential for a brawl less. Pressing forwards. At least holding for this potential push that T1 might be opting into themselves. Steadily as it goes. Creeping forwards onto the angles and a wide swing. That is going to be explosive. Okay, let's not ready for that.
Reaction should be coming out here from Vitality in through B. Isu required a lot of. He does actually have the Nightfall to try to slow this down if he wanted to go crazy with it.
He's going to be playing his life and out up. Will be that retake. You know, you don't quite have the weaponry. You probably need the kills still.
Nobody committing to the flank for the retake. All coming through CT.
Yeah, that's an old committed orbital strike to try and cut up this side, but nobody's ready to even play off of this one. It's an unusual one by T1. They want to try and go for this once more. Trex.
Steel guard.
Planting, steel guard.
เอาดิปืนพกสู้กับปืนพก
Time to shine.
It's a pistol round.
Being absolutely offloaded in terms of, I mean, every single piece of util ultimates all being used. Nightfall on top of it. Durka cut up into the corner here, but the rifles are back out and ready and waiting. Trex. He's found himself too.
ไม่หลังบอลมันวุ่นวาย
Drifting in and out. They need to time these fights correctly. 1v2. Safe. Almost monstrous. He just saves the day.
T1 have managed to stabilize, getting some rounds on the board. It's requiring a lot. But there you go. I mean, tactical timeout finding the value already with the MasterCard's Thrifty. You got to imagine that most of
วิ
what
ดี
they
โอ
were
ก็
talking
พิมพ์
about
ขึ้นไปว่า
probably
ไอ
to
โซ
do
ดิ
with the rifle
ไม่
rounds
เมื่อ
like
กี้
we're
มัน
about
เมื่อ
to
กี้มัน
see.
พิมพ์มา1-1แล้วไม่เทลอ่ะ
จริงเหรอ
A calculated
Tầm
risk
mười rồi
there,
nè, mấy
invest
cái
in
tao lập
those
cảnh.
ults and getting good value out of them.
เพราะว่าพี่อ๋อนึกว่าพิมพ์จริง
Durka got absolutely destroyed in this spot.
เราไม่เห็น
I feel like Isu's having a really good game here. He's been put in a
นี่จังหวะ
difficult
นี้
situation
ผมจัด
defending the B site. I don't think the strategy is great from T1 on their defense, but he's doing what he can.
Yeah, and we're straight back into the fight once more.
So a little
ตกไป
jump
ที
peek over
Yeah.
towards Hookah. An op fight from Buzz.
Just 12 seconds missed. No big deal.
Well, thankfully we didn't miss a kill, but it was a lot of damage done to Trex.
เฮ้ย
See it now.
อ้าว
West trying to tango.
พี่เล็ก
Tapping.
มือไม้อ่อนหมดแล้ว
Steps to the right for playstyles.
โอ้โหของหมดจริงอันนี้
Good work.
สวยละ
แปลกๆว่าเลส
Short. Durka, okay, he's going to make a go of it.
He's just walking straight through. He has no idea though about bench.
Yeah, means his off angle is perfect. Good reposition.
It feels a little similar here to Fracture in that first half where Vitality were totally in control at the beginning. Now, admittedly, on Fracture, that was only for 2 rounds. They just looked clean for the pistol and the follow-up, and then T1 started getting into the rhythm of things. But there's a definite feel here that T1 are getting back into the game.
Yeah.
And it's not in the same way that they have been doing at Pacific. This is more proactivity. Like, for example, that triple push down short in the prior round. Here, proactivity again, actually. The start of the round, they go for a jump peak sand and then swing in with the operator to try to catch Trex at the start. Really mixing up their defensive setups nicely. But T1, how many rounds do
อ๋อ
they
เขา
need
บอกว่า
here?
ไอ
Their
โซนที่
attack
ยื
half
น
is gonna
ใกล้
be
นัก
good.
แข่งข้างหลัง
Normally
อะ
it is
คือโซนนัก
pretty
ข่าว
solid.
อ๋อ
I still think they
ลิงไซส์อะนะ
like 4 and a
ไม่ใช่โซน VIP ใกล้ชิด
Done
นัก
well
แข่ง
to stem the bleeding, as we were mentioning.
เห็น
Part
เอา
of
มือ
the
ถือมา
battle
ถ่าย
is
ไอจี
stopping the snowball from playing off, but just looking at the Sadie economy.
นักข่าวเดี๋ยวเขาใช้มือถือ
Two
ถ่ายแล้ว
rifles saved. Vitality might be able to get a buy together. Scrambled potential. They're definitely thinking about it.
Buzz is taking the operator over to B again. This is not something that he's been regularly doing. Almost always going for that showers play. But looking to really mix things up because it's working against Vitality. Vitality have clearly seen the tape. So you've got to do something different.
All grouped up, and there is that investment. Goes off to the side here. Horn broken. He's expecting signs of life, but the squeeze is occurring as well straight through Hookah. This is a rapid approach. Durka deep into the smoke. See if he wants to explode out into the site. Trailblazer dealt with. Hot on the heels though.
อะไรวะเนี่ย
เฮ้ย
This up.
What the
ช็อตตี้
How did he get 2? What is occurring there? Just a shorty in hand. Making sure
Shorty
they
they
get
got
the stragglers now.
ยิง
T1
เพื่อนด้วย
hot on the scene, making sure the sub
เอ้า
เฮ้ยเก็บเสียง
motor trade needs to be intact, and it's there.
เล่นปืนเก็บเสียง
Vitality are definitely pulling some strats out of the playbook here, but that's one that
ทีมที่หนึ่ง
probably needs to be saved for eco rounds.
เฮ้ยมีน้องบ
Where
อกว่า
you
เขา
need to
สุ่ม
close the gap, where you
คน
need to
ดู
get
ให้
value
ลิ
out
ส
of
แบนไป
stingers
ยื
or
น
something, because
เอาเหรอ
here they're just causing
เมื่อ
chaos
วาน
and
คนข้าง
carnage.
หน้าได้
But
ไป
Buzz
ยืน
did a great job of
นัก
surviving
ข่าว
in the
ห้อย
midst
ป้าย
of
เดิ
it.
นได้ทุกโซน
This is a player that didn't have a rifle. He was out here with an op and a shorty.
ถ้าผมห้อยหลวงพ่อคุณได้ไปยืนหลังตรงไหน
In the
พี่
end. This is now
ได้
3
หมดเลย
rounds in
ขึ้
a
นไป
row.
นั่งข้างนักแข่ง
Vitality
ได้
have
เลย
got a
นะ
problem, a big problem.
ข้างนักแข่งเนี่ยไม่มีแบบขี่คอดูอะไรเงี้ย
Just the connection.
ไปยืนเกาะบอล
ยั
นัก
งไว
แข่ง
อยู่นั่นนะพี่เอ๋ยเอาจริงรีเฟกวินอ่ะ
He's going to be blinded here.
ผมว่าทัน
So take the lead.
ทันเลยอะ
At least the safety coverage.
รีเฟก
It's a deep wall as well. It's pretty difficult to bait this one out without fully committing to the showers fight. As soon as you swing through, you're taking this duel against Meteor. And in the meantime, Buzz getting posted down B long, and Vitality's attack side defaults are structured really heavily around them having B long and showers control. They're not really a team that likes to do big, short pops, but they're forced into it.
Walking all the way out. Thorns at their feet. Nobody
Ooh.
can break
Yeah,
that
that
one, but
don't-
Yeah,
out
forward.
in the open. That's Durka. He's a sitting duck.
Ai với lời là cái này.
Again, and it's even expended. Vitality got to try and go after this one, otherwise it's just going to be wasted unless it's the one to pave that way. Forwards of the flash. Refight against him. Stacks. He's dropped down to his knees.
Mình
He's
keep
going to
me
be able
on.
to see all, and Izu is rapid with the wrap around.
สแต็กบอก
Vitality
ช่วยกูด้วย
themselves are going to flip the map all
Lên.
the way around.
Here,
ไม่เห็นแต่ที่มุมเนี้ย
rings around each other, and it's all about this game of timings. Who's
โอ้
going to be
มัน
spotting
หัน
it
หลัง
first? Bullet to the side, and now an instant retreat.
That timing was perfect. I mean, they had to wait until the KO
ยังอีกกับเพื่อน
actually died, because if they stepped in front of him, they would have been spotted.
18 seconds left to play with here. Nade
เนี่ย
rebounding.
สวยจัด
Safe. Well, he's onto the plant, sticking it. Damage done. Weakened, but just with the operator. I mean, Buzz is going to need an absolute miracle to flick of the wrist.
เหมือน
Does
มัน
not
โดนไอ้นี่
hit.
ไอ้นี่มากเลย
Vitality
งงอันตีจัด
found around in the dark there. They were struggling for quite a while.
Again, utilizing that kind of mid-rounding that I think has been so good for Vitality on their attack side. They take a bit of a contact play down short, they lose Durka, and yet they still commit to it, trusting their teammates to be able to trade out, and then realize, okay, T1 have overstacked onto A, let's make the pivot. Morale still pretty good over there for Vitality. And these last few rounds they've been focused on early on, trying to take the fight over towards Showers. Durka once more with the attack side operator, hoping to find the pick onto Buzz. Buzz is not home. Buzz has made the adjustment to fight B long, and it has been doing it for the last 3 or 4 rounds. Does Durka want to take a fight against Meteor? Maybe with the showstopper online.
Yeah, gives him a bit of a oomph, I think, into the upcoming fight. Swaps around the weaponry anyway.
Drex with the on. Haven't seen that one.
There.
We'll see. Might get explosive pretty quickly here. Triggered the wall, but still got a lot of thorns to contest with.
It's dog into showstopper. The dog getting information, finding the victim.
I mean, it's a hard committed angle as well. You might as well just use it now. Yeah, with the
Oh,
let
aye.
loose. And still, to pre-fire into the smoke, drifting in and out here. VT is way ahead of all of this. My God, there's a secret to his back, and he's spotting
เฮ้ย
players.
อะไรวะ
Maybe he ships in a
หัว
knife.
จัดแล้วไม่เที่ยวมันอยู่อย่างนานเลย
หัวจัด
Feed is built up this way, that
คุกว
way.
งใน
Meteor
อยู่คนแรก
still
รอบสุด
alive.
ท้าย
25 health to his name. And he's done the damage, surely. Less forced to pick up those pieces, but he is no more.
That is now 2 rounds from
เดี๋ยวคุก
T1
วงใน
where a player has been a smoke
รอดได้ไงวะ
criminal. We saw earlier on with that double smoke hit onto B, where Buzz
จริงๆเมื่อกี้มัน
slipped
กด
in
หมอก
with
ไป
an
ปะ
op and a shorty, blast, and it was over. This time Meteor under crazy amounts of pressure. He had a trailblazer in his face. Showstopper was being thrown at him, and yet he works in and out of these smokes, showcasing with all of that experience from being a top-level Sentinel player. He comes out of it looking good. T1, I think they've done a great job on this defense side. 5 is more than I think they should have expected.
Straight into the op though. Dog's going to be broken nice and early. Not sure if it's spotted. Buzz got to respect the util though. Down to his feet. Does stop of his own as well. He wants to try and take that fight forward. Dodges the flash, but he's suppressed. Can't offload the rocket even if he wanted to. Seal Garden's going to be used to see if they can push back this approach. That's a solo TP with a spike in hand from Safe.
Yeah, that's a strange one. I mean, they do actually have pretty good map control right now. Safe survived on that teleport, which, listen, that wasn't guaranteed. But now they can go for the B hit, or they could group up and go short. Durka can join them and turn it into an A split.
Run through A. Flash is good. Not sure if there was any sound cues to accompany it. Keep flashing a nade on top of it, so...
They pulled 4 people
stripping
onto
players
B.
back. TPs though, they want to go back up towards A, and now it's all on to Buzz. See if he can be the playmaker. Here it is. Showstopper around to the side. No targets found. Damage done, just softens up a few of them, but he's only got the operator, but the thorns enough to potentially slow it down. Juggling with the shoulders, the wall to bait out, and orb into their face, and everybody going to be skipping and hopping up and over it, but time has been bought as T1 are back into the fight, back into the fray. Izu back to the wall. The rifle into hand at that, tap into the side, a plant online, it needs to be a defense in order. Buzz, he's found his mark, off to the side once more, but a shot missed, going wide. Vitality, just 2 left to stand, Lesson kicks, and there's a pit. It's going to be smothering up this site. Bit of a blight onto it, but it might be able to help them out now, unless I don't even want to go for a peek of his own. He looks like he was considering it. The pit doesn't stretch far enough.
The pit is so good for Kicks to play around with the Stinger. They're trying to get value inside of it, trying to get information from the horn, from the knife.
Full dodge, but a decay damage kicking in, and listen, just scraps is really what T1s are working with, and the time standard tick here. Bodies to the side, jumping into the fight. Kicks takes control of the round for the final.
ปิงกดปิดเสียงเนี่ยแม่งพอตลอด
gonna be the second.
เดินเพื่อนน้องจริง อายุเท่ากันเนี่ย
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะใครแทน
He looks a little situation where to be able to
มัน25 ครั้ง
going for a tactical timeout. Okay, let's have a look at what the pistol round strategy looks like then for T1. Previously, they've been doing stuff where they go for a bit of a fake over towards B and a short push. That was the last pistol that T1 ran this time. Looking very much like they're going to go for genuine pressure over towards B and then maybe hit a teleport. I mean, they're playing both extremities at the same time here.
Doom!
Double face as well. Less. With a headshot.
ได้ครับพี่1 ดิ้งนะครับขออนุญาตจด
Just through the wall, that's what saved him.
เขาลาดิ้งครับผม
Still
เฮ้ย
weak, but oh my god.
ไม่ถอยไม่กลับอ่ะ
นี่อ่ะนี่อ่ะ
Right out as well. It's going to be a dog flying
เอาไป
forward.
1 ดิ้งเหมือนกัน
They're trying to put the pressure down and applied. On to be long on top of it. Vitality putting out the fight onto the other side of the map.
อีกคู่ขึ้นเวทีได้เลยครับ
Still putting a stop to this. Trex, it's an anchor smoke. He's going to be layering this one down. He's
นี่
going
อ่ะ
to
เจอแม็กกี้เพย์
dominate it. And that's still Carpe just
มันนิ่ง
steps
จัด
into
เลย
it.
อะตั้งแต่ตอนโดนดิ้งแรกแล้วมันนั่งนิ่งอ่ะ
Still needs to go down and Carpe does
Oh, with the
Liberty's
play.
taken
Oh.
and risks in
Oh,
order.
dear.
He's made it even.
Ui.
2 now.
เอาดี
The chances of
But no,
a
not
kill
Oh,
right
dear.
from behind. Carpe not anticipating, but what a shot from Izu. Round damage
เว้ย
done. Softened up prior. Izu set up for that 3-piece.
What a play from Carpe and Isu. Carpe plays that situation pretty well. They heard the teleport coming through behind them. They knew that Les was somewhere on the flank, had to go for an aggro play, caught the timing wonderfully, and that was after Carpe already won a duel. Isu closes things out for the Red Bull clutch. And I feel like you are getting really good performances from Isu. I know that I said it earlier, but it's impressing me because he has been playing on the Gecko on this map, and it's not a player that I'm really looking towards on the kind of Gecko fade initiator to have enormous impact, but I think he's been great today. And that's a pistol that T1 really needed.
Top 10 bad anime ending.
Rather broken. Trex is trying to posture like there could be a lot more presence, even the TP as well. I mean, Dirk is straight there and around. He wants to try and farm up this orb, deny it from the attackers.
They're trying to make Stacks think that A has now been heavily reinforced, when in fact the stack is on B. So they're trying to mess with Stacks' head and lure the attackers back into this stacked B site. It does appear to be working.
Cheeky play. Vitality though, creeping forwards here.
If they get too aggressive, too proactive, they're going to give the game away. But otherwise, Itsu is just going to wander into his death.
Hey.
Giving a gun away, but no, the Prowler gives him confirmation, acknowledgement. Plays it, tucked up tight into the corner here. Meteor spamming away. Could have been a ghost moment, but still secures the kill. And wow, I mean, he's sharp, surgical, precise with that gun in hand, and they're cleaning up the stragglers.
What a nice awareness of what the defensive setup looked like there. The Prowler gave the game away.
30 seconds left.
Isu again delivering that info that his team needed. Meteor finding the timing. Durka, if he can find one, would actually be able to get a showstopper online for the anti-bonus, which would be pretty incredible. But he doesn't. It's Trex that actually instead. But yeah, Durka is now 1 away from showstopper. I wonder if that's going to be something that Vitality fight around here. You know, see if he can pick up a cheeky quick one over towards B long. That might be going through T1's head as well. You might want to do some early B long control on the attack side and then go back into whatever your game plan is.
We'll find out if T1 at least thinking about it as well. Holding tab, seeing how close he is, because
yeah, I think you'll probably see Stim Beacon here and trying to run out B long, anticipating that Durka's going to be playing for this orb.
Easy to contest.
No stim, but they're definitely setting up the high-low.
จ่ายค่าดูนิดหน่อย
มันชอบจ่ายค่าดูนะเลส จ่ายไม่หยุดเลย
In the mid round, might have an opportunity to play for the showers or
ใส่เปย์ใส่เปย์
he might just go for the rotate,
มัน
play as
ไม่
the float and
มันไม่กระโดด
hit ahead.
เทคเลยเหรอ
Okay.
โอ้โหนี่ก็จ่ายค่าดูกัน
What was that from Kicks?
แถมไม่ได้ดูอะไรเลย
Lands it.
ถึงชีวิตอันนี้
Snakes over towards B long and flashes dodge. It was a snake bite prior. Slowing down the approach of T1 up through B long and they're drifting into different directions on top of it. What a kill to be found.
นี่ก็ค่าดูแพง
Cleans it up. Trailblazer not quite broken. I wonder if that's giving away a bit of info here. That Stacks is alone. They're going to call for that refight. They're hard committed. Off onto the corner. Stacks is going to be careful.
เพื่อนไปเอหมดเลย
Yeah. Just with the Guardian.
Then again, so is Drex.
แตกมันยังอยู่
Unless going for the peak. Not anticipating it because why would you? Oh, Stacks is just here. Solo was anything but players around when the pound is going down.
How's Drex got out?
เฮ้ยผิวเกิน
Weaving in and out. Using the
Come on,
stunts as
Pew.
cover, but as it blooms down, he spots out. And a follow-up onto Buzz.
วงใน
This is disgusting gameplay, and Durka
เฮ้ย
knew exactly what Stacks was up to.
เชี่ยนินจา
Drex is on an island
good.
there, playing around the smokes and gets 3. The fact he isn't traded after the first kill is criminal from T1. But then to get another 2 in that spot is amazing from Drex.
อันนี้อะไร
He plays around. I mean, he literally sees the bloom of the gun to be able to get the second kill here. Throws the smoke back. Just for a moment, I suppose, a frame. He spots Isu.
มันเห็นหมดเลยนี่หว่า
See the flare
ทำรี
จัง
เพ
หวะ
ย์โหดจัดเลยว่ะ
เห็นหมดเลย
จังหวะเห็นแบบที่ทำมิ่งโคตรดีอะ
There's an individual play to put vitality on the board
น้อง
in
บอก
the
แต่เป็น
second
บิม
half.
โน2นะเป็นรองพี่เต้
And now they've got massive ults, actually. These are incredibly good plant denial, re-clear ults.
Same could be said potentially for T1. They want away from a few
ของจริง
themselves.
ต้องเอาบีคอนไปยิงใช่ไหม
But both sides of the map,
เอาไว้
vitality
บูมเมน
are
แล้วก็
trying
นั่ง
to
ยิง
deny ult ults.
เดอะเก้
Taking on Meteor. Meteor has been a bit of a pesky
เหมือน
player.
จะใจร้อนแล้วเมเทโอโดนบินเมื่อกี้ไป
Isu's going to look for another gap, hoping that because Durka is not fighting showers, he can walk in.
It's slightly ajar.
เทรค
เรีย
นี่
บ
แบบ
ร้อยเลยอ
They're
ย่างนี้
one
เรีย
step
บร้อย
ahead
เลย
in this round.
มุมแบบวาง
Anticipating the
เป้ารอ
Meteor
นี่
lurk,
คมจัด
anticipating Isu's lurk as well. This might even end up being a bit of a save here. There's still a minute on the clock, but if T1 don't find another pick,
โอตะโกน5 คนก็ไปวัดเลยครับ
run away.
บวชเลย
Slight jump spot. Maybe if Stacks was able to get a kill, we'll consider going for it, but
They are still going to be slow playing and looking for another opportunity into the round, but don't know whether Vitality are going to give it.
no, jump spot should be playing Durka in, especially with the
30
shot
seconds
revealing your
left.
positioning and
นี่เดอะเก้นี่ถ้า
that slide of swings, even with the Stimpy to get the hell out of there. And look at that timing.
ออกมาแบบเนียน
Round to the side as a
ไม่
showstopper.
เนียน
Intuition off the charts. But that game sense, securing a kill onto Trex. There's an in, there's an opening, but there's 13 seconds left to play with, and a smoke has to be used across. Kicks late with a spam, but a salvo. Carpe, how are you managing this one? Tiny window, stun connects, spamming away inside the smoke, and Kicks has gone away with it. Buzz steps forwards. They need another one, can't adjust it in time. Tried to snap it up to heaven, and it's all down to Stacks. IGL 1v3.
รู้แล้วอยู่ในไซด์แน่นอน
Pressured, 8 bullets left.
ฮะ
2 bullets left. One
Good
fire
job.
remains. Upgrade obtained. Flash over the top.
แตกโหดเกิน
คือก็ยืนขึ้นเลย
จุดเมาส์ไว้ช็อตนี้
อุ้ย
He
โคตรโหดช็อต
lights
นี้
Bangkok up.
Bad
Incredible
job.
1v3.
โอ้ my god
Buzz opened things. He created the opportunity with the 2K, finding that timing through. But what is
โค
that?
ตรเวอร์
Spray transfer or just taps? I can't even tell. It's
ยิ้ม
ludicrous.
เลย
though.
เพื่อนยังยิ้มเลย
On his feet.
The
Red
Red
Bull
Bull
match.
clutch from Stacks, but that's worthy of a mouse kiss for
Yeah,
sure.
I was just
It's
thinking
gotta
that.
be.
เฮ้ย
Give it
ปา
a
กกระปุก
smooch, just for old time's sake.
ได้แน่นอนไปพี่เอ๋ย มันก็มีอภินิหารสแต็กขึ้นมา แต่บอกว่าเมื่อกี้ก็อยู่ดีก็เก่งเหมือนกันงงเหมือนกันพอได้ยินเสียงพี่เอ๋ยในหัว
In 30 seconds. To feeling like T1 have an opportunity. Momentum under
บัฟยืนอ่ะ
eco here. A clean anti.
ต้องดูว่าโดนอีโคถ้าโดนอีโคนี่ไม่ดีแล้วนี่
Then they're going to have orbital strike, and the next rifle round is going to be so. Is a serious in bind. And Buzz and Stacks
มีแต่ยืน
offered it.
Plays all around. Knife up and over the top here with a Prowler, just for that extra addition. Haunt over the shoulder. They're trying to set Buzz up for an easy fight out towards it. Trex is toppled. He was the one with a hero rifle at that. Jump spot not quite punished, but a lot of damage done. It's going to make Les think twice.
Les is taking contact a lot down below, and he's also taking a lot
กระโดด
of
หา
damage.
พวกหาข้าวมันดูเจ็บกว่าชาวบ้านเขา
Decide to fight.
Okay.
Inch around. I guess they can fight this round too.
Yeah, but it's important for T1 to not give away too many more of those and safe close quarters combat. Ball connects. He rebounds. He's right in their faces, man. Gets the one. Supplemented, I think, just from that nade that Durka sent flying, but the sound cues are cut away. The flash through into their face as well. An attempt to deny the plow. What a shot by Kicks, and Durka's still here, man. Won't be removed. Left to do it again in the same spot. Boombot in your face, damage done to a few, lining them up, but this time not getting done. What an answer back by Vitality.
How have they managed to come
แต่ง
back
บอก
into
ปาด
this
เหงื่อเลยแม่ง
I said
หันไปเหลือกูอีกแล้ว
get a clean anti-eco. And If was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, apparently. They do now still have big ultimates to work around, but it's another MasterCard Thrifty. And this time, it goes the way of Vitality. And this all from a 4v5. How on earth is Meteor losing that? This one was an unintentional great combo play, but then Kicks finding a beautiful flash. I mean, his flash even set up Durka for the other kill over towards Showers. Immaculate timing on that. And Economy flips completely on his head the other way. T1 pull off their own. Double satchel and a judge from Buzz.
เนี่ยเมื่อกี้ถ้าเป็นเซลซิตนี่น่าจะยืนคืนละ
See them go for that eco round play that we saw from Vitality actually. Double smoke, waterfall, out from hookah.
Heavy face of the players. They are looking to flood out, at least with Buzz, but he's flashed up. Sky high. Les was tracking him.
And no ability for the spam on the Haunt.
Thorns placed down, re-clear, called here by Vitality, and damage being done at least by Izu, but the trade led fired through, and that's going to be Izu dealt with, leaving it down to just Meteor. Spikes drop down, but it's a 1v3.
Yeah, and look at Vitality. They're grouping up in the 1v3, determined not to let Meteor do what Stacks did to them.
Tap, Meteor, to try and force the issue. Pushes place forward, that's a team flash! Oh my! It's all gone to pot! And another chance! The tracking is not quite there!
ใจมันทำด้วยอะไรวะ
ทำไมถึงกล้าได้ขนาดนี้วะเนี่ยเดอะเก้
อาจจะรู้ว่ามันโลแล้วมั้งแต่ก็ไม่ได้โลขนาดนั้นมั้ง
ไอเดียแฟนเขาสวยอ่ะ
Stars another 1v3.
เกือบแล้วเมื่อกี้
Stacks having
ใจ
his
ทำด้วยอะไรโดดแบบการติด
Meteor
แปะ
with an insane opportunity. The first two, tiny micro adjustment to be able to get it. What is this?
I mean, it's just the outlaw that he's working with. Doesn't want to take the fight with it, so he's trying to frustration shows.
เศร้าจัด
But this is now the round where T1 have massive ults to be able to work with. Les popping his off preemptively.
น่าจะเห็นวิดีโอโหดควร
Their economy is on the line. They're the team with the ultimates. Vitality also need to invest to try to keep things equal.
Just
มุมเดิมเลย
Flash up and out, and over with the steel garden, lighting them up.
มุมเดิมภาพเดิมเลย
Easy target, still as an orbital strike is used. In response, tempting this one, Buzz is still forwards onto this angle, perched up.
เฮ้ย
Fight out, Trex just dominates it. Out and over now. Thorns alongside it. Players are scattered and T1 looking
เอามา
for
พูดข้างๆ
options,
หู
looking
จัด
for
อะ
answers. They're not going to get it.
เฮ้ยพูด
ราคากระซิบ
ไม่
Spam in the right place on top of it. Stacks
โอ้โห
just can't dish it out.
Right.
This is 11 now for Vitality. They found
เหมือนนักข่าวพูดอยู่ข้างๆหัวอัดอะ
Combo play there between Durka.
ไม่โคตร
Safe
ดี
stun, rattled off the wall. Safe still finding impact despite the fact he's only got 4 kills. And T1, that was the round that they needed. I'm surprised they didn't try to invest the KO ult. Where was the null command in the midst of all of that? I don't really get it.
Yeah,
It feels like that should have been the tool to stop anything that Vitality were doing.
They lost the vision.
อ่ะเปิดมัน
I can understand saving the orbital
วันนี้
strike and the
เท
post
คมัน
plant
ทำอะไรก็
tool.
ดี
I
ไปหม
get
ดเลย
it, but am I missing something? Where was Stax's ult in the midst of all of short pop? There's pings all over the minimap. It certainly looks like Safe and Durka are going to be under a lot of pressure.
Durka not one to shy away from the fight. Buzz really just matching that as well. Straight in, through onto the site. Like a rocket, flash into the face of Meteor, and they do deal with him. It just couldn't quite dodge it in time. Vitality cleaning up these stragglers.
That's such a nice protocol from Vitality.
Here comes the drone, leading the charge in the way. Skipping a hop. Molly in for the smoke. Stacks. Blinder of a shot, just can't quite connect the next one. Durka happy to clean it all the way up, and this is just a bit of spam on smokes just to make sure that they do clean this up nicely.
If T1
Spamสู้
had
โคตร
maybe
เก่ง
applied
เลย
a
ที่
little
แบบ
more
นี้
pressure, had not been caught
น่าจะ
as quickly,
2-0
maybe they would have dragged out a
Big time.
showstopper. Maybe they would have set themselves up for a better situation. But this, it feels inexorable. T1 are marching towards an incredibly tough situation here. They need 4 rounds in a row. They need to be able to win the next and probably save enough ultimates to keep some kind of snowball going.
Look at that
It
timeline.
is such a difficult ask.
The second half is just mirroring Fracture. Almost
is.
bar for bar.
It is, yeah.
Like you said, difficult ask. There's ults online at least. The only silver lining that T1 have got to work with. Both ways though. Durka's earned himself up. Kicks with the Seekers if it's forced to use it in case they need a bit of that mid-round information. But for T1 it all lies here.
Last time T1 had a must-win round, we didn't
ตั้ง
see
แต่ที่
Stacks
สแต็ก
use an
ยืน
ultimate, so
เกมก็เปลี่ยนไปเลยครับ
towards here.
นิ่งไปเลยนี้ไม่
Does
มา
he
อีกเล
want
ย
to try to
Bob
use it to
Yun.
cancel out Durka's ultimate? Does he want to try to use it to initiate and then save a knife to cancel Durka's ult? What's going through the mind of T1's IGL in an attempt to outcall Vitality?
Drone through and broken. Gets the info. Kicks as well, just jiggling. Spot on presence across the map here, so going to be a level of awareness here for Vitality. They know that it's going to be a slow default, at least for now, but could rapidly change into something else entirely. Safe is just ahead of all of this. Trying to play ahead of the underhanded flash, but he's blinded up anyway. He can't land that kill. Stacks forwards. That's the one there. Tip of the spear, showstopper in his hands.
Again, Stacks is not using the null command on the exit.
มาแล้วครับ
He's saving
4
it.
ต่อ
Got to find the right timing here, though.
Possibly for Durka's ultimate. Here and out. Good flash dodge. Buzz tries to swing into it. Durka's still alive. Could be a problem. Nade.
ระเบิดมันแปลกๆวะ
เดี๋ยว
Defensive positions by T1. Everybody back
ระเบิด
away.
เบรกตัวเอง
Rolling retreat. Spike is down. It's one of the best positions they've been in quite some time here. Forwards.
They have Molly after this. They have orbital strike. It's essentially checkmate at this point for T1.
And just dragging it down
one
at the
tap.
time. T1 needed it. Leicester going to try and do some damage here on either side of things. Make sure you can take away the guns, which is important.
That is brutal for T1's
ไม่มี
economy.
อะไรเหลือเล
What were
ย
we saying at the start of this round? They needed to win, and they needed to win cleanly. Now, we were framing it in terms of the ult economy. And on that
โอ้ย
front, it's
ไม่
still
ครับ
not
เนี่ย
that
จบอันนี้แหละ
bad. They still have null command. They still have the nightfall to
อัน
work
ตีของ
with. But
ทีวันหมดแล้ว
in terms of the rifles they're going to be able to get online, oof, it's not going to look good.
No.
They're scrapping
แล้ว
together
ไปสาม
light
เหรอ
armor,
โอ้โห
Guardians, and they're not even able to buy full util. I mean, Buzz does not have his boombot this round. Stacks has to make a choice between buying a rifle and buying full
เซฟบอก
util
กู
as
ไม่ต้อง
well.
ยิงเลย
He
ส
ends
บาย
up
เกม
with the
นี้
Guardian.
มายิงจรวดอย่างเดียว
T1 between rock and a hard place.
เพื่อนเอาหมด
There's no getting out of this one. Has to be mechanics.
Well, they know where Durka is now.
Yeah.
They know where that showstopper is, where that op is.
And so,
เฮ้ยเลส
avoidance probably going to be pretty key.
ต้องเรียนรู้นะเราอะ
Play with T1.
หลายรอบแล้วนะ
They are walking their way up through B
ใส่เป้
long, struggling to get
เป้ไม่
any
หยุด
sort of
เลยตัวนี้
foothold so far in this half.
จ่ายค่าดูรัว
And it feels like if Durka just holds this showstopper, Stacks is never going to ult.
No. Never going to use it. They're going to take that initiative to flash through, but Anti played, kicks. Just backs himself out. Will get at least a trade-off, equalizing it in the process. T1 feeling that heat. So Nightfall expended now and another flash forwards. It's kicks, taking the initiative, backs himself away now. Wants to try and dominate the position and make sure that there's no easy access in through hookah. Drops down though with no sound cues. It's a difficulty. The smoke's going to be fading. Fight one out. Kicks is a menace. Society. Vitality.
วันนี้คิกกับเทคมันเล่นดีเกินไปอ่ะ
เทคเล่นดีมาก
จริง
ๆเซฟไม่ต้องเล่นเลยดูดิ
เออ
สบายชิบหาย
สองคนอยู่
สงสัยมันเป็นอย่างที่นักวิเคราะห์เขาบอกแล้ว TS ซอยคาวบอยเดิร์กนี่ถ้าห่มเหลืองนี่เนียนไหมคิดว่าเนียนไหม
เนียนอยู่
เนียนอะ
เช้าๆไปเดินได้อยู่
เออถือบัตรกันชาวบ้านบอกพระเขาไม่โกนหนวดโกนเขากันเหรอโหดว่ะวิทย์สมแล้วที่มีโค้ชเป็นเทรนเนอร์
Focus.
อยากเห็นแฟนาติกมาว่ะเศร้านะ
Some time to mull that one over, and as you said, I mean, Vitality too clean with it. The label of a super team sometimes it's a heavy mantle, breaks a lot of teams. Egos.
เดี๋ยวผมมาแป๊บนึงนะแชทผมไปอาบน้ำกันด้วยความรวดเร็ว
These are two teams to take a good look at as they advance further forwards. They have high expectations, and with high expectations, you do tend to look at any potential failure a little more critically. And I think T1, they've got that eye on them right now. It's an insanely competitive tournament. There's a lot of talk in the community about the fact that, you know, there's only 8 teams attending, but to frame that differently, that means there's no free games at all.
Every game should be competitive.
Match is insane right from the beginning. It's like jumping straight into the playoffs of our other tournaments later on down the road. And that's a tough spot. I mean, 2 teams are guaranteed here because of Swiss to go 0-2. That's how the format works.
And as we said, still chances, of course, for these 2 teams. But we're going to set it down to the floor.
เฮ้ยเขาแอบโกงฟีดไทยอะเนี่ย
Interview. Durka is standing by.
ฟีดไทย 4K อ่ะชัดแจ๋วเลย
โอ้โหเป็นไงบ้างครับโอ้ทุกคนพร้อมมากเลยวันนี้นะก็จะต้องแปล2ภาษาแต่ก็จะอยากขอความช่วยเหลือจากทุกคนอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับผมวันนี้เราก็มาอยู่กับผู้เล่นที่ยอดเยี่ยมของเราเลยนะครับผมในเกมเมื่อกี้นะครับผม Ladies and gentlemen please give a round of applause for Durka First of all, congratulations on your win. It was an amazing performance by you and your team. I do have a couple of questions though. สำหรับคำถามแรกนะครับผมอยากรู้เหมือนกันเพราะว่ามันมีเนื้อเรื่องอยู่นะเมื่อวานถ้าเกิดว่าใครได้ติดตามนะครับก็จะรู้แล้วนะว่าเมื่อวานเราได้สัมภาษณ์คังไว้เขาบอกว่า Duelist ที่เก่งที่สุดในเนี้ยถ้าไม่ใช่เขาก็น่าจะเป็นคนนี้นะครับผมน่าจะเป็น Durka นั่นเองอยากรู้ว่าเขาคิดเหมือนกันหรือเปล่า So the first question for you is I'm not so sure if you watched the interviews yesterday. I interviewed EDG Kangkang, and he mentioned that one of the best duelists in this competition is Durka. What do you think about that? Who do you think it is, or do you agree or not?
Feels nice. I mean, I'm kind of friends with him. He's been always saying that he used to watch me since like the first Reykjavik, so it's kind of nice that he pops off now. So I'll also say that I think it's him. Because, I mean, he won a championship before me too, so I'll give it to him.
Got it. สำหรับคำตอบของเดอร์เกอร์นะครับก็ถือว่าน่ารักพอสมควรเลยบอกว่าเอาจริงๆคือรู้สึกดีมากเนาะที่คังเนี่ยให้เกียรติเขานะถือว่าเป็นไอดอล1 คนเลยเพราะว่าเห็นบอกว่าดูมานานแล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเดอร์เกอร์ก็บอกเหมือนกันว่าคนที่เก่งที่สุดในนี้ดูอลิสที่เก่งที่สุดในรุ่งอรุณของดูอลิสของเรานะครับก็คือคังเองชมกันไปอวยกันไปมานะก็บอกเลยนะว่ายังไงก็น่าเป็นคังสำหรับเขาเนื่องจากว่าก็คังได้แชมป์ไปแล้วอ่ะเขายังรออยู่เหมือนกันนะครับผมสำหรับคำถามที่2ก็อยากที่จะถามต่อนะครับว่าเมื่อกี้เนี้ยคือเอาจริงๆนะแน่นมากนะครับผมเล่นเป๊ะจริงๆเลยอยากรู้ครับว่ารู้สึกกดดันบ้างไหมอ่ะเพราะว่าเอาจริงๆถ้าเกิดใครได้ดูแมปแรกเนี่ยคือแทบจะไม่พลาดเลยนิ่งๆแต่มาแน่นอนนะครับก็เลยอยากรู้ครับ Durka for the second question I really wanted to know this performance the first game of Team Vitality you really outperformed a lot of people's expectations I mean you were very clean I wanted to know were there any pressure for you at all I mean it seems like a walk in the park so I would love to know if there were any pressure as well as what's on your mind at this point in time
No, I mean, I don't think there was any pressure from us. We just wanted to play our game and see how it goes because we didn't have much time to practice, of course, because we were coming here like a few days before the event and we have like a lot of stuff to do. But I think we just knew what we need to do, how we need to play, and we kind of like remember how we did in kickoff and then like just be together, just be with the boys, and it doesn't matter if something goes right, just like be together and it's all good then.
โอ้โหก็ถือว่าตอบดีนะครับถือว่าบอกว่าเลยว่าเอาจริงๆก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันเนาะเพราะว่าการที่เขาเนี่ยได้มาที่นี่เขาก็ไม่ได้มีเวลาซ้อมเท่าไหร่นะเพราะว่าเนื่องจากเรื่องต้องการเดินทางด้วยต้องมีการถ่ายอินเทอร์วิวเยอะนะครับแต่ว่าอย่างไรก็ตามที่สำคัญที่สุดก็คือว่าอยู่กับเพื่อนๆอยู่กันเป็นทีมก็พอแพ้ก็แพ้ด้วยกันชนะก็ชนะด้วยกันนะครับผมทำอะไรก็ตามอยู่กับทีมสำคัญที่สุดครับก็เลยไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันก็ถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมไปเลยทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ก็อยากที่จะไหนๆแล้วก็อาจจะมีเวลาเหลือนิดนึงนะก็อาจจะอยากให้ฝากเดอร์เกอร์พูดถึงชาวไทยอีกนิดนึงนะครับผม the last thing just you see so many Thai fans behind you screaming look at that reaction do you have anything to say from all the Thai fans or all the fans watching around the world back at home just say a word or two
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys very much. It's really loud out here. We can hear you guys every round, and it's really awesome to play here for one of the best crowds I've ever played. So thank you guys.
พี่ปาเต้
ครับ
ผมได้เจอพี่วันไหน
พี่ไปหาอิงได้ทุกวันอ่ะ
เอ้ยคนลุกเลยอะ
ฟังดูปืนแดกได้เจออิงไม่วันไหนอ่ะ
โอ้น่าจะอยู่แถวๆนั้นแหละพี่
อ๋อใช่แค่แถวนั้นเลย
พี่เอฟไปกับพี่ปาเต้ด้วยป่ะพี่
เอฟมาด้วยแต่เอฟไม่คุยกับอิงเพราะว่าเอฟแบบ
เดี๋ยวนี้
งอน
พี่เอฟ
ไง
ดังแล้วยิ่งแล้ว
โอ้ให้ตายเถอะบาว
ดัง
นี่
แล้ว
เป็
แย
น
ก
คนอ
ว
ย่าง งนี้ไม่
เสีย
ก็
ใจว่ะทำตัวเหมือนพี่เอ๋ยเลยนะพี่
เอฟอย่าทำอย่างนั้น
จริง
อะไรวะ
เมื่อก่อนอ่ะโอ้โหเรียกตลอดเดี๋ยวนี้เล่นเล่นเกมไม่ทักแล้ว
ไม่มีทักไปเลยเหรอ
ไม่มีเลยนี่เขา
วัน
ดัง
นี้
แล้ว
ก็
ไง
โป๊กเมื่อวานก็โป๊ก
รู้สาวมันก็
สักพัก3-4 ทุ่มมาบอกเอ้าไปไหนมาโป๊กตั้งนานอ๋อเล่นโดกระป๋อง
อ่ะแต่งเรื่อง เดี๋ยวนี้แต่งเรื่องให้ดูดี
เดี๋ยว
ดู
แค
ดี
ป
พี่ปาเต้
แคปไปเลยไหม
โอ้ my
เสีย
ฮิ
ใจ
ต
ว่ะ
มันมี
พี่
ฮิตซอลุงโฮตารี่นะ
อุ้ยเย็นทำไมบอล
Masters Bangkok. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk here once again with Mimi and Achilles to set up the stage for our final match of today. It will be G2 versus Trace Esports. Now, so far, the seed ones have been going through one by one, and Mimi, on paper, you gotta be also favoring G2 just a little bit here in this matchup.
You do, but Trace is the ultimate upset team. We've seen it from them before. We've seen it from guys on the team. Beyond K never lost to an America's team before, and I imagine he doesn't want to start today, no matter what the odds may be.
ไม่ผมอ่านเสื้อ G2 ออกเพราะอะไรครับพี่เอ๋ย
อ่านอะไรนะ
G2 ทำไมลายเสื้อที่เขาใส่มาเมื่อกี้ผมอ่านออกเหมือนทุกคำเลย
เดี๋ยวยังไม่ได้ดูเมื่อกี้
Depending on how this match goes, they could walk away looking like one of the cleaner teams at the tournament because there have been some muddy moments from everybody else.
Yeah, but it also feels like, Mimi, since the inception of these group of players, you know, the core, they've always looked like the favorites no matter which tier, which tournament they're in.
Yeah, I mean, it was true as of a couple years ago, but there was definitely a time back when people doubted them. This is the same core that was the guard that went on their crazy run. They didn't make partnership, went down to tier 2 together, grinded things out, finally made it to partnerships, and now they're here in their second year as an Ascension team. And not only have they made it to another Masters tournament, but I think in a lot of people's eyes, myself included, they're coming in as probably the favorite to win Masters Bangkok, and that's from a squad that qualified into the partnership leagues because of Ascension.
Yeah, I don't think that is at all, getting a little bit too, flamboyant with your words there.
อ๋อต้องอ่านออกแหละ
Very much the
อ๋อ
favorite of the
เห็นแล้วเหรอ
moment.
เห็นแล้ว
What a story it would be if they could go from getting their first trophy, first Ascension team to be able to get that trophy, and then get a Masters one on top of it. This would be an incredible journey.
And their year last year was already incredible, making the run that they did at
อ๋อฟีดเต้เร็วกว่าแน่เลย นี่เพิ่งสัมภาษณ์ T2 ของพี่
internationally.
ใช่เหรอ
And now, like you mentioned, Seth, getting that very
เขา
first
มีสัมภาษณ์ด้วยเหรอพี่
breaking that
นี่สัมภาษณ์ T2 อยู่
that they had last year in Americas as well.
อันนี้พี่ดูช่องไทยเหรอ
ใช่มาเปลี่ยนมาไทยละเดี๋ยวปรับเวลาให้เท่ากัน
ฝรั่ง
In a second, in just a moment, but even
ไทยมันเสียงไม่มีปัญหาไง
on the global stage, they
4K ด้วย
very good.
Yeah, they've just, I mean, all of last year.
ขอโยกก่อน
run for them, always getting so
ขอโยกก่อนได้ครับพี่เอ๋ย
to go for that trophy, the run at Masters Shanghai, to then fall to Heretics. They were always nipping near the top. This team is incredible, but they have absolutely leveled up with Jungle.
And keeping 4 players into this year, the system has continued through. Valorant has such an incredible level of trust and coordination built up with these boys, and of course, they added a world champion into the team. Jojimo has been a perfect addition to this roster, and it feels like the easiest one-for-one upgrade you could make into a team that was already a contender at international events.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% with you guys. I think they're definitely looking like one of the favorites. And speaking of, let's have a chat with the IGL
อ่ะเฟิงแบกเหรอ
Valen with Mika Fabs.
Standing here right now with Valen of G2. Nice to see you here. Now you're up against
เฮ้ย
Trace.
แต่เสื้อหน้าได้อยู่ใน T2 ไหม
Surprised everybody last year, of course, taking down Leviathan and Vitality. How did that affect your prep
ทัน
for
ไหม
them
พี่ก้า
going
ทันไหม
into
พี่
this
ไม่
first
ทัน
match?
หรอวะ
Yeah, I think they
เหมือน
had good
เหมือนนี่แล้วอะ
performances last year, but last year's
ตุก
last
ๆแล้ว
year.
เหรอ
We're
พี่
gonna
พี่
have to
ก้า
do it again. So
ตุกๆ
for
แล้ว
us, we weren't feeling intimidated by it. We just go in and play our game and see if they can do it again.
New year, new event. Best of luck to you guys.
I feel like that applies to them as well, you know? New year, maybe some things are still the same, but they do have to come out here and prove themselves again. But how easy or difficult, Mimi, will it be for this G2 squad?
I think there's high expectations, but I think they've already lived up to that in their own mind. Being able to win back in Americas, you have to come in with a lot of confidence off of that. And I think they come in with a meta that they're super comfortable with. Players in great form. They feel set up to meet the expectations.
I fully agree.
I love that. She
I don't
said it
have-
all. She
She's
said it
she's
all.
the expert coming over from
She said it
Americas,
all.
but yeah, she said it all.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
I mean, okay, let's just hype up the Jogomo here. Let's just hype up why even the other players. You know, we had Human here yesterday, and he was like, "Yeah, I've been watching a ton of Jogomo."
Seth, I'm gonna keep yapping for one more second because I just want to play this round, which to me is the difference between G2 with Icy and G2 with Jock. He's ulting through B into heaven alone on York. The team then takes the side, and look where his teleport is. It's in their spawn, behind them. Jojimo is so much more of a player who's willing to take his agency, take his risks. Here he hears the Sobal, TP's behind them, gets a 2K, and that's the round that wins them kickoff in Americas. Icy was a player that fit into what G2 wanted, but he was very much a player who was, you know, just doing what the team asked of him. He wasn't taking those risks, he wasn't making those plays, and despite G2's successes, he looked like one of the least individually powerful, heavy-hitting duelists out of the best teams in the world. And now you're bringing a world champion in Jaw who just adds immense levels of aura to this team.
I feel like we did have those moments from time to time with Icy, but what you're talking about is just that consistency.
He wasn't a
from
superstar,
Jaw.
though.
Yeah, he didn't have the agency to just say, okay, I'm going to look to just try to take over this round and hope for the best. Jaw is willing to go for that, to really roll the dice and go for that gamble. More often than not, he comes away with it because he's still just so mechanically gifted.
And to me, that's adding something that G2 lacked in the past. They're more willing to take risks now. They let Jojimo make those plays, which adds a bit of spice to their play that they didn't have previously.
I also feel like that's elevated everyone else's performances too, right? The way that we've seen Leaf. My goodness, how great is Leaf right now? But we do have a tweet here from Jonah P talking about his teammate Jogamo and what he feels like he's been bringing to this team. Again, we've heard it from the daily teas as well. We've heard him doing lots of content, just literally gassing up his teammate. And why wouldn't you? Because Achilles, I feel like Jogamo is not just a great player on the server. He's just vibes off the server as well.
He really is. And like I was fortunate enough to meet Draw back in 23 when we were over at Champions. And even though he was getting ready to go up against Paper Rex, I couldn't help but love this guy because he just exudes a positive personality. He's so damn chill. And I think that is a huge boon to have this guy who's there to just, you know, continue to gas up the players when you're already doing so well. And you have this guy that can be the tip of the spear, go in, absolutely clap, but then also set up the rest of the team simultaneously while keeping the vibes up. It's the overall package here with Jaw.
And America's Valen has talked to us about the fact that he feels like Valen is like adding the vibe, just the energy to the team. It gives the rest of them confidence when Jojimo is coming in, being the good vibes that he is, bringing the swagger that he has, and you see it in their play now.
I'm not gonna lie, he gives me confidence. When he walked past me, I'm like, what's up? Yeah, you're right. Because they spent a lot of time in Europe, so we had the pleasure of getting to know them, and you know, I can understand why you guys love this team so much over in Americas. However, over in VCTCN, there is a team that they also love. It's not EDG, it is Trace Esports, returning once again as well. Achilles, they have been here before. We did see them at Champs, and they surprised everybody.
No, they really did. I mean, it all started with that victory over Team Vitality, who've been able to go ahead and net themselves another international win, so that's a big W for them. But Trace, they caught us off guard with that victory. Hebe had talked about his idol and Aspas and how he was kind of nervous but excited to go up and play against him, and then he was able to slay him. He was able to just go ahead and jump that hurdle, and they completely caught us all off guard. People who paid very close attention to China, yes, they'll say, of course, Trace was always going to be this kind of contender team, but they were always that dark horse back at Champions, and my God, did they deliver. They didn't make it too far into the playoffs, but the performances that they did have were so very entertaining, and I'm very happy to see them back on this stage once again, because this guy in his own right, also a bit of a vibe merchant.
Yeah, how could you not smile when you look at him?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the reaction when they won that first match, the shot of him crying on stage, what it meant for them to get those wins back in Champions. But I think they're more than just an upset team now. They've proven how good they can be, and they proved it back in China this season too.
They did, and also they've stuck together. You know,
all five players.
They've managed to stay together. They managed to overcome one of the demons for them, which is EDG, of course, at kickoff in their own tournament. And Mimi, the way that they did it too, the things they were playing, and how they managed to beat some of the teams was really fascinating to see.
สวัสดีทุกคนผมกลับมาแล้วครับ
You might think I'm a psycho for saying it, but in my mind, Trace was the favorite to win the finals against EDG. The first time they played this season, Trace smoked them 13-4 back-to-back maps. And EDG only really started to look like themselves further in the lower bracket. This tournament was all about Trace. The only game they dropped was the final.
Oh, this was ridiculous, this clip. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this was silly.
Just to reinforce that, I mean, I think that pretty much all the way up until EDG had even gotten into the grand final, you were kind of favoring a lot of the other teams that they were playing against because they didn't look like themselves, and it was that grand final, as you're saying, where they were able to hit that stride and get that kind of revenge match victory over EDG in 3-1 fashion. But Trace the whole way throughout, which is absolutely coasting, tearing people apart during their stay there in VCT China. So we knew from the outset, like, yep, this team's going to make it international.
มันแน่อยู่แล้ว T2
Second slot, that was always the question mark.
And this is such a cool tournament to watch Trace in now because the Chinese teams had a month off after finishing VCTC and lots of time to come in, prep new stuff. And Trace's thing is they're not all about the individuals. They're the thinking man's team. They play together really well. They always come up with interesting gimmick comps, interesting ideas.
Good boy.
Their opponent. And with that level of prep, even against a favored team like G2, I trust they're gonna have some interesting map prepped that could catch G2 off guard.
Especially when you got a player like Feng Feng on your team. He's standing by right now with Mika Fabs ahead of this match.
I'm standing here right now with Feng Feng of Trace Esports, and I have Veer to help me with some translation. Now, Feng Feng, even with Trace's performance last year, even with EDG winning champions last year, a lot of people still underestimate the CN region. What is your message to all of those that still underestimate both teams and even those that have Trace at the bottom of their tier lists?
即使去年 EDG 拿到了冠军，并且 T 也有不错的表现，你是否认为现在还是有一些人会去低估 CN 赛区的实力？对他们有什么想说的呢？
在我看来，24年的冠军就是最好的证明。然后，在大师赛开始前，大家都很不看好太平洋和我们赛区，然后他们昨天都拿到了首胜。然后我就是想对他们说，不要纸上谈兵，然后比赛见真章。
I think we did prove ourselves like
มาแล้วครับ
2024 trophy.
มาแล้วครับ
Before yesterday's match, I don't think there were a lot of people expecting EDG and DRX to win, but they did. So I just want to say, forget about those theories. Just like look at the fact.
Expect the unexpected. Good luck to you guys.
He's not wrong.
อยากรู้ว่าช่องไทยเขาทำอะไรกัน
And what I want to talk about when it comes to Feng Feng is we speak about the MVP potentially having a
มิ่งไม่ดีมากเลยนะครับผม
their role on their team. If Trace were to make it all the way, I think Feng Feng will be a huge MVP contender. And I will go as far as to say he might be the best Raze player in this tournament.
I mean, I think it could definitely make a strong argument for that, but I'm right there with you. I think if they could go on that run, he would have to be in that conversation for MVP because he's not just sticking to the Raze. We've always seen him kind of swap back and forth, you know, Kai coming in to play on jet maps, etc. But he's been picking up this Vice now that it's in the meta for the team, and he's really been stretching his flexibility.
This meta really lends itself to creativity, and I think that's where Trace shines. They have great flexibility in their players. Multiple guys are going to swap around and pick up the duels. They're even buying some stuff that went out of fashion, still locking in quite a few neon comps. So there's a lot of room for them to experiment, to play their own unique style, and they execute on that so incredibly well with the talents of players like Feng Feng, like Kai.
Is that how you beat a team like G2? You throw things at them they've never seen before.
I think that's what you have to try, but I don't think it'll work.
Oh, give me some hopium.
No, I think if you can throw some curveballs, some things that they're not really ready for, especially at the early start of rounds, get those early advantages, that's how they're going to need. They're going to have to snowball this.
Okay, I feel like I'm on the more Kopi side of this. We'll see. But for now, it's time to send this down to stage and bring out the last two teams here. It will be G2 Esports taking on Trace.
Trace Esports พบกับ G2
ด็อกิวเมอร์เดินมาแม่งมาดโคตรคนไทย ผมแล้วที่เป็นคนประเทศเพื่อนบ้าน
It is the final two contenders of Masters Bangkok. G2 Esports, the team that won it all back in Americas, and the ultimate underdogs in Trace. But Mimi, you hit the nail on the head. Bianchi has stood before a lot of Americans players before, and he has never lost against him. Will the streak continue today?
Trace is the ultimate upset team. You can never count them out completely, and they have had a hell of a lot of time to cook and come up with something special to catch G2 off guard.
And I think that is the biggest advantage that they have because China wrapped so early on. We saw what that kind of meant for EDG in their matches just yesterday. For Trace, how much have they been able to study G2? I'd guess a hell of a lot.
But they're starting things off on a map that we haven't seen a ton of from G2. They only played this Lotus once against Cloud9. I think they looked quite good in that map, but this is definitely comfort territory for Trace. They were playing a big Vice comp on this map last time they came out. Going into the later stages of this VITO, and it looks like
ใช่ป่ะ
really
พี่
comfortable tower
แชมเบอร์ครับผม
for
มา
G2
บิด
having both the
ไม่
Abyss
ลีฟว่ะ
and Pearl in
ลีฟ
there.
ฮะ
I
เริ่ม
have
เป็
a
นคนละ
hard time
จังหวะนี้
imagining how Trace wins those two maps.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I think if Trace want to win here, they have to 2-0. I don't see a world where they can beat G2 on Pearl. And that is a tremendous amount of pressure.
ที่ฮอปอะ
It is, but the Abyss already is
ดูวันเดียวกันมา
they can
กระโดดออกนอกข้างหลังแมปแล้วก็
who the
ขึ้นไป
hell
ติดบน
knows
ขื่อ
what
แล้ว
we
กระโด
can
ดขึ้น
end
บ
up
นแท่น
having on that Pearl. Like I said, Trace, they have had
ได้
an
เลยใช่เลย
immense amount of
เป็น
time
เทสท่าเป้า
to
มาเลย
study
พี่
G2 to figure out what their play
เฮ้ย
call system looks
ไม่
like,
ทันหรอก
what they can anticipate round over round, and then
เบอร์
try
โจหน้าลุคนี้มันเท่จังวะ
in the corner in their own play style
เท่
to
จริงพี่
counteract
ลุค
G2.
เก่าก็เท่อยู่แล้วนี่เงี้ย
It's
เท่
time
ขึ้น
to
อีก
find out if all of that homework,
โอ้
all
ย
of
ไป
that
ยืน
study
สองตูน
can
ค
pay
รับ
off on the stage.
คนนั่งไม่ใช่เหรอพี่
G2's biggest strength is how they game plan ahead of time. When you watch them
งั้น
play
พี่ก็
into
มี
them,
เหตุผล
it's
นะ
almost always the first like part of a half is planned out. They have a set pistol round, they have set gun rounds to go for early on. Josh RT and Valen are really good at coming up with the right read, and the players really buy into that system. But they showed they could
วันนี้สาววาลินจะกินน้ำตาหรือเปล่ามาดูกัน
dropping a couple maps to Sentinels. And the way Sentinels was playing was honestly just disrespect, fighting into smokes, taking risks, catching the G2 players off guard. This is not an unbeatable team, but it's a strong one, and they still won that final.
And I do wonder how they're going to react in a situation where they've been under a microscope. Every other team in other regions have stolen stuff that G2 have come up with, their comps, their strats, everything under the sun. So what more else can they give? Because Trace is not really the type of team you guys already spoke about. I'd like to do that. They have their
เห็น
own
คน
stuff.
ชู
They
โทร
have
ศั
their
พท์สอง
own
คน
thing
เปล่า
going on.
Yeah, we
ไหน
always
พี่
saw them
เปิด
just
ราย
kind of
การ
sticking
อ
to
ยู่
their
อะ
guns back at
ไหน
champions, and it was good enough for them to be able
ไหน
to
วะ
make that run to
เฮ้ย
get
หรือ
up
ฟี
into
ด
the
พี่เร็วกว่า
playoffs.
วะ
I'm curious
เอ้า
if
เหรอ
there's going to be some additional
แล้วพี่
iteration because a
โยก
month's
มา
time
ของ
is
ใคร
a
อ่ะ
lot to
เดี๋ยว
find
แน่
something and then
ลอง
make
เดี๋ยว
it your own,
ไม่ได้ไหม
find your own identity within a
รอ
composition
ดู
that
รอ
you
ดูเดี๋ยว
borrow
มันจะมี
from
แผ
somewhere
นกล้อง
else.
คนนั่ง
So
อ่ะ
I'm curious if there are going to be these
ผม
pivots.
ต่อยกับคนดูอยู่เลยไม่
You're
เห็น
talking about how Sentinels
อ๋อเขา
played
บอกว่าคนละ
against
ฟีดจ้ะเพราะ
G2
ไม่
in
เหมือน
that
กันหร
final,
อ
how they were able to get some wins away from them. I think Trace are going to be capable of that,
อ้าว
especially
ใช่
ฟีดนอกอะ
ผมไปโดนปิดไหมแต่เมื่อไหร่
see Fung Fung
อ๋อ
on that raise.
คือเมื่อกี้มีน้องสองคนอ่ะชูโทรศัพท์ขึ้นมา
Well, taking a look at
เป็น
the
รูป
agents
ก้าน
of
ใน
IG,
กล้อง
we
อ่ะ
will not get any changes.
Yeah, it's going to be sticking to the same comps, and I think this is a really good position for G2 to be in. Playing on this Yoru, they do a really good job at dealing with Vi's setups, using that clone to bait stuff out. Honestly,
รายการ
I
นี้
think
พี่อยู่
with
ฟีด
how
ไทยด้วย
slow
วะ
G2 can play on their
แม่ง
attack
โกง
side,
กว่า
baiting out that util, going for late round executes, it almost feels like Trace is going to have to play into a lot of flood defense type rounds.
Yeah, I might have to just try to get back in quick before G2 can fully get entrenched, but this is kind of what I was talking about at the beginning, and what I'm hoping to see here from Trace is a way to counteract this Yoru as it goes up against that Vice. Have they solved it? Have they found the formula to break this
วาลิน
Yoru
หน้าเหมือน
down
ไอ้นี่แห
and
ละ
make it
วีคเอน
look a little bit less indomitable than it has been?
Solo initiator with that
weekend.
fade means there's not as many tools to set up Fung Fung that the Rays on the or the
ถ้าทำหัวหยิกๆหน่อยใส่แว่นดำนี่
is
ชัด
going
เล
to
ย
be able to have here.
Well, we have a very exciting match ahead of us and a very exciting duo. Join me and show some love for Panda.
Thank you so much, Yinzu and the desk. Yeah, a fantastic game here, and a lot of people kind of feeling there's something about Trace in this matchup. There's a potential for an upset. There's something that has got them worried or potentially excited. They're against G2. Do you believe the hype?
Honestly, I do believe the hype. I feel like they're almost kind of a fake second seed because of how well they were doing
วันนี้พี่ไก่ยิง
in the
60 ตัว
regular bracket up until the finals where they dropped to EDG. But at the same time,
จริง
it's
น่า
hard
จะ
to
ทีม
believe
เด
in
ธแม
that
ท
magic in game one against so
ทีม
many
เดธยังไม่ถึงเลยพี่
Spot on. Now we have a couple players that have had those couple upsets, obviously for Trace, but look, VITO, at least they got Lotus, right? We start here. This is probably their best
พี่ไก่บอกลอง KFC Thailand มาแล้วของขึ้นเลย
sideways.
เผ็ดจัดวิงแซบ
Put a fork in it
นับเลยครับพี่เอ๋ย
but
เอ้ยเดี๋ยว
now we
ตามที่คนอื่นเท่ากันนี่
start
นับ
with the
เดี๋ยว
pistol,
พี่
and
ปรับ
it
เอ
has
ง
to look good for me.
พี่เอ็มนับเลยครับพี่
I have to have some faith.
นับให้หน่อยเพิ่งรีเฟรชมา
อ้าว
เดี๋ยว
หายแล้ว
เพิ่งเปลี่ยนมาช่องแต่ใครดูอยู่กล้านับ
สา
เล
ม
ย
สามสี่
สอง
สาม
หนึ่ง
สาม
สอง
Yeah, Val's the first, of course, already
เอ้า
joined
ให้นับอะไรอ่ะให้นับ
Blood.
ตามสองหนึ่งเหรอ
Perfect for Trace.
เอา
G2,
26
quick reminder,
25
of course,
อ้าว
now in
สี่
house.
ผม11เลยอ่ะพี่
เก้า
8
เจ็ด
ไปกินนับไปกินนับไป
ผมเท่ากับคุณกิต
Bianche alone on that site for now, and it's going to be up to G2
2ให้หยุดแล้วบอกนะพี่
sniff
1
that out because if they go into a B pop, they
9
lost B main control. They're gonna have no chance.
เท่าไหร่นะเลขข้างหน้าเท่าไหร่นะ
Question mark he wanted to find an answer to. Already invested in the utility, but gets no reward. But I guess there's some info in the lack of it. Is going to be that flood towards B. The trades are there. Nice positioning towards main, at least from some.
ไปไกลเลยแป๊บนึงนะ
difficult.
พี่เล็กนิดนึง
G2 not
ได้พี่
finding what they
ไม่
want
ต้
on
อง
the
ไม่
way
ต้อง
in.
Got a couple of kills, but
ต่อ
it's
นะครั
not
บ
going to be enough, especially because Young K still back there towards stairs. That's going to be the first kill, and Trace with an excellent pistol.
โอเคครับผม
I love this. Bianca, the
เฮ้ย
ultimate
นั่นมานา
America's
ทีหนึ่ง
killer, is just
แล้วที่อี
holding
นับ
this
1ไปก่อน
down.
ไงจังหวะ
Just
นี้
resolute to
เป็นไง
the
โอ้
perfect
โห
start.
ครับผมไม่ตรงเลยมาจับ
Phased by G2 there, weren't to be bullied around, held very nicely in all of these pivots throughout the pistol.
Exactly. I think it was that shift over into the B site after the trap play, because a lot of teams, they'd stay in that same space, keep brawling to the death.
เราเชียร์พี่ไก่อยู่แล้วพี่เอ้ย
เฮ้ยอย่างนี้ต้องช็อตแล้วแมตช์เนี้ย ความคิดเห็นไม่ตรงกัน
There was layers on layers. The thinking man's Valorant team that
ของเก่ายังไม่เคลียร์นะพี่
3แล้วกันคู่นี้3ไป
ได้เลย
Now, again, we want to see this being
แล้ว
kept
ได้เจอ
clean
กันแล้ว
because
ด้วย
I think
แต่มันจะนับยังไงอ่ะ
any viewer knows
ตรงนั้นร้านเยอะนะ
the rest of
ร้าน
this
คิว
map
เยอะตรง
does
นั้นน่ะ
swing quite nicely towards G2.
แพงด้วยนะ
Personally, I want to see Trace
ไม่
being
ออกมาข้างนอกก็ได้
clean,
ไม่แพง
looking composed, looking in control, because you know G2 can get under your skin. They
ไม่
are
แพ
an
งก็
explosive side
น่า
at
จะ
times.
ได้อยู่
Hebe looking to farm up.
ผม
Controller one, they have slipped through, so he could actually be pinched here, and he does
เฮ้ย
go down. They-
พี่เบ
I don't want to say site control,
Yeah,
but they've at least got the foot in
จำชื่อ
the
นี้
door.
เอาไว้นะ
it's awkward too, because
Leaf.
he is the only player going into
อันนั้น
site here.
ไม่ใช่
I'm worried he's going
Leaf too
ahead
hot.
here. There was no
Leaf
trade
too hot.
potential. That's far too risky for far
เอาไปแล้ว2
little reward. G2 given
พี่ไก่
a
เป้าแปลก
chance.
เพื่อนถึงก็ต้องโยนปืนให้บอก
Yeah, G2 have plenty of time. Minute left.
โยนมันไปไม่เอา
Trace right now is still a little bit scattered. They're worried about G2 actually just running through the C site, but G2 have to comfortably grab the spike with the smoke and get out of there.
And I like what Jorg's trying to do as well. Get a little more space over towards that CT side. Kind of play off site, play the timing. I don't know how it's going to work out. Timing is going to be awkward. Yeah.
เฮ้ยเจ้า
You hate to see it.
Wait.
Hey.
Oh, I love to see it. I don't know. This
พี่
is
รู้ว่า
just gone completely topsy-turvy. Gorgeous flash. Jorgamo's being a
Oh.
nuisance. Time's
Oh.
being bought, and look at Valen
เห
joining
นียว
in.
จัดเหนียว
It
จั
ain't
ด
a one-man
เหนียวจัด
fight anymore.
ดึ
They
งให้
have
เพื่อน
no
มา
idea about this additional body, and Valen can just hold this
ไม่มี
down.
ฟรี
They
แน่นอน
still have to control the site, which they might be doing here. Hold on, it's a 1v1, but the defuse is a problem.
แปลก
Bianca is going to sit
ยิง
this.
ไม่
He's
ได้
not
มุม
going to
นี้
get off this one, surely. Not actually does. He has to.
อ่า
Played so well. Valen had to rush
Yeah.
back towards
Mad.
site. They keep it in check with the second round, but hey, this is G2.
Yeah,
That's a rude awakening right there.
Look, Trace losing 4 players on that round is kind of crazy. The fact they only got 1 for 1 on that initial site hit. G2
Hey.
then sort of switching up
Two
those
state
players,
ไปเมื่อกี้
right? Jogmo
เฮ้ยเฮเบ
initially
มัน
taking the fight
ใช้สูตรนี่หว่า
in waterfall, only to then
ใช้สูตร
go over into the site with some really nice mid-round or post-plant decision
โอ้
making
ไม่ค่อย
from
มั่นใจ
G2.
แล้วนี่
อันนี้ด้วยมันไหนพี่เบี้ยงด้วย
ไม่
ไม่ค่อยมั่นใจเลยอะ
ไม่เบียงไม่ใช่
Trace,
อยู่
you've got to
นี่
get real
เบีย
tight
ง
on
ตัว
some
สู
of
ง
those opportunities,
Hebe
giving
เหรอ
those options
Hebe
over to
Hebe
G2.
ซอยใช่ไหมเฮเบ
Absolute
เต็ม
mountains
ซอย
out
เต็ม
of
จอ
molehills
เลย
there. You can't afford it. That was up
เต็ม
against
ซอย
แน่นเลยอะ
maybe a ghost at most. We go back in here into the bonus for Trace, and of course G2 now with that nice purchase to come up with.
Yeah, G2's prep will have told them that Trace leaves C-Site very weak. Usually it's just the Viper or Kai on the Vise hanging out here. Hey, Bay, hold on, there's a clone right underneath him. He's not fooled by that.
Dirk is not in this one. There's no problems. We're all good. Trent just going farming. But an early opportunity, kind of pressuring that
แส
seaside.
ดงว่าเฮ
pulling
เบ
over the
มันต้องดู
rotation.
แข่งอี
Yeah, I
มี
think
แน่
it's
เลย
important though that G2 do this early positioning in the half that
มัน
they're
ไป
going
ดู
to
มา
show
ว่าลิควิดใช้แล้วแบบได้ดี
full aggros, because Trace so often will be full fighting over towards that Rebel space. Then you put a pause in the mid round, you re-clear into Rebel, and all of a sudden Trace will get a little bit less comfortable around their information. They don't really have
แต่ว่าเกิดไลน์อัพใหม่ คิงไก่กิโกะ
any real space on
อา
that
โม
Rebel side.
อามิก
Just need to start clearing some question marks. You can see the flash coming in through B, maybe just trying to get the info, but we can see where this is likely ending for G2. Very meticulous in approach, still holding that default for quite some time, about 40 seconds. Tree pressure and
แต่
tree
กิโม
control
ดูผิวมาก
gathered.
เลยว่ะ
And it's
เมน
going to be there's no situation that Bianca is going to stick around too close on site. He's got a ghost. It's time to fall away from this. Let them get the plant and play retake.
30 we'll see even how committed they go into the retake, whether or not they try to deny some ult orbs or something like this. Bianca is actually going to find the ghost shot.
เคลียร์ไปแล้วไหลลงมา
โอ้โหยุ่งเลยทีนี้ ยุ่
And
ง
that's
เลย
Trent gone from a post plant as well. We know what that Teo can do, but already you can see that pressure mounting. Almost that quick retake coming in, but they
น่า
get
ชวนพี่แทนมาดูโจหน้าผี
Hebe going down makes this trickier, but an opportunity made out of nothing. Still need to chip away at the last 3 if they really want to make a go at this one. But does well. Expects the counter swing with this leaf, holding that back line, taking away Kai. Pretty much tips this completely into their hands. This would have to be be monstrous. from Feng. I don't think it's going to happen. It's not. G2 just about get across the finish line there.
ดีนะรีบไปไว
These rounds are really tight though, even with bad buys for these two teams. Giving you a little preview of how intense these rounds could end up playing. We'll see this again from Young K's perspective, the sole side anchor. Good for one there. But really this sets up for a very interesting round 4 because just about everyone in the server is 1 or 2 points away from the ultimate. Playing for those early ult orbs.
จริงๆไอ้รูนะแม่ง
อะไรนะ
ไอ้รูดรอปนี่แม่งน่าโดนเคลียร์รัว
มันเคลียร์ไปแล้วแล้วค่อยตอบทีหลังเลยแบบโดน
Balance
ส
one
ไป
of the cooler IGL heads out there. Keeping it calm for G2.
That as well. It's something you want to be seeing, keeping that composure. Very early rubble control this time.
Especially with such high expectations for G2 coming into the tournament. You know, we're in the last 3 finals, lost the first 2, finally win kickoff, finally have those huge expectations. For now, can just bait out this wall as they again show that early presence towards C.
ใช้ชื่อลำบากแน่พี่ไก่เจอโยรู้อะ
A little bit of a pocket to play from here.
อุ้ย
I
หล
do
บ
want
เลย
to
ข
see
นา
them
ดนั้น
very diligent, clearing towards site. He's trying to make something of it.
พี่
It
ไก่
didn't
แปล
really
ก
go well.
จัดตรงนี้
Now the follow-up is
Yeah,
there for
it's
Heyvey,
good.
but this still feels a bit brawly to me. I'm looking at the rest of the map, and everyone now having to rotate over. We're seeing them get control. That's C-site now under the G2 banner. I don't see much pressure coming back in, but they're still looking to have a fight on this. They do have the ult there as well.
Yeah, that's the
Minimal.
thing. Trace need to find some kind of a pick, but also the spike hasn't been planted, so G2 are going to have to walk into some of these angles. They have no flashes left on Jonah P. Maybe waiting for the refresh of a fault line, something like this. Because they don't even feel like they have control of the site right now using the blast to clear back.
Valen, they're just going to be investing the smoke.
โดนนะ
Decent amount of chip, but still no kill, and it's unconfirmed damage, so it's not going to be enough for them to really want to
Save เลยครับ
in on. They're still quite comfortable here. 4 players to get through. I
Song,
think you're calling
song.
a save on this.
Yeah, especially like Feng Fang Hei's got the regen shield going in on that one too, so even though he gets chipped, going to be totally fine to go ahead and save
ๆแอ
that.
ดอ้ายคุณ8 เดือนครับขอบคุณครับ
Although that said, one thing that G2 will do is if they notice that the teams they're playing against are buying a lot of light shields or regen shields, Leaf will just buy an outlaw. And it doesn't matter what agent he's playing, it doesn't matter if he's on attack or if he's on defense, like that guy's just an outlaw demon.
ห้อยตา
And,
มา
something
ลา
you have to keep in mind if you're trying to play this econ game where you have a lot more buy rounds but are never opting into the heavy.
G2, that's got to feel good. 4 standing, a clean round for them, kind of getting past that C puzzle as well, not getting too phased by it, even with all the VIT utility on it, and then kind of the Vice playing on it. They still made it through. So that's a pretty big tick in the box, I'd say, going into the rest of this game.
100%. And G2, they're sort of they're
การ
set
ฉก
up
ขี้มูก
well, as we are going to be jumping into a quick timeout here. G2 are set up well into this matchup versus Trace because they're playing the Yoru on Lotus, which is not something a lot of teams do, but the Yoru clone just bullies the Vice utility that Kai is going to be setting up towards C. And if you watch Trace play this map over in the Chinese scene, like Kai is set up on C pretty much every single round for them. So G2, by opening up strong into the C side of the map, throwing out a Yoru clone, even if they don't exec, they can just eat up those walls all the time.
And I think it even speaks kind of to the bigger picture of Valorant in general at the moment, that Yoru just feels like a must-have. It just feels like it has so many answers across the board. I'm a little bit worried
เรียบ
about
ร้อยกูก็ไม่คิดว่าจะทำเอาโอ้โหไม่เป็นไรครับเดี๋ยวไปแก้
Certainly a possibility that we get it.
Nice would be a decent buy, which sadly for Trace they're not getting here. We do have at least Fang still sitting towards the Phantom, still has the ult there, still has a little bit to play with. Lao King as well, going to have the Vandal, so there's a little bit of punch to this. I'd like to see them try and be proactive here. You've got a round where you're going to be trying to play around these hero rifles, the remains of that previous round. Let's see if we can bring it in. But already it looks like G2 is expecting this after the timeout. Very deep default.
I like this though from Trace because they show the extra presence towards A, but very quickly Feng and Lokang moved over into front B, looking to trap into sand. Now unfortunately, G2 read that like a book, so they're now going into the very absent A site.
Yeah, and you're going to get a little spot here. Jorgamo's hopefully going to find a corner to play. What on earth? Jorgamo
He's
with
alive?
I don't know how you're getting away with that. I really don't. Jorg just gets away with daylight robbery to keep his life on 40 HP. But now, Trace can now start flooding over here. They can put bodies on the side. This cross is not secure. It is certainly not safe. It's going to be punished already. A 2-for-1 trade out. Kai absolutely unleashing the back of the site. A 2v3, and Trent now has to try and make his way over. A stunning from Trace. And a bit of a fumble it felt from Jorg there.
Yeah, honestly, like that entry sort of collapsed. Jog has to go out without really
นี่ถ้าเป็นเกาหลีนี่หน้า A นี่ไม่ได้นะไม่ยอม
G2 up in 3. They're ready to come out through Link. They've got players bunkering down on site and even committing the fake to it. Even with sheriffs in hand, it doesn't matter. They're winning the round.
Look at this again.
It's just the quick calls coming in too, right? That smoke comes down, so now how are G2 getting out of there? They've sort of lost the Yoru. He's way in the back line now. It's very awkward for them. You can see G2 are not thrilled with what just went down.
That's a
ไม่ง่ายไม่ง่าย
that's a confidence builder here for Trace going forward. This looks like a very explosive piece towards that B side. I don't think you're getting out of this alive. Wait, they managed to hold in the door. Jorgamo though from the back line.
9
Take away
28
2. This is his side already. Maybe a third. Yeah, it's a third. He's going to make up for the last round by basically getting you another. Jorgamo is ripping them to shreds. One away from the ace. And a stark reminder of what that man can do. The stars don't even need to align. He can make it all himself. And it's a formality at the end. Maybe you're going to get a miracle here? Prove me
พี่หลัว
wrong.
ดับฟัน
I'll tell you what, it is nice to see Jog back on the big stage. But Low King with so much to do against him. Trent's got his number right on the side. That'll tie things back up for G2.
เดี๋ยวมีน้องผมมาดูด้วยนะพี่
Give me that again.
It was so nice as well, right? Because you've got, you know, the jumping in, going down with a, what was there, a judge trying to run him down in Jonah P's hands, then the double flash, Jaws behind it. By the way, Jaw then, with a paranoia towards heaven and the ultimate going into Link, takes the fight into Waterfall.
Then
as soon as
Link
opens up, he's flashing in there because he knows that A player is going to be flooding in.
You love to see
น้องผมมันเพิ่งฝึกดูวาโล
That's a bit of a
มาดู
มา
ใช่
มารู้จักพี่เอ๋ย
ปกติดูแต่ดูแต่พี่เอ๋ย
Hold on. Whoa. This position is wild. They have to evacuate.
ถือว่าไม่ผิดหวัง
That felt too threatening over towards Rubble. They had to pull away. Maybe to hold this
Noong
deep for a
kalin-
second longer, try and cool down the jets of Trace here.
Yeah, a bit of a mess there. I think Valen got caught by the C's and the nade combo, just trying to blitz out into the open. But now, because Trace are so heavily stacked towards C, they're expecting G2 to move over there. They have little info, so Byung-K's got to step forward into front B. It's being held. Somehow he's winning that fight. That's the spike and spawn.
เอ้น้อง
And hold on, he didn't get stunned here. Jorgamo actually has more of a fair fight than he would have wanted. This is really messy. What is going on here? Trace being so slippery about this, and he has to get out of dodge. It's a bit of a ruse because the bulk of G2 is still lying in.
ครับอาปา
Accidentally tripped him.
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับ
They want to buy some time, I think,
วันนี้ก็ต้องฝึกเหมือนกันนะ
going down. Jonah P playing right up in the front of it too.
Oh.
ทำไมเจสันมันพูดไทยชัดจังวะ
Baby.
ชัดไปใกล้กว่าเนี่ย
Jonah P gonna get the wind knocked out of him on that. Jorgamo is now making it back towards his A site. They're not taking any chances, but it's still gonna be Leaf. He's got the shorty and he's ready for it. Noting Kai on the way through, gets a reload, slips a little further back. Leaf is playing this really well, but he does get found. It's all on Jaw. And again, it feels like almost an impossible situation, and they're running ults here. And BNK was so ready. Trace in these rounds are scrappy, and it works for them.
ไม่ง่ายอันนี้ไม่ง่าย
I can't believe we're seeing this now back to back. I mean, Trent having an absolute stinker of a round there. Jorgamo on the other side of the map. This feels really out of sorts for the G2 I expected.
Oh no, and here you see it, right? Teleporting directly into the C's nade. G2 hadn't shown that fast of a look towards Rubble, so he thought he could get away with it. But then here in mid, what's going on with that? You hear the pit go down towards stairs, so you're expecting the aggro against a team that's down in numbers. I think Trace just had G2's number there. Even the shorty coming out at the end was nice, but he gets taken down. Then there's a paranoia making it impossible for Jaw to play the round.
Now this is kind of what I wanted out of this game though, because we do have a timeout now.
ที่อีมันจะเซอร์ไพรส์อีกว่าตบทีมใหญ่ แล้วก็ทำผมยิงนี่หว่า The Weekend
โอ้ยมันทำอะไรอ่ะ
ให้เอาถุงร้อน
ฝึกข้อมือ
เห็นเป็นไรพี่
โอ้มันกลางงานนะดิ
ดีว่ามันไม่ได้ทำจำ
กลางงานเลยเหรอกลางเวทีเลย
You've got that sort of surprise factor.
Who you think winning?
Honestly, when I think about G2
What?
Who
as a team, I
you
think
think
they
winning?
do much better in
DE ครับ
controlled round states, right?
DE
When
เหรอ
they've got time for
DE
rounds to figure out
2-0
what's going down.
I think this
Oi.
one.
Especially when
This
G2
match.
is blowing
Yeah,
up the
G2
pace
ครับ
right from the
G2
get-go.
ครับ
I think this comp is meta now. No, the
Let's
Euro
see what
bit.
G2 can kind of do with the similar
They
hand that
will-
Trace was dealt not
VIT
too long ago.
Euro ครับ
Broken purchase, Stingers coming out, a Guardian or two, and a Sheriff. Kai needs to play this composed. He's got a lot of pressure on his foot.
Okay.
ดูสิน้องดูสิ
Yeah, it's all good. No sweat. The ball goes up. We've got
อะไรวะน่ะ
control. There's no
ปันปลอม
problems here. G2 not getting away with anything they want in this round.
ชิพี่ไก่แม่งออกดอกออกผลแล้ว
For them just completely falls apart.
He's
The
cheating.
oldest trick in the book.
น้องเวียนน้อง
Absolutely
ใจเย็น
love it.
ใจเย็น
Actually, I think I really like how
Cheating.
Trace have been sort of controlling with the early fights towards Rubble. Being able to break Baby Door, go into Link, sort of move back and forth between the B and A sites. It's caused a lot of problems for G2, even on their bigger buy rounds.
Now, do they get a little bit of a read on this? It's gone real quiet on the rest of the map. Now there's going to be this explosive approach towards C again. High pressure, high tempo, stunning, clear. G2 just shifted gears, showing some real pedigree on this one. Supplant's going to be in.
And Jonah P has the
Winnable.
under in the post plant. Trace have to sort of bait that out somehow, but I'm not sure they have the utility to do it outside of the
มันมี
paranoia.
โรลลิ่งทันเดอร์ด้วย
Pivot to
Oh,
the
man,
C side
yeah.
was absolutely heaven sent for G2. It's still rough,
เดี๋ยวแน่ต้อง
though,
เล่น
but
ข้าง
it
ใน
is that
ช้ากว่า
from
นี้
Jonah P,
เปิด
right?
ไม่ดี
That's the backbone to this round.
And Trent's just going to be a little rat on site playing.
น้อง
off
ยูสปีกไทยโอเค
Yeah, why not? But a very early investment of the ult, and now
Oh.
hold on. This may not go the way we
Oh.
wanted.
Ui, leap.
Stunning from
นี่
him.
แหละ
Two
จำชื่อ
quick
นี้ไว้
kills,
ให้
and
ดี
the ult in the end does find the impact they
Oh my
needed,
God.
and G2 stabilize.
Beautiful, beautiful post plant coming through from G2.
จำชื่อนี้ให้ดี
A messy round.
Viper
at the
Demon.
start, But I think they've really pinpointed that C is going to be the weakness for Trace consistently. When they've been able to get onto that side, it's not been an issue.
อะไรวะ
I also think the C
How
anchors
they
from
kill
Trace
this
have
one, no?
played it the same way.
No,
every
I don't know,
round.
no.
Back and bend, and then they push up onto top site and try to look down on you when you come through the wall. And G2 have been very successful at picking off that player.
And now for a team that we've kind of given the credit
Don't
of
we
being
speak
quite a
Thai, okay?
man's team at times, I want to see if Trace can
May I-
adapt to
may
that.
I
Do they
know?
now
My
start
viewer
thinking
don't
about this? Do they have something in mind how they
Oh,
want to
okay.
approach
Your
it?
viewer don't
Because for
understand.
G2 they can kind of set and paint the scene
Here's-
however they
here's
want
them.
early. We've got pressure.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Does this man get to
Yeah.
live? No, he does
Yeah,
not.
that's
G2 draw first blood. They take over
Oh.
rubble
อะไรนะ
control, and they've already put a problem towards
Yeah.
their site.
Now, Trace are
What?
still in
It's not
the area.
VI.
3 players ready to go.
VI ครับ
Delayed read
VI.
for them.
ว่าไง
Putting up the wall
ทำไม
right
ดีไหม
now to
พี่
see G2
สบายดีน้องชาย
space.
Why you so
G2,
handsome,
it's very
Cap?
rare they'll just get a pick
Oh
and
no no
over
you
accelerate
you
you.
also
Especially
ไอ้
after
เวทเทรนนิ่งอ่ะ
they remember
I
I
saw
was
your
good.
story
Bangkok,
layer
no.
of fighting.
ไอ้คำแบงคอก I will train you
เรียกพี่น้องเลยนะ
Let's go. Should play
It's-
Pinoc.
it's a very
Yes.
fair shout, right? That pause, you get man advantage. Just pause for a second.
I
see
think
if
I'm bigger
Trace
than
do
Pixar
try and
now.
Get that pick
No.
back. It would be the death of them if they
Again,
don't.
no.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm
I
bigger
kinda
than
like that they
Pixar.
pushed out towards
I'm
Mount.
bigger than
Maybe
Pixar.
got an
Pixar
early
so
warning
small
system there.
now.
Maybe it's a little tricky for
So
Hey
skinny now, no.
but that's fine. I don't
Yeah,
mind
I'm
it.
bigger now.
But still,
For
it
sure now.
allows them this
100%.
security to keep 2 players on this A
คำ
side.
คำค
So you think about it, it's
Hey,
when
let's
those
go.
individual players from Trace have pushed forward, whether that was Bianca into front B or whatnot. They
กลายเป็
found
นเด็ก
success
เฉยเลย
here, a
ว่ะ
little 1-2 punch.
เป็นน้อง
Jonah P, finding 2 kills.
Who do you
Made
think win
something out of
here?
it. It ain't over
G2
yet. But it's a long
2-0 for
rotation
sure.
for Hebe.
Yeah.
The first on the site will be Bianca. He's gonna get it. At least.
Silent drop.
Yeah, they have no idea. Hold on. He's close enough. Hold on, he's got
Ui,
one.
oi.
A
Ui.
1v2.
What?
Hey, Bay, have you got it in you? Have you got the capability to pull this one off? Trent, though, again in the post plant here.
You
I'm a
guys
little
watch
low,
in
but that's
Twitch or
fine.
YouTube?
Leaf the one to really do
ไอ้
the damage
Hey,
ยู
before.
ปิดปลอม YouTube
First
YouTube.
attempt made.
Hey, you Pika YouTube.
Doesn't care.
Huh?
Don't
He's gonna
spoil
have to
the
care. Yeah, that's
Okay,
gonna
Cap.
force you off. But he's actually made this feel a little
Oi.
doable. Trent was just like,
Oi,
no, I'll
semi-fi.
die for this one. No worries. Okay.
Holy shit.
G2.
ใจแบบนิ่งจัด
You know what? I respect
ใจ
it.
ต้อง
I
ทำเมื่อกี้
respect it. It takes some guts to get up there and intentionally die to the molly to get the timing on the defuse.
โอ้โห
Lesson. I mean, they are making G2 work for this. We are seeing that throughout, but I do have to give credit here to G2. That nice pause of the tempo reset, still effective trading towards tree. Like, they're managing these fires that keep breaking out over this map.
It's also G2 realizing that they're not just supposed to instantly fight into rubble. They wait out that Seize Nade combo, then re-clear it. Do well with Low King, but once again, it'll be that same volley of utility sent by Trace. This time, though, on the
I
right
think
buy,
13-9
was
score.
getting right up in it.
13-9 เหรอ
Yeah.
He's clearing this so far. He's got a pocket to play from. The Prowler gonna still note attendance here, but it's Hebe on the other side playing for the
OT.
I thought he had a
no
shot. That was
OT.
not to be valid.
I think OT.
Next in line, Kai. Hard to make a shot work here, and unfortunately the worst target to find out the pack. So he has to respect this and back away. This is solid from G2.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep that going up in the post.
20 20 ไป
Really chip damage down. Feel a little bit confident. G2 have played pretty heavily sight in these post plants. It's a little bit different. You can see them fighting more aggressively. This time making sure there aren't going to be any flanks coming in, anything like that. They know that Trace have shown quite a lot of flank looks domestically, and especially on the eco round that could be coming in.
I'd quite like them to revisit that almost, kind of lean back a little heavier on trying to pressure those backlines, because Leaf, I know it's only Sheriffs and they're like, barely half HP, but he looks kind of stylish with what he's doing here. Just
ทีม
far
อื่นเขาทีมอื่นเขาดูเอลแบบสกอร์ฉีกกันมาใช่ไหมพวกสถิติอะ T2 นี่
pretty close.
ลีด
I don't know if Leaf is
Controller.
lacking in confidence necessarily.
That's a fair point.
This guy was tearing it up in America.
ผมว่า
Really the
ผมว่าชัวร์เลย
standout
ว่ะ
player for
ทีน่ะตอนนั้น
G2. Kind of stealing the show a bit from
แต่นะ
Drago, because obviously like the hype was Drago.
แม่งเป้าเหินกันหมดเลยพี่
The most stacked
พี่ไก่ไม่ได้ไม่แปลกกว่าวันนี้
on paper, but in reality, it has been Leaf, whether he's on the Viper, perma-locking in the chamber, just dominating
ปืนดี
servers.
จัดอ่ะพี่ตอนนี้
Bolt's starting to hit here as well. There's not too, I mean,
น่าจะไม่ได้ซ่อม
one
ปืน
away
หรือ
from
เปล่า
Kai is there, you've got two away from Funks, but on the other side, you're looking at Trent having
เห็น
theirs.
เห็นแค่แบบอะไรไม่รู้ยุกยิกไอ้
And I'm just kind of like
Oh,
waiting
shut
to
up.
have something in mind with this for G2.
People who are there.
I'm still waiting to see at least
Picket.
one good tail ult.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
didn't feel like I've had many of those, but, you know, I like this stack. I like the proactive approach towards B as well. This may be the adjustment for this C lane that we've seen consistently coming out. A proactive and an aggressive Kai to kick things off. And with Trent gone, it does remove a lot of that utility late round that G2 would have loved to have had.
I love how mobile Trace are here too. After they get the first pick, they're actually kind of abandoning the C side.
ยังทีวันอยู่เลยโหวตยังโหวตเก่าอยู่เลย
You look at the Nightfall, you look at the Vise ult. Sure, you can play that retake.
ลืมเปลี่ยนโพให้
Because Bianca on his own with the Odin, maybe not the best, but if you can play that sort of crossfire, that bait and switch setup with Fong Fong backstairs, you're going to be in a great spot.
We have Leaf is going looking.
I could see a world where Valen tries to get the ult online here too, just to blow up the
Big
round in the
Halo.
post plant.
Here we go. Plant gonna come down, and the ult now primed Kai, waiting to instigate this retake.
You can even try to dodge the Visal with it.
And I love the deep smoke coming down from
Looking
Valkyrie
at
as well,
the,
kind of creating that
doing
pressure
him.
through towards door. It kind of makes them
Oi.
fight forward, which they're willing to do. It's G2. They want a bit of aggression. It's Leaf to try and draw the blood, but it's a 2-4.
ให้มันพกเชอร์ลีฟด้วยวะ
Trace had the numbers, and they have the
หมด
round.
ว่ะ
They manipulated G2 from start to
แล้ว
end.
เจอ Steel Garden
That was just gorgeous. Had all the ults they needed to go on that retake, or flooding in from every single lane into the site. G2 were not ready for that at all.
หมดแล้ว
I'm
ครับ
impressed with Trace. I really am.
Genuinely. This is also like defense side Lotus. They put up 5 already. Still one more left to play.
And this is G2. Can we just put in context here how good G2 have looked? They have looked outrageous coming into this. The new meta suiting them well, the map pool looking good. Yeah, they had their permaban, but that's fine. Everything else looked brilliant. I want to see them look dominant here. This was the best opportunity, though, for Trace, I would say. This Lotus map pick was always going to be there. This could completely change. But if anything, it's shown that they can draw blood on G2, but they have to keep
OTT
going.
game.
G2 now sitting at
Imagine
6-5, still with the lead. Hebe under pressure early, and that pressure is coming fast.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed stun there with Valen's TP to see if they can catch that early aggro. Well played by Hebe to not overextend, but he's in a whole heap of trouble now.
He certainly is. TP gets taken. Valen, no idea. Perfect pitch, perfect use of the ult. I want it. I get it. Oh, but they're fighting back. Trace, they don't care. They just barrel into the site and bring it back to a 2v2. No right to do that, but somehow make it happen. And now G2 on that plant. They want the time on their side. Some advantage. Leaf is prowling, patrolling in the ult himself. Bianca praying that some of this spray works. They're going to walk this. They're absolutely going to walk this. Oh my god, that was so close. Trying to get it, and now Just one man against the two. A brutal altar walk in. Leaf, what are
เฮ้ย
we
นี่แห
up
ละ
to?
เอ้ย
Drops the pick.
แปลก
อันนี้เล่นเยอะไปนะ
So much more doable and
แปลกๆครับผมวัน
left
นี้
in a world of trouble. The cross aim
พี่รู้
pretty,
อะ
and this is
เอาละ
now getting
พี่เทน
messy.
ลำบากแล้วตอน
This
เนี้ย
is looking like composure's on the line. We've got the utility coming out.
อุ้ยเฟ
And
ก
the
เฟ
pressure
กว่ะ
is there. Trent goes
อุ้ย
down.
4 นัด
Unbelievable. But does he have the time? Yeah, he does.
got it.
He absolutely does. That
ไม่
is
ทันไม่ทัน
going close, but I swear
ทัน
he's
ปะ
got this
ทัน
one.
พอดี
ไม่ทันไม่ทัน
G2 just about getting away with it. Bloody hell.
Unbelievable. He was on a tear
Don't
too,
bother with that,
sprinting back towards spawn. Wins the fight, but can't secure the
โอ้ยฮิตปีเดียววะ almost วะ
จริงวะน้อง
ไม่ตันวะ
ไม่ทันวะ
ชิบไปแล้ว แปลกแล้วนะครับกินข้าวยังครับ
ยังครับหิวมากครับน้อง น้องกินอะไรน้อง
หิวอะไร
หิว หิวอะไรน้องหิวอะไร
ไปราชดาเป้าน้อง
ฮะ
ไปราชดาเป้า
ไม่ไปครับไม่ไป you have to ask พี่เอ๋ยนะเอ้ยโทษพี่เอ๋ย
พี่เอ้ย
โนโน่
ว่าไอ้กูเป็น
อยู่
กู
ไปตลาดไงพี่ไปตลาด
ไม่ขวาง
อ๋ออยู่บางหน้า ไม่ได้อยู่รัชดา
โอ้ยพี่กิตมา
no
เว้ยไว้
น้อง น้อง น้องเจสัน
ครับผม
The song copyright นะน้อง
ใช่
Just
เหรอ
turn off yes
เอาลงไม่บอกกู
บอกกูเนี่ยจริง
ไม่บอกไอ้น้อง
จีครับน้อง
ไม่บอกกู
Trace now moving on to the attack side of things, but G2 can often be more deadly on the defense side than on the attack. We'll see how it starts because already G2 are ready to fight early.
First time น้อง first time watching นะ
That is indicative, isn't it? Look how
It's
deep
okay
that
น้อง
is
it's
into
okay
those.
First time
George
watch party
straight up
watch first time ครับ
towards rubble now. Maybe just sitting towards this as long as he fancies.
normally you play on stage เอ้ย sorry น้อง
ไอ้เหี้ย
Sticking
But I
around
know.
in that area for now.
ไม่เป็นไรครับ
Notice that Jonah P has rotated over on the B side and didn't use stun in that opening volley. So if Trace try to exec into C, that could be every single player stunned up and ready to fall to this high-low setup G2 have going.
เศร้าไหม
Like, there we go. Okay, they were real close on that smoke, and they do get to beat the utility. So managing to make it towards that C side, Heybase punished Jorg on the other side of the map. Jorg was over there for a long old time.
โดนพกนี่เป็นเรื่อง
Now,
นะ
I don't think this is going to pull anyone away. They've had almost too much success towards this C side. There's that stun, and there's almost the pre-take.
รออยู่แล้ว
อุ้ย
Walks in,
พี่รู้
knocks
อะ
down the
Leap.
door. The plant's in, but what does that matter?
don't believe.
Heybase, the last one to try and do anything, and he was
Wow,
noted
tough.
a million
Why
miles
is
away.
timing always good?
Yeah, he took down Jorgamo, but you ain't going to get this round.
Timing
Valorant
always
going to
good
be
one.
sitting on
Guys,
this
no.
defuse, and he's dealt with. Trent's there.
Yeah.
พูดว่าได้ไกล
Somehow make that look
โอ้โห
easy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Leaf is the
Trien, wa.
player to watch in this event. Man is on an absolute tear. I think he's what,
น้องยูพีซี
16
โหปะ
and 7 right now on his
No, I
opening
play
map.
Euro Cup.
And G2
เฮ้ย
know, right?
Huh?
As
ไม่
soon as
ลีก
they
น้อง
hit that door,
Leak.
look, they're down in
I
numbers,
leaked.
but we have a 4v4 on site right now. It's time to go, go, go.
I leaked it,
They
dog.
work perfectly.
Yeah, this.
Joking guys, joking up.
joking
I play every
In
I think
this
up.
situation, you look so clean with it. I don't understand.
I feel like Valorant right now is just a mini game where
เทน
it's
คม
trying to
จัด
get timings through smokes as often as possible. At least finding them right now.
That's gotta feel so good to pick up the pistol in that fashion as well after such a like, I don't want to say muddy first half, but it was pretty like volatile, right? Very much up in the air, some messy-ish rounds coming down to get a nice clean start to things. Gotta feel good. That should open up the gateway for a couple more rounds here as well. We've got the Stingers out.
ดูปืนโบนัส G2
Outlaws
เลย
coming out, Guardians, bits and bobs, and nothing invested from Trace. So, hey, if they can get a plant, they get a kill or two. Brilliant. I like the idea.
กำลังจะดูดูว่าแบบถ้าชอบมันก็พร้อมไปต่อ
well made,
หัน
so
ไปดู
well
น่ารักจัง
crafted.
อะ
And it does put Val in a little bit of
ไอ้เอาบอมมาตก
spike. So,
Oh, that's right.
เรื่องใหญ่
recovery mission, and Valen's got to play this right. He doesn't want to fall.
อุ้ยหมาเนียน
เฮ้ย
Get
โอ้โห
overwhelmed.
ผิวจัดผิวจัด
Doesn't, keeps
โห
composed
เนียนเลย
the whole way through.
Big brain
Sadly, it feels like kind of a bit of a cursed chalice. I like this from Kai though.
Yeah, Kai's the guy that could just blow this open.
มา
Just
พี่
have
ไก่
no idea he's on the way. Trying
ไก่
to
ไหล
turn
โอ้
around.
โห
โอ้โห
Exactly.
อะไรสะกิดวะน่ะ
Kidding me. And yeah, we're pushing through
Oh,
smokes,
we
but
don't
at the
want-
end of the day, G2 just high rolling on luck there and taking down Trace, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely nat 20ing the whole way through. This is nice from G2. I like this already. Seeing what they're coming through with it. There was a little bit of danger. I want to talk about what Trace did with that nice crunch towards Waterfall there. There was so much threat towards that, which they were able to navigate nicely. Valen just impossible to pin down, super slippery towards CT, keeping them guessing, and that spike being dropped where it was just felt like that poison chalice. Whoever touched it just met that end.
You just instantly go down. We're trying to throw smokes and whatever. It's not going to work. Yeah. Trace now, though, they've got to bounce back into this round. Otherwise, it is falling apart. And importantly, with buying a few pistols there for Trace, they've got 2 players on regen shields coming in. There's an outlaw that stuck around. So I don't know if I love Trace forcing 5 rifles here instead of a Guardian heavy.
It could be an issue.
เราไป
Let's
ก่อน
see if
แซว
we
นะ
can get one. That's yet
แซ
to
ว
be
หนักมาก
decided.
ค่าผ่านทาง
Right. Not ready. Not the one to get punished yet, but he knows that there's pressure now into the back line. Seeing that Util and Jorko just caught sleeping, they were way deeper than he expected.
Yeah.
That's the site open.
He got the shot on Feng Feng, but heavy armor,
ไม่
only
น่า
down
เล
to
ย
10
แบบนี้
HP.
เอากิโม
Wow, this Ray's playing
Don't
super
get more
aggressively up towards heaven.
10 HP.
13 นะครับ
Going for this on 10
เจอ
HP.
ทีมนายโอเคครับ
Fully
13
cleared
นายครับ
out as
ที่
well. I don't
13
know.
ครับ
อ๋อครับ
I mean,
จุดตัดสินครับ
okay, I'll shut my mouth.
Yeah,
I'll
Rick went
shut my
playing.
goddamn mouth. I'm so sorry. Play where you want with your 10 HP. Get
I
aggressive.
wasn't familiar with his game.
เชียร์
And now we are.
Oh,
It
timing.
is getting down to that kind of, you know,
มาละ
deeper end of the round. Valen's position could still get the pressure going, but you can hear that clock
ทำไมมันใช้
ticking.
สติงเกอร์
Time
เก่
is
งอะ
running low, and the 10 HP demon is still striking. Valen just, I think he's trying to just achieve maximum damage at this point if he can. Take away these rifles, because the round isn't going to be really going his way anymore. Bloody hell! What on earth is that man made of?
Steel? I don't know. The bro's unkillable. He was on 10 HP for
Whole
3
time.
different fights.
Whole time. What on earth? Like, look at this.
Oh, that was even a refight after he'd been tagged. Getting the kill
What
on
on
Jog.
earth?
Just didn't care.
What on earth
Fair play.
Yeah, you watching
Guess
the
if you just
English
hit the
no?
headshot,
Or the
what
Yeah,
does it
like that.
matter?
Yeah, I don't know.
English ครับ
Look at this guy.
I
He's
don't
like,
understand
"What?
Thai
He's
ครับ
so cool under it. Okay, Trent's got all. Any others nearby? Nothing massive here.
Yeah,
Back
just
when
Feng Feng on the
you-
other side.
Okay, nothing they can bank on straight away, but this is the round we want to be really focusing on, right? The buys coming out for both teams, looking in a much better
No,
position.
the-
Real quick tempo
the
coming out
hotel-
here too.
G2
They
showing,
got teammate.
showing this
อะไรนะ
ultimate, going for a refight.
City Master.
Okay, and
ครับ
They
they're
have
trying to
they
go for this
putting
one.
the right no.
Do
And
they
part
clear
time
it
and
diligently?
Of course
Yeah, they
not.
do. Trent's on the case.
I want
They-
no.
Double picked.
I can
up.
order
Fun,
a
fun,
few
gong,
day,
that's
no.
Lauking Gong. That's
Yeah,
some
the
big
hotel is
players
the
removed
most
from this. You've
expensive
lost
one in
the
Thai,
ult.
no.
You've lost just
Oh, really?
smokes, kind
Oh,
of.
Oh, I
down
want
Kai
no.
Hebe and Bianca. This is not an easy round.
it's fine, no, it's
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
I delivery for you, no. I deliver for you.
You either
ไม่
have
ได้
to
น้อง
walk
ไง
into
เว้ย
Jog with no HP.
ต่อปาครับ
Yeah, not gonna work. Or you walk into an Odin, or there's a flank coming in. There's just nothing you can do correctly in this
Liep
round. It's all falling to pieces.
No
อ่ะวิ่ง
good
โคตร
outcome.
ดี
Not there's
ยิง
no
ไป
good
เรื่อย
depth,
ยิง
there's
ไป
no
มั่ว
good
ไป
depth,
ทั่ว
there's no nice way to go here. It just feels
He's
inevitable. Oh
stunned,
man, this
he's
is horrible.
blinded, he's
ตายดีกว่า
flanked.
ดูมัน
ตายเถอะ
Yeah, that was beautiful from G2 though. I
Suffer.
was a little bit worried about that ult initially, but then the follow-up util coming out from Trent was stunning.
Absolutely. And to me, the thing that's really interesting about watching how G2 structure their defensive sides is how they'll sort of play similar rounds back to back. You think to the pistol in round 2, they showed 2 very active looks towards the A site. Then round 3, it's nobody really on A. It's just
ว้าไป
the
ตายอีก
ultimate.
ที
They're
หนี
pushing
ไม่โดนอีก
out
อัน
the
หนึ่ง
success. They only show the ultimate to start, and it comes with that refight that Tracers aren't expecting at all.
The 10 rounds, you can see the smiles starting to break out. They've made it to double digits. They forced the timeout for Trace.
เฮ้ยพี่เจอไปเปิดแข่ง ผมเห็นเจอตั้งแต่เมื่อวานแล้วพี่ปัญญาไม่
ต่อฮัตตัวเตะครับดิสคอมครับ
They're so good.
ก๊อปปี้ไลท์ก๊อปปี้ไลท์
ใช่หรอ
ใช่น้อง
แน่นอน
จนออฟครับ
เอ้าจริงเนี่ย
จริงน้อง
ไอ้เหี้ยไม่โซมีนี่วะ
Every time out
เทคฟอร์ด
Ability.
ทำเอา
แต่แต่มอดอยู่
ฮาฟไทม์
ยืดเหรอ
yes
Bit of a split to start with, however.
See, the irony is they show the stun immediately here because they're not actually playing on this side of the map. And so now Trace come out of that timeout. They don't really have that space over towards A. And now they're walking into a potential trap with that double flank coming out through C.
I am worried about the flank, and I'm so glad we're seeing G2 explore this. I kind of wanted Trace to do it, but on the hunt here, Phantom just going to put that in the pocket of Trent. Lovely. That's a man on the side, man to the good. And now you can see if that post plan holds, but this flank is still on the way.
It's the flank of Jonapi over on A. Those two fights are what could get G2 back into the round. First one goes their way, second one doesn't. Trey still with a great chance here.
Yeah, and Jorgamo's now in no man's land. He's a million miles out from this one, but he's going to get through back by door. They've kind of split over towards that blue room, trying to take over some security towards CT. Trace almost exchanging paces here, but G2 do need to start going. They see this get moving. Jorgamo going to take that step, start getting towards the site. Hey, baby, in a problem. We're starting to see them really heat up here. Trace, it's getting messy again, and they win out. That pivot to B could have gone absolutely topsy-turvy the whole way through. There was so many opportunities for G2 to, I don't know, turn the screws a little more, but somehow, some way, Trace win out in so many of those situations.
Bong Bong was just an absolute hunter here. He guided missile.
He
Take out Trent at the start of the round, but really it was this shot onto Jonapi from Hayden. It turns into a 3-game for him, but it also just opens up that extra angle into sight on the post plan. That was just too much for John Valen to deal with.
Frustration, but a good step for Trace though. Get back in this game a bit more. Bongfang's got to wake up a touch there. Almost got a touch. Easy, Tiger. But it does at least allow the ults to start coming through here. That's going to facilitate Jorgamo to get his. It's now ready if necessary.
Sort of tempting the space right now. Again, there still is that stun ready to go, but G2 often will play a little bit softer towards this space. You see Jaw as a TP ready towards stairs. Decided to fake that one and send another one back into the site instead. G2 are going to try and hold on to Tree in this post, or in this actual site hold once Jaw leaves the area, but see if Young K can actually find him here. Defense wall goes up. Not playing right on the other side, takes his timing through. That is perfect. He gets his kill. He's out.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was dreaming of happening. Now going back in with the ult as well. He wants more. This man's hungry for it. He's going to see so much. That's everything you dreamed of. Jorgamo, nothing short of divine intervention could save Trace now, and maybe they're going to get it, but it's Trent. Take away Hebe, and Jorgamo in the back line is going to keep them crunched here. Trent's the one to kill him, but it's Jorgamo seeing all of them as well. Fung's gone even just one alive. A 1v3 required. No easy task, no swipe. They're ready for him.
He's ulting for it.
They're trying to block.
But he only has 20 seconds. He still has to fight these players.
He has to go back for this, and they're waiting patiently. G2, all too aware of the plan.
That's exactly what they needed for that A fight right there. Jaw taking this timing. Again, Valorant is just a game where you push through the smoke on a timing, and if you get the kill, you win the round. It's exactly what it meant for Jaw right there. And then having the ultimate as well to, again, just have full information of what Trace were doing on the map. So they can get those walls starting to close in.
It just feels like this whole map is closing in here for Trace. It's starting to capitulate a little under pressure. 11 rounds now for G2. This was your chance, boys. If you wanted to make a go of this one, this was the stand. Fall a little short, looking a little desperate there though, Val, and Leaf going down. I'm a little surprised, but Trent is still trying to keep this competitive.
Jonah P is really trying to bust a move over to that C side as the A-Lurk again finds the kill. Jonah P blinded up, can't hear anything. He really needed to take a timing into the site, but now all eyes fall onto Trent here. That'll be the first one, and still no spike planted.
This could be a monstrous round for Trent. He still has util. He has a nice bit of positioning to play from.
2 flashes on Jonah P as well. Right now, Trace just buying time so that Hebe could actually regroup with the team. And the whole while, G2 are concerned that that flank could still be coming in.
Trent take this moment. It's a big opportunity here. Smoked off
โอ้
though.
ใจของก็ไม่โดน
Considering the util. Ult gonna come down, denies plant.
โอ้แล้วอันตีให้เขาออกมาเล่น
Let's get a little closer off the flash
ดีแล้วเนี่ย
coming out from Jonah P. Trent is now very close
อ้าว
to
ทำไมอันตีอย่างนั้น
ทำไมอ่ะ
เออ
ทำไมมันอันตีอย่างนั้นอะ
Is just a
ไม่
step
แปลกๆจัดอะ
away.
They only have a pixel.
ไม่ว่ายังไงอ่ะ
อันตีแบบฆ่าตัว
And the
ตาย
jump
อ่ะ
spot.
Oh,
Very
Hedy.
diligent from BNK there to double check on this. Trent is so close. He's looking for a kill. He's looking for a pixel out of place, and he's being given nothing.
ไม่มีใครมาช่วยด้วย
Trent's
นะ
looking hesitant, trying to walk through the ult. They get the
เอ้า
reward.
เอ้า
Jonah P
แล้วไป
goes
รีโหล
down.
ด
He
ให้
just
เขา
tried
ยิง
to
เฉย
lie.
เลย
This man looked good, but it's
เอ้า
not good enough. No Kings there. And even in all that hesitation, they keep their cool and stay in this game.
อันที่เฮียอะไรวะเนี่ย how they win วะ how they still win ตรง
On site. Wins that one and secures the round. That was so chaotic. I mean, the Vipers pit on site. Don't forget, he also found that kill on the A side of the map. But there you go. Here's that reload. And doesn't waste a moment with it.
คำแบงคอก
Okay.
I want to
Buy
First step,
ticket
we're good
tomorrow.
at money now, but we do have an ult here for G2. If
Maybe
you've
if I
got
don't
anything
know.
active to bring out, just a checkmate to 12. Maybe go for a bit of it. Let's see. Trace, you're going to give us a game here. Big gateway round for them. Jorgamo would be the first to be challenged. He's trying to stick around on this one, at least for a moment longer, and you can see why. Valen there and nothing to really force him off this. Trace!
เฮ้ย3 ชาติ
Early on, you've just lost 2 players. You haven't made it
คนไทย
past
ค
the
นไทย
starting blocks.
It's just a mess. And with where Feng Feng's
ยืน3 ชาตินะ
Valen now has a rifle in hand.
39ครับ
Trace are still spread apart. I mean,
เขาเรียกว่าซึมซับวัฒนธรรมไทย
they almost need to ask Hebe, hey, can you go get a kill over on A side again? Do something.
Prex win Canada no.
Useful, I guess, but there's still obviously the threat of
Prex
leak
win
it. He
Master
only
2.
has that frenzy, so maybe they can start building towards
โอ
his
เคน้อง
side.
ยูคอยอีกagain
Anything falling back there sets up G2 win
Master
this round
2
even
and
more.
split
So
1
now
no.
you've got a potential crossfire
Okay.
going from stairs and out of baby. G2 are trying to play as together as possible here to abuse the fact they've got numbers.
This is so goddamn tense, though. Trent here, waiting. Angle's good, shots better.
วี
Still controlling the spike is there! Back-to-back impact! Leaving just one alive for G2 with a flawless round to get to 12.
Yeah, you think G2 got bored with Trace winning all those ecos in the first half? Coming in here with a fire under them. I mean, Trent absolutely popping off with the Sheriff. Started off great with that C fight as well. Not sure what happened with Feng Feng dropping off of that perch from him, but that just cooked the round completely.
Starting to show a little bit more of that pedigree there, that
What's ideal,
potential
what?
with G2. Looking deadly,
I think
and
always
they
one
near
in.
on have the full hand of ults as well to depend on
I thought
barring
you're not
Jorgamos. They've got everything they need. A broken buy for Trace, but hey, this is what happens when you play up against all the best in the world here. You got to deliver where it matters.
เคยเปลี่ยนด้วยเหรอ
Trent, very deep
น่าจะเป็น
with
โจน่านะ
utility.
จำ
This
ได้
map feels tiny for Trace.
Trace, they've got the Visal to play with.
วาลินยิงที่วาลินน่าจะเดือดการแล้ว
Face, he's
ใช่
going
ใช่
for a fight.
Oh, this man's looking nasty. This is the moment the Jorgo seems to shine. How's he getting out of there? How is trying to
Oi,อะไรอะ
What is
ผมว่าแม่งแปลกจริง
bloodbath we are witnessing? Jonah P, he fancies a go at it.
แปลกแล้วอันนี้
This is
เออ
a
แปลกๆ
messy
แล้ว
round.
Q Rocket Man as
Throwing
Feng goes
like
flying into the air. G2 are still hanging around though. They're still fighting for this space beyond Cam Feng Feng. We're gonna take them down and open up this site.
Force them back into place.
39 ครับ
Force them to heal.
39
They're
ครับ
lost too far.
39
G2 wants to remember there's some fire with these Trace boys.
Look at Leap though,
Oh,
hanging
God.
out here. He gets
Oh,
one, he gets
God.
two.
no no no
โนโนโนโน
38
Oh, Unbelievable from Leaf.
เฮ้ย
What? In the back of his mind,
This
he
guy.
read it right. He buys the time. He reads around, and Kai from high hopes. So what could be a corner with a shorty in it, Leaf?
25 seconds.
Oh, just that taste of potential for Trace there.
No time.
Maybe the game could have continued, but Leaf, I think, might have crushed this one. Look at the spike, and Kai has to try and fight. He does. 13 seconds. You got to go now, Kai. It's game on. Oh, no! Heartbreak for Kai! And goodbye!
13 egg
almost no almost
ครับ almost
เอ้ยก็ next map เจสัน
next map
yes
next map is what Abyss เหรอโอ้โห Abyss เหรอ
Abyss
13-5 G2 อ่ะ13-5น้อง
13 fight
โอ้โห
เออ
แต่ TE นี่สู้ได้ดีกว่าที่คิดนะเนี่ย
สู้มือ
สู้มืออยู่เนี่ย
โหดเหมือนกันโหดแล้ว G2 อ่ะ
ช็อตนี้โคตรสวยเลยอะ
I want you I need you right now เฮ้ย copyright
ก็เป็นไรครับ
มิว until the match start เลย
ครับผม
40 คิว on chamber โอ้โหเกิน เคยจัดเมิดปะไป
จัดดิจัดชุดใหญ่ด้วย
ชุดใหญ่ แนวอกเหรอแนวมันจะออกกูมาแล้วเร็วดึงอ่ะมีใครจัดเมิดไหมเชฟสามแข่งว่าอยากเจอเดียที่เป็นต่อไปเพราะมาโกะน่ารัก แต่มาโกะน่ารักจริงอะผมเชียร์เดียเพราะมาโกะเลยนะ องคำเปลวมันกินได้ด้วยเหรอวะ
เฮ้ย เอาดี มันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
ตกใจ
Only
น้อง
when things go wrong and let's just
ผมเข้าใจแล้วว่า
prevent
แดมบี
those
มันสนุก
problems
ยังไง
solve it
ส
it's
นุก
just
อย่างนี้แหละ
another day in the another day in the
นานๆที
office
จะได้
right
ยิงตั้งแต่ดีออน
Well, good luck to you guys.
ทำไมเขาเปิดบีทตอนสัมภาษณ์เหมือนเขาแรปเลยวะ
เอายังอ่ะ
เอายัง
อันนี้คอมพิวเตอร์มันเนี่ย
ก็ปีไรยัง
ใช่หรอ
no copyright ตอนเนี้ย
It was
เอ้ย copyright
ใช่หรอโอ้โห
เจสัน you streaming YouTube ป่ะ
I streaming YouTube and Twitch ครับ
อ๋อโอเค copyright for sure
อ้าว
สลิกกี้นี่เคยไปออกไอ้นี่ปะเคยไปแบบสตรีมที่งานอะไรอย่างงี้ปะหรือว่าชิลอยู่บ้านอย่างเดียว ไม่เคยเห็นเลยทำไมภาพจำแบบอยู่บ้านอย่างเดียวเลยวะมีใช่ไหมอยากเห็นสลิกกี้ที่งาน เสียงเหรอยังไม่ได้เปิดหมายถึงเสียงพี่เหรอแป๊บนึงนะ
off, but
ตอนแชมเปี้ยน น่าจะเป็นฟิลแบบขี้เกียจออกจากบ้านกันนะ ไม่งั้นน่าจะมาหลายงานแล้ว สะอึกอีกแล้ว
มันใช่เดสทอยเยอร์นั้นปะ
เห็นเขาบอกว่าใช่นะพี่ น่า
จ
ใช่
ริงเหรอ
ใช่ตอนนั้นแหละ
Destroyer ครับ
อ่ะ
เดสทอยเยอร์เหรอน้อง
ใช่ครับ
What
อ้าว you don't know
I don't know I know ครับ
ดื่มน้ำ10 วิเลยเหรอ นี่หายแล้วใช้สูตรการหายใจแล้วก็กลืนน้ำลาย
Who's picking Abyss ครับ
G2 ครับ
G2
G2
ครับน้อง
G2 โอเค
G2
Especially on defense. He has so
Yeah,
many
Gab.
rounds.
ครับ
จุ๊บครับ
จุ๊บ
ครับ
แชมเบอร์
ปอดมันหายใจผิดจังหวะ
ใช่เหรอพี่เปลี่ยนคอมเหรอ
แชมเบอร์ลิฟนี่เดา
เอาวะ
อุ้ย
หุ้ย
คอมเก่า
คอมเดิม
นี่ไง
ของจริงพี่เอ้ย
มันเล่นคอมเดิม
Does
เอ้ามัน
พี่ไก่เป็นเจ็ตว่ะ
is
Yes,
constantly being able to have
ทำไมแชมเบอร์แล้วนึกถึงวูด
เฮ้ย ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
วูด ช้ำใจเลยอะจี้จุด
ไม่คีย์บอร์ดมันเขียวจังอะ ตาผม
ยิ่ง
บอดสีปะเนี่ย
ไม่
เขียวจริง
มาก
คีย์แคป
อันนี้จริงใช่ไหมนั่นดิ
คี
โซ
ย์แคป
เขียว
หลั
กันน้อง
สีจรัสจีนที่เว็บจีนอะ
น้องเจสันมันรีพีทผมเลยนะเขียว
Copy
น้อง
right man น้อง I don't
เขียวอ่ะยูโนเขียวอะไร
เขียว is green ครับ
อุ้ย
ว้าว
อย่างเยลโล่
yellow is
Mango,
I
mango.
forgot ว่ะ
So to see them
มะม่วงน้อง
มะม่วง
เยลโล่มะม่วง
Trace have mixed that up.
Oh, let's go start แล้ว
โอเค no copyright
มาท่าเดิ
By
มเล
the
ย
way,
นะ
Leaf does this all the time. The
Hey.
quick double hop can TP
Hey.
out, but
Hey,
Trace has done the homework.
ดูมานะดูมา
เดโน
ผมไปก่อน
Good. This is good.
เดโนเลย
มา
อะ
ว่า
Done.
เชี่ย
And there's recent tape on G2 here looking like this as well with this comp in this map. And they get to kind of, approach this well here, Trace. Again, I'm trying to sell the picture. There's a real opportunity. And we're kind of seeing the double smokes towards middle, something that Desk was leaning towards, Mimi highlighting that was something that put a lot of pressure on G2. So now can Trace, though, live up to what they now have to do after these smokes?
Once again, forcing a teleport out. I really like how Trace have paced their way in here. Valen, though, look at that triple swing. He is just feasting.
โอ้โหมันยิงซ้ำตกด้วย
Theory in the world is lovely, but the execution is not there. G2 reading them like a book. They've been there, they've done this, they felt this pressure. Not all that long ago, and that spike could not be further away here.
I feel like G2 just have their few agents that they love, and they abuse them every single map.
Hey,
Like
yo,
Yoru
Crosshair
and
Jason.
Breach for just this
Oh,
global
Crosshair, no.
pressure of the stuns and the teleports. They kind of can rock your world when
You know
you're
what
just
copy me?
not ready. Like, how often are you getting Breach stunned
He
all the
copy
way
you.
on top mid?
Oh,
Yeah, and I think this is where we are going to... I'm going to keep a real close eye on this. And Shogun just... They're so confident in this too. You're seeing G2 looking kind of... Again, I don't know if you guys caught it on camera, but walking back out on stage, the crowd's behind them as well. They're kind of being a little bit of a showman here. They're starting to enjoy being on this stage too.
Valen was up there hyping him
Look
up,
how-
giving him the
how-
hearts.
We watching now
Totally
38
avoid that
1
angle.
0
What น้อง
Outside side.
รีเฟซน้องรีเฟซ
I like this. Good info early.
30น้อง30 29 now
your
Okay,
odds
good,
at
good,
that.
good แล้ว
26น้อง
Fancy it myself.
Is
So
it?
20, I'm
Trent
20,
willing to
15,
kind of puff out the
18,
chest a
17,
bit.
16, 15.
Wait.
You
too fast,
too fast, too fast.
19 18 17
8,
16 เฮ้ย
6,
ว้า
5,
14 no
จริง
อีเลเว่นน้อง
เอา G2
มันทำ G2
59,
แล้วมันทำ G2
68
แค่3คนคืออะไรอ่ะ5น้อง5 4 3 2
เนี่ย
Not really.
1
Someone might need to
Kilo.
respect the crowd,
Okay.
but it is
Tell out,
just to
tell out.
deny
Tell out.
as much as possible away from G2. We move on.
Come
to
G2 said
G5.
G2.
There was no real opportunities
Ah.
there. It was just kind of
33,
classics. They gave it a
32.
little bit of a look and went,
no
I
น้อง
don't want any piece of that. Now, the important thing
25
is
24
Trace have
23.
seemingly found themselves in this position where they consistently have
21.
VT shields going into round 3.
You wait,
G2
น้อง
have
you wait.
an outlaw. Instant kill.
Play back
A
team,
Guardian, I
30.
think, is another
Huh?
absolute light armor killer.
No,
That's
but-
2 shots to the body. Instantly going to be killing these Trace players. They've got to be really clean on the entries, and Kai and Fong Fong, the first people taking fights, are going to have heavy to try and get into this site.
2
Shot down.
Okay.
one silver line.
38
Most of them aren't where those weapons
37
are, but
36
so,
35
you know, all
Okay.
good. Uh-oh.
Good.
ได้แล้วพี่ได้แล้ว
Okay. Does here.
29, 28 ไหม
Nice line.
Okay.
27 26
Can't imagine
Oh,
there's
correct,
too
correct.
active
Okay.
here before the smokes come in.
ดูมา
At
ตั้
the
ง
same
นาน
time, I do think it's important.
แปลกพี่เลยเมื่อกี้
Yeah.
น้องยุ
I
เอก
like how
ยี
Trace
เล่
is
น้อง
sort of
เอกสกิน
defaulting into this A
You're
space.
being absolutely baited by watching this.
Leaf is cooking me right now. He was doing that in map 1 too. Not to me, but to Trace.
มัน
But
ติด
still.
ไอ้นี่ตรงนี้เนี่ย
Play head mid.
วาร์ปอ่ะ
You shouldn't be doing it in this round. So it looks like they're drifting back towards his A site. Super deep hold as well from Trent.
It's a bit odd. Trent very deep, but again, Jonah P actually now getting caught offside, so that stun will not be in range. If Trace snap on this exec, which they will.
Just
เจสันมาดูด้วย
evacuate site. No worries. I like this really heads up work. They're going to get the information about this. That's fine. This should be a plant, and we're looking at the post-plant utility. We're looking at that retake potential. Yeah, then this is where maybe the Outlaw does get a little bit trickier, but Leaf's got about 40 weapons he can bank on, so no worries.
Yeah, I think it's most likely Leaf just goes and plays containment here, unless his team can find some openers into this A site. He's going to bust down that vent and try and find some way in.
Yeah, they're already getting pretty close here. They've made it pretty far out towards site. Kai needs to be ready for this. Trent's already got a trade. Kai does well to pivot around and turn on a dime. But Kai wants more, and that's a little too greedy for my taste. Trying to play out as best he can, potentially call up his own number. But now G2 have step on the site. Now we've got to look at this post plant. Where's that utility? Where's the pressure? Where's the kills? It's now down to just one. Jonah P in a 1v2. Surely Trace have done enough here. They have. With 2 alive, they get their first on the board.
And Fung Fung in the post plant there, finding a couple of kills.
เสียเมื่อไหร่ก็บอก
On
เล
the
ย
agent swap, it was pandemonium in that post plant because there's just so many smokes going down onto the site. Actually allowed G2 to find a half stick, but Trace did a good enough job there playing off site with those players in order to stop that one from slipping away.
Did get a little nervous when they made it out to backside so freely, but well played in the end between Hebei and kind of the swing on site from Kai. It was enough to at least get into this deeper post plant.
And you're going to end up seeing that a lot from Trace, sort of, you know, sending Kai in to find these fights into backside with the KO flash. But quick into this next round already. Trace trying to test the space into mid. So far, since the pistol, they've shown these smokes, but they haven't really moved into that space for fear of getting stunned and absolutely murdered again.
I think it's a fair fear to have.
You generally want to avoid being murdered.
Thank you.
That's the optimal play.
Got it.
And he's going to be fine. I do love that, though, jumping off the mount just to scout out window, because you never have an angle into window apart from that.
That's a lovely idea.
But G2 really try to abuse the double TPs they have on this map with the chamber and the Orium.
But also, you're talking about information here. We had that drone just coming out towards A main. It looks like a rinse and repeat round somewhat, at least if it continues towards this trajectory from Trace, right? It looks like an A finish potentially with, hopefully, in their minds, Trent getting away from site. There is now an extra body here, though, that could buy time. I'm looking at Jonah P a little closer, dedicated towards Heaven, and Hebei's the one. Trent
หมดแรง
gets
เหมือนจะมีคนหิวข้าวนะ
surprised that he
แปล
went
ก
for
ข้าว
it.
เหนียวมะม่วงสติ๊กเกอร์ไลท์อย่างเงี้ย
Back deeper, played
Come on,
like he did
maybe-
last time, but maybe they wanted that bit more space.
And now Trace in the post plant up numbers. Low King has that late round insurance into mid. He's still looking back towards spawn. Will fall off after being flashed.
Kai, rinse and repeat, but it's Fung Fung who is the new body here, the new player.
Oh.
Decision from him. 3 back to back,
Feng.
big impact.
เหมือนเป้าจะไม่
He
เหิน
just
แล้วนะ
drift away now. Leaf's got nothing to do in this one. As good as this man can be, a 1v5 post plant with a lurk lingering around. You got nothing more to achieve.
That was a gnarly fight there. Pongpong's full blinded after the first kill. The second he gets pushed back, instant headshot. Takes him down, spam through the smoke, no problem.
ท่านแน่
Skipping and jumping away from this, trying to keep what he can. But a really nice look from Trace so far. I like what we're doing. I like what we're seeing from them. They found room to work towards A here, right?
Yeah, and especially after that first round of playing A where they fell pretty much all offside except for Kai. Then to have this look where Pongpong's up in your face and they're just recycling smokes back towards spawn, playing right up flush with it.
น้องบัตร I remember น้อง you skin with me น้อง
And we were kind of, I don't think discussing it, but we were kind of...
you 30 น้อง
copyright
ใช่เหรอ what I use น้อง
Sky
ใช่เหรอ จริงครับ
จริงครับ
Marks trying to... I don't know what they want to be looking like coming back in.
Rifle saved over, but I'd imagine Josh RT, he's very effective in the timeouts for G2, and I think he usually comes in and will plan out the next 2-3 rounds. Notice those trends he's seeing that G2 are going to try to abuse.
Okay, well this could be the third, and I say that after the first map being back and forth the whole way through, half buys, ecos, all going, you know, the way it shouldn't. So maybe I'll have to eat my words again. Maybe not. Laughing, that's lovely. Looking beautiful, clean stuff, not getting threatened. That's what you want to see in these rounds. It's sheriffs against you. Something we didn't see in map 1 was that sort of composure.
Oh, no dash, Kai.
He's
gonna run it into himself.
หลอกลืมไปไม่มีแดด
They do manage to clear out Trent, and it should be both standing really nice. That's lovely for them. That's kind of what the doctor ordered, right? We want to see them looking
อาการเมื่อกี้เหมือนหงุดหงิดตัวเอง
like
นะ
having a
ยิง
good
ไม่โดน
opportunity to build some buffer to themselves, because map 1's got to have stung. You know, that was the map you were meant to do well on, the one you had in your pocket for Trace. They need some stability here.
100%.
การตีดูแปลก
And now seeing that aggro look from G2, shutting that down.
Eco
More controlled early rounds. They've seen a lot of different styles, but now is where that timeout is going to come into play for G2. It's interesting to me that G2 didn't try to save up and get an operator online. I thought that was going to be the first thing they were going for. Instead, maybe just playing this A space a little bit more aggressively. G2 have been playing pretty deep on site, so this round, Jaw creeping into mid, Leaf creeping into main. Josh just said, hey, boys, take your fights.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it at all. You kind of want to allow players like, you know, if you've got Joy out there, if you've got a Leaf out there, you kind of want them to be able to call up their own numbers as well, make these bigger plays. And you can see they've already identified, though, that Trent is clearly not on that A site anymore, right? They've just pinged him on the knife. They now know that he is certainly not where he was before.
But the knife's not in range to catch Jaw here. So Trace have to be real careful working into mid. First time they've seen G2 play it super aggressively, though, so I think they've got to know something's up.
Let's see how they kind of problem solve then, right? They've seen a different look here. This could be the kind of final blow to it, though. Does Leaf get cleared?
They've got a drone for it.
Does he care? No, he doesn't! He still takes Kai with him! Zero respect and a perfect play between the gaps on it.
And look at G2 seize this space into mid. 2 players walk out there. Jonah P is ready to reinforce. Leaf, who's now repositioned back into sight. Trace have nowhere to go but in.
Yeah, just spammed on and on and on here. They are still trying to go for this one. They've made it out towards sight. Heaven controls there for Jonah P. You're looking at the back of the site with Leaf, very passive, waiting for that lurk to come in.
Pongpong has to be ready for it. They don't have Cypher, they don't have flank watch. They've got to win this fight back in main, or they're just going to get crunched.
That's 2 players. That's going to be so much, and Trent so aware That's the backbone broken for this round. Now they try and fight forward, take the space towards CT, but Leaf heads up work. Really hard to dig out of that deeper position. He's just going to hold it safe, force them back on the fight, and G2 clearing house. They've had their answer. They found their cure to the woes, leaving Hebei as a formality to the outcome. G2 find the answer they needed.
I mean, that's just gorgeous, right? Leaf finding that opener, but then you watch it, like, G2 back away from the aggression. They read you like a book. 10 seconds before you think of the next play, they already know what you're going to do. So their weak side retracts, their aggro side speeds up. It's just that cross-map macro that I think G2 have really mastered. And that comes with keeping 4 players of your core roster year to year, bringing Jogamo seamlessly into this team. It's what allowed them to dominate in Americas and really volatile offseason. And now you're seeing it on the international stage.
Now, I love seeing the operators coming out, though, for Kai. That's what I'll keep my eyes on. That's a big investment here. Because they've got to answer back, right? This is the game of kind of chess between these two. You've now got G2 showing the answer, and you've got a Jogamo being confident. Middle has to respect it, though. Falls away. Leaf. That's a high-low swing coming here on the 3-2-1, I'm sure. And oh my god, he still divides and conquers. Where was the spacing on the second player?
Completely unstoppable. Doesn't matter if you have an op. I mean, that was supposed to be the trump card. Take down Leaf with the operator. Surely we can do that. But no.
You've got to be gutted if you're Kai as well. You still had, your owl drones. This was meant to be just purely to deal with the aggression coming out from Leaf that gets them that one-man pick, and it goes completely askew.
Yeah, now the problem is Gunky might need to throw the op off the map, right? Otherwise, either Jaw or Leaf could be taking that into the next. Your life's not going to get any easier.
G2, no. It doesn't feel like that A hit anymore. Already sitting ready for this B approach. Jonah P very prepared here.
I wonder if they're committing all their ults. Trace, that's one down. Maybe another to send in a 4v5. It's just falling apart.
But G2 carved the perfect place to play from. It's just stunning to witness. They know the win conditions the Trace would have wanted. What was available and what wasn't. But the plant going to be denied for now. Not going to come down. Hunter's Fury on top. And Trent just blind, sending that perfect. Hebei and Loki, what are you meant to do here? That's what you're meant to do. Fight your way forward. But it's a 1v2. And time is not on your side. Leaf makes sure of it, and G2 back with a 4th.
Yeah.
The op fails for G2 in main. Leaf shuts it down, and then kind of a half-measured approach from Trace into the side. He can use the Astral.
Copyright.
More than that.
Time out. Mute.
Smokes. Trent's ultimate too, just precise, pixel perfect.
But I'm happy to see this timeout here because kind of when we discussed the switch up.
เป็นดอลเสียงนี้มันแน่น
Copyright น้อง
Copyright.
Quite found the look.
They need to rush the chamber wah. G-win wah. Insta rush nong.
Yeah, KO fat น้อง Damien น้อง
Flash, suppress side, flash side, scan side.
GG น้อง
Flash nong. Easy game lah.
Chamber Q5
No need to walk.
Walk
Rush A. Let's go rush A. Rushing A wah.
ดีเฮียอยู่อ่ะ
Rush A wah for sure
โอ้
wah.
โหโดนสไนเปอร์เลย
Rush A right.
Map
play
played out.
take. PE play post play main cup. Win cup.
เริ่มมาละแชมเบอร์
He's expecting it. Trent already kind of testing the waters.
Mari.
Quite similar. It's a very straightforward approach. It looks just straight out of main.
Trent's down on site. G2 aren't giving this one up at all.
Wait, how's Trent sticking around on this? Yeah, Funko might be in real trouble here.
ไอโยนลูกตัวปลอมนี่มันจะทำ
Oh, this is bizarre. Yeah, Trent, I'm pretty sure was blind during this. What is this massacre happening on the side? Back and forth, but this time, G2 unwilling to relent on it. And the last player
lurking.
looking is just lurking up middle. And it feels like with this silence becomes deafening, it's so obvious that he's not with the pack, that this potential flank is now on the way.
Players are isolated. That's the only real hope, but it's a kind of a nasty off angle. Valent's playing up towards heaven. Now he's made noise.
Okay.
I mean, look, Jaw's a little bit low.
I'm on board. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
And okay, that round was crazy. We're going to see in the replay. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure.
What just went on?
I think Trace paused and timed a pop flash through the smoke as it was coming down. But yeah, so we're flashed, and now the smoke is gone, and we're in. But G2 had just already rotated so many players over because Trace paused and waited that 10 seconds before going for the forward fight.
That can't be the answer. That can't be the answer, boys.
And that's a round where they had every ult in the book, and they didn't use any of them.
Oh, the Jet never go up draft this side lo.
Huh.
I think Trace were expecting the site to kind of just be empty because, you know, G2 were going to retake against those ults, but that's not at all how it played out.
High hopes and great outcomes. 5-3. You're going to hear the ult being invested. That's, of course, with Leaf over towards A. It does free up the rest of the players to kind of focus towards middle and still keep that eye towards B, which it actually looks like Trace are heading towards. So, if anything, working out quite nicely for G2 here, but let's see how they hold this side of the map.
We've only really seen Trace move towards B on the anti-ecos or frantically later into a round.
Yeah.
This is a good read to test this, see what the hold's going to be like, but sending that ultimate in early, this is the round where G2 have nobody actually home on the
ชิว 2-0 2 วันเลยอ่ะขอสามแบบนี้2-0 ดีแล้ว รักษาสุขภาพ
So much to bank on, why not? They haven't really had to depend on these ults either. Yeah, we had Leaf kind of going for his. That's fair enough. That's player's preference. But already Jorgamo going to invest. That's fine. Clear close. That's 2 spotted. Big info. Divide going to go in. And all the ults on top. Good luck. Have fun. We're away. Jorgamo hungry on the hunt.
And he's out.
I don't know how he's done that. I don't know how he does this.
And they're defusing too with Trent coming in on the flank. I mean, Trace, they have to stop this spike from being defused, but the flank has come in. Trent is destroying Trace in the backline. A beautiful round put together by G2. Just take Trace right on out of it.
That was just perfect from G2 there. Again, the ult so stunning. And Jorgamo just feels like perfectly controlled chaos. Right? I don't know how he does this. Look at it.
Play, and then he just jumped back through the wall. He's fighting it again with his splash. But this is what I'm talking about. G2 play like macro timing so well. When Jaw's going for that refight, 2 seconds later, Trent is then shooting them in the back. It's that combination that is just so hard to play against, especially for the first time.
Yeah, spot on. And this is 4 rounds now. This is all looking a little too comfortable for G2. I wanted that threat. I wanted to see that potential from Trace that a lot of people were excited for. And this expectation, this read in the game, no, it's just falling to bits, isn't it? The confidence just getting higher and higher. G2 looking like they can't miss a fight.
The second Leaf pulls the attention of 3 players, that's when Jaw takes the timing. That's when he snaps into mid.
Dangerous little 1-2 punch they are.
Especially playing the cheater agents, you know, just TP. I mean, look, Leaf's full flashed,
always one retake,
he's whatever, and he's just out. It's frustrating to play against because you have to use the util to clear him, but then you have to stop moving because you didn't actually kill him.
This pause feels so blindingly obvious. Oh, Bianchi has to kind of get out of that one. And again, they commit close towards sight. This position, we saw it taken before. I think it was Trent Hill last time. This time around, Jonah P finding the pixels away from his lovely from Trent. Swings on in, and that confidence stays sky high. Bianchi, the last one to try and pull for 1v3. It ain't happening. G2 looking so large and in charge here. They look so damn good.
G2 punished a couple of times trying to retake the A site, and they've never tried to play a retake since rounds 3 and 4 when Trace won on those post plants.
And EDG.
That's probably an adjustment that came in from Josh RT in the timeout, you know, round 5 when goes well, but you've got Dart landing, you've got Jonah P jumping on the site. They're not going to let you through that choke point.
Genuinely a treat to watch right now. This is genuinely very good Valorant from G2. I'm enjoying what we're witnessing. And we kind of, I kind of held them to a high standard here. I wanted to see big things from this team. If you're going to be that high tier, stand up to the test. Jorgamo again, absolute control, chaos, 5 kills, and this man is just something else. Looking, have fun.
Dude, it looks like he's playing ranked.
It's
like, You're not supposed to be jumping there in professional play.
And not getting three, not getting away with it time and time again. How many rounds is this man going to get under
ขวา
their
ซ้ายกลาง
skin?
กลางขวากลาง
God.
ซ้ายกลางขวา
And you feel for him almost for Trace. They're not getting off these starting positions, right? Like, look at this.
Playing fearless, AU even thinks he kills Bianca. Is like, I'll deal with you later.
Come back around.
Get the second one first. Just wild. But genuinely, think of the shift this team had. Between round 4 and 5, Josh calls the timeout. Okay, you throw away the eco round. Since then, they have been undefeated on this side.
Standing ahead. Really can't compliment that enough. They've been able to, one, adjust in this game, and adjust so well that there's barely been an answer. Trace can't come up with what they want to be doing to deal with this, and there's layers of adaptation now.
You can see the actionables too, right? Whether it's refusing to play a retake, flood into sight, whether it's abusing this mid space. We saw Jaw do it 3 rounds in a row. Now Leaf's here with an operator.
It's an unexpected one. They may still clear this with Util because of that presence from Jog previously, but you've still got Leaf.
Yeah.
With the big green basically at this point. Yeah, what are you meant to do? Like, how are you meant to clear this in any sort of way?
He's in front of the wall.
He is. Oh, another body drops. Hey, they want to be punished this time. And Trace have to keep going. They have to keep trying to fight forward. They do find Leaf on his almost greedy re-peek, and this play back towards A.
That's huge, because they have the spike plant now. Really good stuff out of Kai, but you've got flanks on flanks coming from G2. Kai still playing into that mid space, but he's cleared by Jaw.
Jog, are you going to do this to him again? Yeah, you are. You're going to try and set him up for success. Kai, can you get away with your life? No, you can't! The King of Chaos is back in the building! Jorgo is just tearing him apart one by one. This time he's stopped. Finally a 3v3. Time is on their side. Until then, just turned away.
Loking was so deadly from backside back when Trace were winning their rounds. He's got to show up in a big way because it's him against the world.
Oh, Fung Fung a 1v3. He's got pressure. Left, right, and center. G2 just sophisticated dominance at this point. That's a 9-3 scoreline. And that is
Oh, alam mo ako, copywriter. Forgot, man.
Like they're saving to guarantee an
ไม่น่าเขินละดูจากการสู้กันตอนนี้
G2. They're
here for Trace. You can see it on their faces, looking calm, looking like they're having fun. right? Starting to come alive on these stages, looking really, really solid here. And rightly so after that first half. You should be proud of what you've achieved. Trace, it starts with a pistol round. Nice little high-low set on towards A. Can they hold what's coming towards them, though? Oh, no, the timing. Okay, Heybei has to just get out of there, leave Woking to his own devices. Oh, it's divide and conquer. G2 never stopped looking this good. Oh, Valen! Peekaboo! VNK gonna be feeling that one in the morning as Kai and Fung, you got a long way to go back towards A.
There's just not even a fight put up there. Dropping like flies. Yeah, Fung and Kai, those are your playmakers, those are your fighters, but with G2 bundled up 5 players in A main, it's just hard to imagine a world where it can happen. Smoke's gonna go down, but I mean, look at the utility.
Jesus! Oh, that's a real souring moment to see that. Just dive on in. It's a team effort at this point. That's already 10 found, and if we were being honest, you kind of wanted to see them pick up that pistol, so it gives them just maybe a breath before the game gets closed out.
It's grim here on the defense side, but you might have to go for a force if you're Trace.
Yeah, I want to see what they go for here, because you're going to run it back the whole way.
Are you going to win on 13-11? I don't know. Or at the very least, channel some of that eco nonsense from Lotus.
What just happened?
Get yourself back into things.
What just
happened?
It's a bad news when the coach that is crushing you doesn't know how his team is winning.
What just happened?
That's all right in, all good.
โค้ชยังงง
Problems. We do see they opted for a very light investment of 2 sheriffs, and that's it.
Unfortunately, the sheriffs are mid and B right now.
And once again, G2 actually do get stopped at least with one. So, you know, we're talking sort of small silver linings. Maybe some fights can come in a little bit quicker.
We'll ignore it.
น่าจัด
It's
เนาะ
a
พี่เนาะ
5v4 now for them.
มันเลยนะ
Find hope.
Yeah, that's why we're ignoring it.
Got it. Fair enough.
I'm on your side. No sarcasm detected.
I'm not used to
เฮ้ย
that.
มันรู้ได้ไงอ่ะ
Oh, well, the hope's fading quickly, isn't it? Kai, show me something. Get me back on board. Make me a believer right now. I kind of need something to give us a spark here. Valen is on the case, and he ain't dropping it. I mean, it's done for, right? We're already up to 11. This is really hard, Val, now. For Trace, you're purely back to the wall, and you've got to somehow get through this game without Leaf having around, having around. I mean, list the roster.
Yeah, we forget that Trent was completely dominating on the first map.
มองไม่เห็นนะดิ
23-11. Just snuck up on us out of
แม่ง
nowhere.
คือยุงแบบแม่งบินกัดอยู่ตัวเดียวนะไอเวนน่ะ
Impressive performance on this map.
ไอยุงนรกน่ะ
But oh
Cut
dear,
for you, Nana.
Leaf has an outlaw, and there's 5 light/regens on Trace.
We'll see. Maybe it's fine. Kai, having a go. Don't drop this Vandal though, because it's really valuable. Nice work towards Shaw. Gonna get that. Doesn't need to overstay here. He's got his man. He can just shift back a little.
Now's when Leaf is going to try to work this space. As soon as that smoke goes down.
He's God, that feels so scary up against these light shields.
A sigh of relief now. Leaf's been spotted. Trace can slow down this round. Bianca going to have to fall back into heaven after getting pinged out by that drone. But G2 aren't committing into the site. They've read that there's a stack over towards this angle. They're going to put full faith in Leaf to have a second go of things.
Bite of the cherry waiting towards B. There is rotations coming in though. The penny is dropping. Trace don't like this.
That's a good
It's
read
gone
from Trace.
far too quiet. Oh my god, Leaf is seeing him just like a second too late every time, but he's getting closer and that scares me. And that's why Loki got curious. He heard what happened to the cat and now they're falling. And you're gonna walk that smoke? No, Amy!
It's
ทำไมอะเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะ
This is a nightmare.
หมดใจ
They had the start they needed. They took down Jungler. They had good rotations, the right place.
How
Leaf
to
wasn't
หมดใจ
having that freedom. It was good. Now suddenly it's gone sour. Down to 2, Bianca and Kai. Up against it. Deep post plant. Trent still with those shock darts as well. Kai trying to be set up here. Bianca trying to send him in, give him a chance of anything and leave. He said, no, this is 12. And that is not how you wanted to see them get to 12 either. Trace are going to be gutted with that one. I feel like the pressure got to them there. It was
absolutely
unnecessary
ไม่ถอนหายใจ
mistakes
รัวๆเลย
almost.
อะ
They had the numbers right, and then It turns into the situation where Logan swinging into Leaf, trying to find his pick.
What?
Then
Sorry, no.
Pepe feels
Why don't you go watch in the land?
ฮะ again น้อง
Why don't you watch offline น้อง
อ๋อ offline they don't have น้อง
Don't have หรอ
only small venue น้อง they don't have space for us
Oh it's small the venue
yeah
I thought it's big
it's like Brazil น้อง
Sorry
อืม
We have big impact.
copyright
อ๋อลืมว่ะ Makan nasi goreng sama ayam guys Abis ini kalau segimana ya
adjustments coming into the matches today. Turned into
Look at the state.
Hey.
Armor on Kai. Is to try and hold on to here. G2 on the verge of a very clean map. And they stick the landing.
I don't know if G2 blowing up mid was going to be on my bingo card coming out of that timeout, but actually maybe even just doing it to fake. They threw that Astra smoke down, had that teleport noise, so Trace knows something's funky is going down, but really G2, they're just going to have a free B site to get this plant down on.
Hey, red carpet's rolled out, perfect. All on the retake.
After the plant, Trent's just going to be one off ultimate as well, so G2 could just fall back and play a rolling post.
And I love that Leaf still has his position, no threat of the lurk. Doesn't have to stick around too long. Jorgamo already going to take away Fung Fung.
ทิ้งไว้แต่ความเจ็บปวด
Just 3 and Kai copping a boatload of damage. Again, no shields to bank on here. Jonah P feeling confident, having a little go at things. Keeping them spammed out, keeping them down.
จบจัด
G2 just need
โอ้
one
โห
more.
แล้วหมุนด้วย
13-3 โหดมาก
วิ่งครับ
GG ครับน้อง
Let's go ผัดไทย
I want ปลาไตวะ
คัมมอนน้องคัมแบงคอกน้อง
ได้มีติเก็ตน้องได้ไม่มีตังค์น้อง
โหอยู่แฮปอลอตน้อง
ไม่มีพี่เอ้ยมีเงินเดือนพี่เอ้ย
มี
Your house so big น้อง Your house so big
พี่เอ้ย go gym how you know
ยู
my
คัม
house
ยูคัมแบงคอกไอบิงยูทูจิม
โอเค
เยอะ pay for you นะ
no
เปโซลิสแบบว่าเลี้ยงดิงอ่ะ ดิงเจสันเลี้ยงเหล้าเจสันเลยพี่เอ๋ย
เพื่ออะไรวะ
อ้าวเจสันไม่กินเหล้า
เข้าใจ
จริงเหรอ
ฮะ
กล้ามเขาไม่กินเหล้าอ่ะ
พูดอะไรอะแม่เข้าใจ
He said I give you a ring
เอาลิงก์
Goodbye ครับ Thank you น้อง
เบียร์
See you น้อง
อ๋อ let's go น้อง
See you at Bangkok น้อง
see you
Disconnected from your channel
มาครับแชทเจอกัน
โอเคมีตัวละ I go play VALORANT ครับ
เจอกันครับ
เดินครับ
ครับ
See you
Bye bye.
tomorrow ครับ
ครับ
tomorrow watch party มั้ยเนี่ย
what
yes boss every day
โอเคครับ
every day
ฮะ
ได้ครับ
Sound muted
ไปแล้วครับ เจอกันครับ เดี๋ยวไปนั่งเล่นเกมต่อ ผมอยากเล่นเกมแต่ทีมดีปะวะ ผมไม่อยาก ผมอยากอัดคลิปมากกว่า แต่ผมติดเกมหนึ่งอะแต่ผมอยากอัดเป็นคลิปอะแต่แบบก็เล่นไปด้วยแล้วก็ไปตัดย้อนหลังเอาดีป่าวะผมปรึกษาหน่อยทำไงดีวะคนตีมเยอะแยะเลยเหมือนเราตีมเอาที่ชอบเลยครับ จริงๆการไม่ตีมมีข้อดีเว้ยผมแบบอยากลุกไปนู่นไปนี่กดพอสแล้วก็นั่งดู YouTube อะไรเงี้ยหรือไปตีมแบบสมาชิกดีวะแล้วให้เอาใจสมาชิกหน่อยคิดก่อนขอคิดแป๊บดูเป็นคลิปดีกว่านะได้เลยไม่ต้องตีมดีกว่าเจอกันครับบ๊ายบาย